studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores. Don't follow the baseball season on a station without sports in its name.
Strike two.
WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Cleveland's sports radio. 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey sports station.
92.3 The Fan. 2020 Sports.
This is 2020 Sports, brought to you by Weather Seal Home Services. Don't wait for new windows. Get a free upgrade to Weather Seal's triple pane Ultra Seal windows and 60 months zero interest. Call 330-920-4494 or visit WeatherSealHomeservices.com. The Guardians took 2 of 3 from the Yankees in the Bronx last week, then dropped 2 of 3 at Texas over the weekend, including losing 10-0 on Sunday. Skipper Steve Mamona, how he thought the 3-3 trek went for his club.
500 road trip into 2 tough cities. That was a really good road trip. You know, anytime you come home from a road trip 500, you're happy. You want more. We want more than that. We want to win more games, but I couldn't be more thrilled with the way we played overall on this road trip. You know, 2 one-run losses in tough games where we just weren't able to get enough offense. We'll regroup, we'll keep working, and be ready to go.
Guardians back home tonight. Started a 3-game set as again they face the Yankees. Gavin Williams going to try to become the first 10-game winner in the majors this season. He gets the start. Williams 9-3, a 3.20 ERA. The Browns going to get mandatory minicamp underway tomorrow in Berea. It's going to start 3 days of practices before the break prior to training camp. Denzel Ward plans to be there after skipping the voluntary portions of the offseason workout program. Ward saying this past weekend still wants to be with the Browns despite the trade last week that sent Myles Garrett off to the Rams. Arizona Cardinals going to get their mandatory minicamp underway on Tuesday. Reports say quarterback Jacoby Brissett will be there. The former Browns signal caller has skipped the entire offseason workout program. He wants his contract redone. If Brissett didn't show up this week, he'd be fined nearly $108,000. NBA Finals continuing tonight. New York Knicks play host to the San Antonio Spurs. It's Game 3. New York leads 2 games to none, becoming just the 3rd team in NBA Finals history to win the first 2 games on the road, joining the 93 Bulls and the 95 Rockets. Knicks also won 13 straight postseason games, the 2nd longest streak in NBA playoff history. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Browns minicamp gets underway tomorrow. Listen to 92.3 The Fan for all the latest news in Berea. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's sports radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Good Monday morning to you, Northeast Ohio. I hope life is treating you well. The weather outside is outstanding. That means we have summer for at least the next 4 or 5 days before the snow comes back, so life is good there. And if you are from Northeast Ohio, you know exactly what I'm talking about. We've got a fantastic show for you today, as we do all the time. Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram is going to join us. Anthony Castrovintz is going to join us as well from MLB.com. I just saw him at the Bruce Springsteen concert a couple weeks ago, so looking forward to catching up with him. There were so many things going on, not only here in Northeast Ohio, but across the state over the last weekend. And there's a lot to talk about, and we hope you get to enjoy the sunshine with a little bit of us. Maybe you're hanging out at the beach. Maybe we can get someone to call us from the beach if they're hanging out at Huntington or Edgewater. I can't imagine ever being a beach show because it's always more fun to listen to music when you're laying out on the beach, but somebody's going to be listening to us on the beach, and that would be awesome. Dan Menigan is in today for Jeff. Good morning.
Or at least someone calling us live from the train.
Oh, what's up with this train thing? I was seeing that on.
So there's this big old train that's working its way through. I think it's going across the country. I can't remember what it's called, but this big old train's coming through, and I guess it's going to hit the Cleveland area today at some point. It's going to start. It's going from it would be west to east, and so
the Big Boy locomotive.
There you go.
Fox 8 has it on their website.
Yep.
Yeah. It is the world's largest steam locomotive and is stopping in Ohio. What? It's a train.
Big
right?
old choo-choo.
I don't know. For me, train means you got to stop and wait for this thing to go down the road.
Correct.
Train doesn't necessarily mean a good thing for me. I'll be honest. I'm not going to lie.
Well, which also brings up one of the dumbest conversations you'll ever have in your life with a group of friends. And I'll throw this out there to anybody.
Go for it.
How many chuggas do you do before you do a choo-choo?
Chugga, 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 choo-choo.
You do 5?
Chugga, 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 choo-choo. 4.
So you're 4 chuggas?
Yeah.
Okay. Chugga, 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 choo, Yeah, I think I'm 4-2. 4 or 5, somewhere in there.
What in what world did this?
You start drinking, you have some dumb conversations, and all of a sudden you're getting in a fight with your friends about how many chuggas you should put in front of a choo-choo, and you find yourself asking a toddler.
Okay.
Who then looks at you and goes, "Why am I not eating? Why are you looking at me?"
All right, one more thing. We're going to talk about Denzel Ward here in a second, but I do want to thank our longtime engineer, Ray. Today is his last day. He has been with us since day one of the station. We have a fantastic engineering crew that we've had for the past few years, and we do appreciate them. Ray, as I said on social media, I'm trying to remember what I said. I think he kept the boat afloat a lot of times when the sea was very stormy and choppy. And he was the one that was always level-headed, always cool. We'll get her done. We'll figure it out. And I mean, as you can imagine, we were infants when we first got on the air 15 years ago. And I mean, think about how many times they've had to rebuild this radio station since we've been here over the last 15 years, and all the hard work all of those guys have put in. But Ray has been a steady, calm ship in a rough seas water sometimes. And I do appreciate everything he did for us, not only here on the station, but also for the Browns radio network as well. Totally killed it. Just a great guy. And for his years of service in the military and for his years here at Odyssey and formerly CBS Radio, we thank him for all the hard work he put in. And I hope he enjoys every time he casts that line out there when he goes fishing. So
I could tell a lot of great Ray stories of him saving my rear end on numerous occasions on the Browns radio network. A lot of things have gone wrong with that because there's a lot of moving parts at a lot of different places.
You got all these different stations on there.
And all these different stations that it's being sent out to. And for anybody who's listening, like everything you hear for the Browns radio network, whether it's, NCX down in Columbus, at one point Oklahoma City because of having Baker Mayfield here, wherever else the Browns radio network may have taken, it all stemmed from here. And Ray was the reason you're able to hear it. I'll never forget coming in one time, and I forget what happened. MK probably remembers this well. You remember that one time? I think it was something went wrong, and we had to run all those extension cords all over the place. That's Ray.
Yeah. I remember that.
Oh, it was a nightmare.
That was a very brutal day.
It was a brutal day, and Ray was the one who was there to make sure that he had everything. He had the idea to do it, to line everything up, to make sure we could be on the air. And back here, it was a mess. But we got it on the air, and Ray was the number one for that one, and I will always be thankful of Ray for saving my rear end more times than I can count.
Ray has a magic purse. Like anytime you needed anything technical, if something went wrong, he could just produce it within minutes. Like, hey, Ray, I need some kind of connector. I need some kind of battery. I need this. I need that. And he'd be like, all right. And then within 2 minutes, you'd have it.
Awesome. You want another good Ray family story?
Sure.
His wife may have saved my life at one point. So his next door neighbor had a daughter who was friends with my daughter, and they're still friends, and a great family. And we were there for a cookout. This was probably, I think we were on the air maybe 2 or 3 years. And I'm in the backyard, and we're hanging out by a bonfire. And I don't know if I had something weird to drink or something. And then all of a sudden Ray walks in, and I'm like, hey, what? He's like, oh, we live next door. And I'm like, oh, this is awesome.
Oh, wow.
So now we're all hanging out, and all of a sudden I got really lightheaded and really dizzy, and I couldn't figure out what was going on, and I was going into rapid heartbeat, and I just was like, I felt like I was going to faint, and Ray's wife is a nurse, and she came over, and she kind of helped me through it, and then I was able to, after that, I went and got medication, and so I was able to just kind of correct what, I go into rapid heartbeat every once in a while. I don't know, I can't believe it doesn't happen more often with Phelps, but his wife was there, and she walked me through it, and then gave me this trick to reset your heart, essentially, is what you're doing to get it back into regular rhythm.
Oh, that's excellent.
For anybody that has it. And and she taught me this thing. And ever since then, if I feel my heart start to jump a little bit, I start doing it. And then all of a sudden it resets. It's just bear down, and is the best thing to say. But so I was always thankful for Ray, but I'm probably a little more thankful for his wife. So thank you. We appreciate you. All right, let's get back into what was going on over the weekend. Let's start with Denzel Ward first, because, there was a lot of talk about Myles Garrett when he was asking for a trade. At the time, what was Denzel Ward thinking? Because he's like, oh, man, if Myles is out of here, I don't know, maybe I should be out of here too, right? Or maybe he thinks he's next. And he may be in that situation right now too. But he's been a great ambassador for not only, the Browns, just a former Buckeye, a former Nordonia Knight, and just all those things that, are like and I keep hearing Les in my head say this, the quintessential Cleveland athlete to play here in Cleveland. And he's been a trooper the whole time. Yeah, he's battled through injuries. He's gone through this and that. He had his softball game over the weekend, the annual charity softball game, which David Njoku hosted at one point.
Mm-hmm. So, Joe Hayden did at one point as well.
So all these guys are around here. But Denzel had that. And then, there was talk last week that maybe there was some concern how he would react to the Myles Garrett trade. And then he answered that question at the charity softball outing.
Crazy trade, definitely a crazy trade. Yeah, I believe that, you're either with us or against us. And as you see, he's not with us. So crazy trade, but hey, that's the nature of this game. That's the nature of football and the NFL, and that's what happened.
And that audio courtesy of Cam Justice over at WEWS Television in Cleveland. But he sounded like he was actually in a pretty good mood. Like he was just crazy, It
was funny hearing that because the first thing that went through my head is tell me you're a 10-year veteran without telling me you're a 10-year vet.
To know how to answer the question?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that he answered that was just so much. I've been in the league. I've been through this before. I know how this goes. Maybe nothing of this magnitude, but I know how this goes. And nothing good comes from me coming out here and saying anything either direction instead of just going, hey, it's a crazy trade, but we got to keep going forward. I still wear a Cleveland Browns uniform. My number one goal is the success of the Cleveland Browns. He doesn't wear one anymore. That's someone else's problem.
Well, I think he's in a unique position, too.
Probably the wrong way to put it, but you know what I mean.
He's in a unique position because he is an asset on this team. And, to get the term lockdown associated with your name at any point, I think is an amazing thing for a defensive back in the NFL. Someone says,
it's the ultimate compliment.
You're locked down? That's it, man. I don't know. That's like saying you're the MVP.
Yeah.
You're the MVP and you know how to do your position. So, but I got to imagine there have been a lot of sleepless nights knowing through the transitions that this team has had trying to find a quarterback. Now you watch an offensive line. You watch Joe Thomas retire. You've been around for all this stuff. And then sometimes I would think it'd be natural to wonder, hey, when are they going to call my name on this thing? And I don't know that I want them to call my name. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. I've never heard him say he wanted them to call his name. But I'm sure there are a lot of sleepless nights for Denzel wondering if he's going to be here or if he's going to be somewhere else. He says, though, and he gave his answer about Myles Garrett and what the trade was in particular for him.
I definitely still want to be here. Myles is a good friend of mine, a great teammate. But, things aren't lost. It's Ohio against the world. So, people could doubt us. But we're going out there still trying to play our best ball and bring wins to this city.
Spoken like a true Buckeye, right?
Yeah.
So, again, you knew, remember when everyone was kind of making a stink about Myles not being at optional training? And he hasn't been at optional training either, but he gave the right answer when he was asked a week ago about where you are in this relationship. He had just said, look, I'm in contact with the coaches. I'm looking at my playbook. I'm doing all the things that they're asking me to do, and I'm a part of what's going on. Knowing that we have a new defensive coordinator, and no one sweat one bead over Denzel's commitment to the organization or the franchise. Like I think I remember when we played it the first time, I looked at you and I was like, look, he wants to be here. He sounds like he wants to be here. He's engaged and he's doing this the way I would as a veteran. You don't have to be there if you're in shape and you know what you're doing. Now, would it be helpful if you're there because there's a new defensive coordinator? Yeah, but if you're already talking to him and working your way through it, there's no reason for him to be there, and you've earned that right to take a little bit more time off compared to some of the younger guys.
He's an 8-year veteran. I mean, he's an 8-year veteran cornerback. He knows what he's doing. It's not like any of this. What he does at cornerback is not going to be rewriting the playbook or anything like that. He's going to be a lockdown man corner. He's going to be a good zone corner. He'll be able to fill the gap on run plays. He'll be able to tackle better than he came out of school with the label on him for tackling. He's now become a pretty good tackler in the run game as well. Like, it's not like any of this stuff is going to evolve so much that you're worried about it. And you're right. He did it in the smartest way, which was he came out and he said, yeah, I'm not at voluntary OTA. I understand that. I've been in communication with the coach. I've looked at the playbook a couple of times. I want to be a part of this. I just know what I need to do for my body to be in its best shape. And we went, yeah, that makes sense. You're an all-pro. Like, you're allowed to do that. You're an all-pro. You have that respect.
All right, he had more to say. Your thoughts on Denzel Ward? And then, because I do think once we get into the season, I think we're good from now through training camp without having to worry about him playing for another team. Well, what if things go sideways in the beginning of the year and there's a team looking for a defensive back as we get closer to the trade deadline? It's something you have to contemplate. I don't want to contemplate it, and like I said, this is probably stuff that keeps Denzel up at night. Like, I would be wondering this the whole time, but he's a pro's pro, and he's he'll do whatever he needs to do. And he did sound happy at a softball game there the other day about his role on the Browns. What would you do though if you were in the same situation? And I'm just my favorite thing about it is you don't ever hear him demanding anything. He just wants to play football and be healthy. I think that's the other thing for Denzel. So we'll talk about that. How important is it for him to be on the roster? Plus, there are other players that we had to move on from last season, and one of them in particular talked about that. We're going to talk about that when we come up here in just a couple minutes. Plus, we'll get into baseball. There was golf in-state over the weekend. There's all kinds of cool stuff going on, so we're going to get to all of it in just a moment here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Dan Mennigan sitting in. He is, if you want to be a part of the show too, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. Hey, it's a great time of year to, what? Get engaged. Oh, yeah, you're thinking about
93.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
The nature of the game, say I do get traded, then I feel, for me, like I'm wherever I'm at, that's where I'm supposed to be. So if I'm here, I'm supposed to be here. I go to a different team, that's where I'm supposed to be. But I love playing for the Cleveland Browns. I want to be here. Yeah, I'm just grateful wherever I'm at, Wherever opportunity I get to go play football, that's what I do.
That's Denzel Ward speaking at his softball game over the weekend. Was that Lake County?
Yes.
That's certainly where they play that game every year. So, home of the Captains. By the way, they're having trying to figure out what to do with that stadium. It's got some issues out there, scoreboard issues and all kinds of stuff. I keep hearing. Well, I hear a lot of stuff, but
it's a great place to sit and watch a game.
Yeah, so is the other one. Crusher Stadium's nice too. I like going out there. It's a little bit
smaller stadium.
Yeah, but the venue's awesome, fan friendly. I was out there a couple weeks ago. Len Komorowski was with the Cavaliers for a long time, was one of the owners of the team. It's pretty amazing when you walk out the door of a game and the owner is shaking hands with the fans as they walk out the door. After they did it, was there was a big fireworks show that night too. It was like their opening weekend.
They do good fireworks.
Yeah,
they do
fun.
good fireworks.
It was fun. Both those teams
and
do
Lake
a good
County
job.
too. They also do good fireworks.
Yeah, I mean both those teams. I think sometimes we take it for granted, and obviously the Akron stuff is super special because that ballpark is awesome, and it's just a gem of a minor league ballpark to be able to go to and have fun and go watch games down there too. But going back to the Browns here in Denzel, let me ask you. I hate being this way because you know how I feel about Denzel. One of my favorite players. Love the fact that he played at Ohio State. Love the fact that he went to Nordonia. I'm a total homer on all this
He's
stuff.
He's a Northeast Ohio guy through and through.
And, I mean, his dad, rest his soul, a former Cleveland Heights guy too. So, who was at Heights when I was there too, and was a great principal at Bedford High School too, and was really well respected as an educator, and just that whole Ward family. And his mom is so important, and you see her out and about, and just just an impact on what they're trying to do to make sure that these that's not right, the electronic heart defibrillators that are all AED, that's it, sorry, are out there, and they do a fantastic job of spreading the word on that. But the business part, like all of those reasons are why I think you like Denzel Ward and you care about Denzel Ward.
So
because he's one of us, but there's a business part to this too, and you kind of have to wonder where the Browns are thinking at this point. To me, and I'm curious to hear your take on this, Denzel is an unbelievably important piece here if they do want to try to win this season. But if things go sideways, not by Denzel's fault or anything like that, but if things go sideways in other ways, that as you get closer to the trade deadline, if somebody offered you a good pick or something you thought was worthy of helping the team down the road long term, you'd have to consider it. I'm not saying you'd do it. You'd have to consider it. I think for the fans, it's important for Ward to be on the team too.
So a little bit of news here coming down.
Okay.
A judge in a district court in Lubbock, Texas, has granted the injunction request of Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby. He is set to be eligible for the 2026 season. From the ruling, and this is all courtesy of Pete Thamel of ESPN. From the ruling, the NCAA cannot prevent Texas Tech quarterback from practicing, playing, or otherwise participating in Texas Tech's football season in 2026.
Okay, so he's staying in college then.
So while we don't 100% know, but that pathway is now wide open where before it looked like it was a little bit more shut.
Okay, can I just say this? I'm glad he's staying in college. If that's what it means.
That's what this means. Yep.
Okay, I'm glad he's staying there because I got to be honest, I wanted nothing to do with that for the Browns.
So we have some more from Ian Rappaport. He's saying that Sorsby is going to serve a 2-game suspension and he won't be eligible to participate in the supplemental draft. So it looks like we're not going to be seeing Sorsby in the NFL next year.
Wait, are you saying that 2-game suspension is an NCAA 2-game suspension?
That's what it looks like. This is the exact words from Ian Rappaport.
Okay.
Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby, slated to be one of college football's top prospects, will serve a 2-game suspension as part of the ruling. In addition, he officially won't be eligible to participate in the NFL supplemental draft.
Gotcha. Okay. So it sounds like he's got a 2-game suspension from college because we all know from the ridiculous that happened to Ohio State with Terrell Pryor and Jim Tressel like the biggest joke ever.
It was a different era and a different world back
Like
then. It was garbage when it happened.
Like the biggest joke ever that Tressel went to Indianapolis to be their video coordinator and watch plays, and he was suspended from the NFL from that because, like, the biggest joke ever. And the prior thing was even worse. Big deal. Dude got a tattoo.
So I understand where everything is currently sitting. Here's my issue, just taking one step back from all of this.
Okay.
So you mean to tell me that we are going to allow someone who bet on their team, Cardinalson, like the one thing you cannot do, and I'm not here to be moral police and go down this road of everything else that you could do horrendously wrong that will still have you sitting in Hall of Fames across this country. There is one thing that you cannot do in sports, and it's bet on your team. One thing.
I'm with you.
He did it. And now we're good? He's back? We're good to go because of what happened here? What are we doing? There's one mistake that you can make that you cannot come back from in professional sports. We have seen it happen for a lot of other things. We've seen it happen to a lot of other people. You have now opened the door for more and more people to gamble on pretty much anything because you have set the precedent that as long as you have a lawyer who's pretty damn good at what he does, you have opened the door for these guys to now do it.
Okay,
he gambled. Not only did he gamble himself on his team, he gambled with proxies. Like, he knew what the hell he was doing. This isn't some giant mistake. I'm sorry, I'm done.
No. Don't be sorry and don't be mad. I
cut you
love
off
the passion. No, my point is, who are you mad at? Are you mad at the NCAA?
I'm mad at the NCAA.
How can you be mad at the NCAA? They said he was done, and he went to the government and said, hey, this isn't right. If you want to be mad, you should probably be mad at the court system.
Right. I'm mad at the entire situation that we're in the midst of here because what you're basically saying
it's our legal system.
Yeah, as long as you have the right lawyer who can make the right argument about the right thing, who gets the right amount of dough, you can get away scot-free. What are we doing?
Well,
if I'm Texas Tech, I'm going, all right, well, you're just flat out not playing. We're putting you on the bench now because even if the NCAA isn't the one to suspend you, I can't trust that you will do the right thing when it comes to putting our team in the best position because you've already wrecked that trust.
I'll buy what you're selling right there because I agree with you. If Texas Tech decides to put him back on the field, that's on Texas Tech.
Yes.
So, I mean, the court system here is just saying, if for a temporary injunction, they're saying, let's pause here for a second. Let's make sure we have all the facts before we get some kind of ruling on this. And then they're saying that there's reason to look further into the situation. So but this is due process. This is about living in the United States. So I can't really be mad at the courts. I can't be mad at the NCAA because they wanted him out. So I agree with that. But I do think Texas Tech has to look themselves in the mirror and go, we got a guy that's gambling on his own game. This is why I wanted the Browns to have nothing to do with him.
Same here.
Nothing. Did we not learn anything from Art Schlichter? Did we not? Did we not learn anything there? And, I just don't understand how you could put him out on the field knowing that all of this is going on. Yeah, so maybe you get him to the point where you give him the opportunity because, we are the land of second chances too, where you can 100% agree that he has his addiction under control. I have friends that are alcoholics that they know that's what they are and they will be that, and they're doing their best every day to avoid their demons. And we know that gambling is the same way. It's all in moderation, but not when you're playing. Not when you could have a direct effect on the outcome of the game. And maybe we're being Pollyannic about this whole thing because we want to believe, well, you play for the integrity of the game.
But it even makes
me play for this. But the fact that it was even considered here of all places that the Browns would be super interested in Brendan Sorsby was just like, we look like we're going in this direction where everything is they're trying to learn from the mistakes of the past about bringing players in for their football merits and not about their headlines around the game. That situation and our franchise seemed like it would be in the future. So every time I would hear Sorsby's name, I'm like, wait a second. I mean, we're arguing about a guy who is not the premier quarterback in football, in college football, and we're talking about bringing in a guy that has serious issues. Like, press conferences are going to start with, hey, you just realized you brought in a guy that was in trouble in college for gambling on his own sport. What are we doing here?
But I also somewhat blame the NCAA for the fact that they're giving him a 2-game penalty when clearly they had the power to give him more. Clearly the power was there.
How much more, though? How much more could they have given him if he got
I would have sat him for the year.
Yeah, but they gave
at least.
But they had to get a temporary injunction here.
Right. I understand that, but at least put on there something. The fact that then you're going to go, okay, well, here's this 2-game penalty for what took place. You mean to tell me something that has kept Pete Rose out of the Hall of Fame his entire life, that has completely...
Well, he's good now.
Right, the Black Sox scandal on top of that, of Shoeless Joe and everything else, and countless other things. We're in the midst of a Terry Rozier situation with the FBI in the midst of it.
How about our closer?
Yeah, our closer and starting pitcher. We're in the midst of all this stuff where these guys are going to jail for the gambling that's involved in the possibility of throwing certain aspects. Here we have someone who's betting on his own team and he gets a 2-game suspension. I'm sorry, that's garbage. That's hogwash. What are we doing? Like, the minute your professional sports turn into WWE, where people are questioning more than just, this game is fixed, the minute you begin to question that, you lose integrity, you lose eyeballs, and you lose everything that you've built. The minute this becomes WWE, where people believe that the outcomes are predetermined, you're toast. What you've done right here is open up the door. This is a joke. This is embarrassing.
WWE seems to be sold out all the time. I don't know if you've noticed that or not. 216-474-0092. Brendan Sorsby, we have a ruling on this. A temporary injunction means that he is... Now, let me make sure I got this right. Temporary injunction means he is heading back to college, and he will sit the first 2 games of the year because he's got an NCAA suspension over 2 games.
Insanity.
All right, your chance to talk about it when we come back. 216-474-0092. If you wanted him on the Browns, tell me why, as I just don't get it. FanDuel is giving you better payouts on same-game.
segments from all our shows and can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. You heard the Brendan Sorsby story that just kind of broke while we were on the air here that according to the courts now, the Texas A&M quarterback will be able to play college football this season. And he will be suspended for the first 2 games of the year. There was talk. I wonder if he still could. He still could apply for the. Could he still apply for the NFL supplemental draft?
I think Meredith had in an update that she had that part of the agreement or whatever injunction is that he is not going to.
Yeah, that was in a tweet from Ian Rappaport saying that he's not eligible for the supplemental draft. So if he wants to, the earliest draft he'll be eligible for is the 2027.
Yeah, okay. All right. So and I wonder if that was a part of the arrangement then for the injunction. I don't know if that's. I don't know how that. I'll be honest. I've watched a bunch of legal shows and. It was all state and mock trial, but I still can't help you. And that was about 20-some or 40-some years ago. 40 years ago. Oh, my God.
I know. Every so often things happen, and I end up looking myself in the mirror and going, boy, these grades really do make sense, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
All of a sudden, like, that kind of hits you there. This is insanity. Like, I am infuriated for athletics in general that this has taken place. And it's not even the college side of it. It's all of them. Because you've now set a precedent. You've now opened the door.
You have to help me out with a part of it. And again, if you want to hop in on this conversation, knock yourself out. 216-474-0092. Why is it worse that he was using other people to gamble rather than making the bets himself?
Because he knew what he was doing was wrong. And he knew it enough that he needed to hide it. That's the reason. Because if you know what you're doing is wrong and then you're hiding it on top of it, like, at that point, there should have been a conversation to shut this down. At that point, there should have been a consequence that came with it. He knew. That's the problem I have, you can't even claim like, oh, well, I wasn't 100% sure because I wasn't playing and I was the 7th string or whatever he was at Indiana. He knew what he was doing was wrong, and he had to hide it because he knew it was wrong. And we could argue it's because he had a problem and he needed help. And I'm glad that he got the help, and I hope it sticks with him. But there are some things that you cannot do that there's no coming back from. And gambling on sports is one of them. The whole thing.
As an athlete.
As an athlete. Yeah. As an athlete and gambling on your particular team, I should say as well. Mm-hmm. Because we are going to find ourselves in a position probably starting, this year, where every single kid who is going to be finding his way into professional sports has a gambling app on his phone. If it's not already there now, it's going to happen then. But the one rule that has been set forever is you do not gamble on your own sport because it brings into question outcomes. And the minute that the outcomes become questioned, they become predetermined in the eyes of fans and you lose people. This is the problem with all this stuff. And it ticks me off even farther that I sat there last week and watched Nick Saban in front of Congress going, I support this bill that we're in the midst of right now because the transfer portal and players getting paid and all that stuff is death to college athletics. This is death to college athletics. This has more of an impact than these players getting paid. This right here is going to have more repercussions to it than anything that happens in the transfer portal. You could be mildly annoyed at the fact that you don't know who your team's quarterback is or where he came from before. This brings into question if your team's quarterback is all in on your team succeeding or if he's got money going the other direction.
All right, I'm going to play devil's advocate on you for 1 second, okay? And here's what I'm going to say, that we've seen these gambling stories before, right? Plenty of them. 1 here or 2 here in our own hometown.
And what happened with those guys?
They're done.
Bye.
What's it done to the game, though?
Take it easy.
What's it done to the game?
it has put a limelight that now every time you bring up last season with the Cleveland Guardians, a part of it is the fact that these guys were tipping pitches, and who knows how far this goes.
Well, I mean, look, the Houston Astros, while they weren't gambling, they were cheating on pitches that were coming in.
And they have a black mark on them the entire time. Alex Bregman gets booed everywhere that he goes. Jose Altuve gets booed. We're about to find out as these guys go into the Hall of Fame.
I mean, did
Carlos
that change
Beltran
the game?
got canned because he was a part of it as the manager of the Mets at the time.
Okay, so you're talking about 3 people taking the punishment for this.
See, I think Cora got banned.
Did it change the game? That's what I'm asking. And I'm not arguing with you to argue. What I am saying is we all get into a big huff when the situation happens. And how could this happen? And why did this happen to this player? And blah, 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 blah. And we get really fired up when we have to say, this is the end of it. No one's ever going to watch this again. How can you trust this? But yet, fans still come back.
I'm not there.
Yeah.
But I'm saying what you have done now is you have started to make the snowball. I'm not saying the snowball has rolled down the hill. I am not saying any of those things. But right now, you have grabbed a handful of snow. That's what I'm saying. And they need to put the kibosh on this ASAP to make sure that this does not roll down the hill. Because, again, we've watched it. There's a reason why soccer leagues have crumbled into the dirt. And it's because all of a sudden, this stuff started happening of match fixing and everything else that has happened. You need to cut this off before it starts. And what you have done with this ruling and the way the NCAA has handled it and the way that Texas Tech is handling it right now tells me that they are okay with grabbing a handful of snow and are starting to turn it into a ball.
It's interesting you bring this up, too, because it was I noticed this first at, state basketball for boys or girls this year? For the boys. I missed the girls this year. It's the first time in like 10 years ago. And Ohio High School Athletic Association started running these ads during that. And I was at state track for a good part of the weekend. And these ads run constantly because there is big concern about gaming. It changed the game. Ohio is the initiative for responsible gaming. But they talk about, and there's a press release that has the exact words. I mean, they must have made this announcement 4 or 5 times during a 2.5-hour track meet, saying that today's youth are exposed to everyday activities like video games, fantasy sports, and card games. There are real consequences for youth who engage in betting, and they're more likely to neglect their studies, increase risk for substance abuse and delinquency, and end up with emotional stress and depression. And then they have this partnership there, but it is a straight ad directed to any young athlete that's in any of their venues during their events where they have the opportunity to do the announcements about gaming and how concerned they are about high school athletes in particular. Now you're talking about it with a college athlete who was knocking on the door to maybe perhaps being in the NFL supplemental draft. Like, I don't know, how do you fix this? You don't put this. Yeah, you don't put it back.
Now this is a
genie's
reference
not going
point.
back in the bottle.
This is a reference point of anybody else who gets busted. Because now you can use this court case as your defense. This is the problem with this. Is the slippery slope we are in the midst of.
Let me take a couple phone calls. Jay's in Westlake on this. Hi, Jay. Jay, you there? I got a lock on my phone here, I think.
Uh-oh.
Let me, I can't even do anything. I'm frozen. Can you hit Jay?
Maybe I can. Hang on. Let me see if I can do it.
There you go.
Jay, what's up, man?
Hey, Jay, how are you?
Sorry about that.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
loud and clear, dude.
Okay, good. Hey, I got to tell you, I honestly thought when there was talk of supplemental draft that bad for the Browns, no pun intended. The question is if he goes back to college, has an elite season, he's still got all those same issues. Are you comfortable with the Browns taking him? Let's say he's on par with.
So Jay, here's what I said.
No way.
I'll stand back by. I'll stand by what I said before. We are a country about giving second chances, are we not? And part of this, injunction is rehabilitation. Correct? I want to make sure that and getting help for this.
I don't legalese good, so I can't tell you with certainty. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, well that's what we had heard. One of the reports said that. Look, I mean, if this guy can prove, at least for the next year, if he can not only play football and go back and not only, realize what he did was wrong, betting on his own sport, but also getting the help that he desperately needs. And then if you want to go the extra mile, make sure that you're spreading the word to younger athletes and saying, this is stupid. I almost screwed up my entire life, and I'm unbelievably blessed to have another chance to do this. So I could look at it again in a year. I could.
No way. He's done. Get him as far away from any team I care about as possible.
And again, I appreciate that, and I would tell you, I think that I really hope this kid does get his life back together, but he's an addict. And we
Agree.
know that addicts are all just one bad day away from relapse. So could you ever really be confident that this kid wouldn't fall off the wagon? He could be, straight as an arrow for a year, 2 years, 5 years, but somewhere down the line, if things go badly for him, he's an addict. And again, that would bother me.
Okay. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate it.
And being a professional athlete it's not, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. Being a professional athlete is not a God-given right that you have to have. It requires people to employ you at any point to do such things. So that's what also ticks me off, is because it's the one rule. A judge has announced this. You have this injunction, which, hey, fine, great, all that kind of stuff. But it's going to take a lot of owners and a lot of people to all look at each other and say, no, we're not doing this. We're not going down this road.
Kevin, Cuyahoga Falls. Kev, what's up, man?
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Well.
Man, Dan, you're fired up, man. You're really bringing it today.
He is.
Wow. Whew. Hey, listen, I blame the NCAA for it. This is their own fault. This is a stew of crow pie of their own making. And basically, they should have gotten ahead of all this stuff. I'm talking NIL, portal, everything, way ahead of time. And they were the three monkeys, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil kind of thing. And they just thought, the good old boy network was going to go on forever. Unfortunately for them, the students decided, hey, you know what, I can go to court and sue your butt and win, and they did. And still the NCAA is, hear no evil, see no evil. They're still not being a lead and organizing this and being the lead and putting rules in place and whatnot. So, all of this is their own fault because, and Dan, listen, I get your righteous indignation. I totally hear where you're coming from. But without like some collective bargaining agreement or something like that, really, what is the NCAA's recourse versus then? Let's say my son puts a bet. He's a college student, right? Let's say he puts a bet on, on whatever, one of the betting apps. Let's say he does that, right?
Kevin,
what's the difference between him and a player legally, though, right? Because
I'm with you. It's part of the problem that I've had from the very beginning with the NCAA and their solution of being save us, Congress. We can't figure out how to govern this nonsense ourselves. Please help me, Congress. Save us. You're our only hope. It's been my biggest flaw with that and why I thought they were so absurd for that being their idea when they knew all this crap was coming for 40 years. This is insane. I can't believe we are in a spot where a guy is going to gamble on his own team and get a 2-game suspension and have everybody go, okay, we're all good now. He had an injunction, 2-game suspension. He's okay. No way.
All right, so the latest on Brendan Sorsby being released early this morning that the judge has granted a temporary restraining order in the situation, which means he will play NCAA football this year, meaning you're not going to see him in the supplemental draft. And he will be suspended for the first 2 games of the season at Texas Tech. Your thoughts, your reaction, knowing, and Dan has laid out, what he did and how he got himself into this position. And then I thought that last caller or 2 callers ago made a great point. Look, if he gets his stuff together a year from now, then should the Browns be looking at him? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps 92.3. The Fan. Dan Mennigan is in today for Jeff.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Browns minicamp gets underway tomorrow. Listen to 92.3 The Fan for all the latest news in Berea.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Browns mandatory minicamp this week. Big week last week with a huge trade. We didn't get a chance to talk to him about that. Or did we talk to him about it last week?
I don't believe so. I think it happened after.
No, so our good friend Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram, BrownZone.com, is with us right now on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Here he is, Scott Petrak. Hi, Scott. Scott, how are you?
What's up, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We are good. I don't know. Did you catch the Brendan Sorsby news that just hit in the last hour?
Yeah, I was driving, so I listened to you guys talk about it.
Yeah, I just your thoughts on that?
I'm still grumpy, Scott.
Yeah, I'm scared of him right now.
Yeah, I don't understand the ruling necessarily. I think the Browns and probably most teams are better off staying away from him. We heard Todd Monken last week at the golf outing. He didn't want anything to do with him, and I don't know if the rest of the organization felt that way or not, but I think this probably is good for the kid, gives him another year, right, to prove that he's got it figured out and he's not going to be a problem. But I just feel like right now, if you took him in the supplemental, if he'd been able to come out, there's a lot of things that could go wrong there.
Scott, with the knowledge that you have on the Brendan Sorsby situation, is that someone do you think the Browns would have any interest in whatsoever, or do you think what has come out about gambling with proxies, gambling on his own team, all of that kind of stuff would make him someone, maybe not even the Browns, let's just say big picture NFL, would deem untouchable?
That's a great question. I know, I'm confident that a bunch of teams would have stayed away. I think the Browns would have, just having heard Todd Monken talk about it. I don't think Andrew Berry would have saddled his coach with a guy that, Monken had such strong feelings about. Not the guy, but the issue. I know how tied in all these sports leagues are now to gambling, but that's like the one scandal that's really difficult for an organization to digest and live with and manage. And if it's your starting quarterback, there would just be too many questions for me. Now, I'm sure the calculus changes at some point if it's a fifth-round pick or seventh-round pick and you think the kid's a top 10 pick, that changes things. But I think the vast majority of NFL teams would have stayed away.
The other part of this, too, for me, because every time we're bringing his name up with the Browns was, why would the Browns want to get involved in more drama? That, to me, that just doesn't make any sense.
Well, because you're looking for a quarterback. I mean, that's the only reason, right? And we saw what they did in 2022. There was plenty of drama there, and they thought Deshaun Watson was the guy that was going to put him over the hump. And, obviously they're not the same situations, but teams do bend a lot of rules and bend over backward if you think the quarterback can be a franchise quarterback. So, I mean, to me, it's as simple as that. Not that the Browns would have, but if any team would have, including the Browns, that's why, because you think the kid's extremely talented and, can you get your head around, he can figure it out, or it was because he was 18 and 19 and when he grows up it won't be an issue, whatever, all those things. That's the reason.
Scott Petrak joining us on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Scott, do you think there has been a change in some of the drafting philosophy and also player acquisition philosophy inside of the Cleveland Browns organization? It just seems like character is, for lack of a better way to put this, is starting to matter a little bit more from the outside looking in.
Yeah, I don't know. I get where you're going. And, when we listened to Jimmy Haslam, it really stood out to me when he talked in the hallway, in the lobby of team headquarters when they fired Kevin Stefanski last year. And he talked about all the good things Andrew Berry had done, why he was keeping Andrew, and rattled off all these moves he'd made. Malik Collins and the Greg Newsome trade for Tyson Campbell. And he kept saying Malik's a good guy, and Tyson Campbell's a good guy, and all the draft picks are good guys. And first of all, I get a little iffy when somebody says that because you don't necessarily know. You don't know anybody, let alone a 22-year-old kid, right? Is he really a good guy? Is something going to pop up? Obviously there was a situation with Quinshon Judkins that, I'm sure they thought he was a great guy. And I'm not saying he wasn't, and we know what happened with the, legally. But my point is, Jimmy Haslam has made it a focus. Now, I don't know if that's going to keep the Browns away from, getting guys with some character issues. I think that's just part of the game. But Jimmy Haslam likes to point out that these are good guys, and he likes to talk about character. So there might have been some leanings or some changes in the philosophy. But I just get wary about getting carried away with it because you know how the league works and society works. Tomorrow we could be talking about a guy that people have called a good guy being in some kind of trouble. That's just what happens.
All right, let's go back and talk about the good stuff here. The trade. Okay, Myles Garrett, Jared Verse, just your initial reaction to the trade.
Yeah, I was surprised. We talked before we went down last week, and I knew there was a chance it could happen. I think I put it like 70-30 it wouldn't happen just because the Browns have been so adamant about it not happening. And I didn't believe you could get quality or equal value for a player that's a Hall of Fame caliber player like Myles, and I just don't think you usually get. And I think you never get equal value back, so it's difficult for me to think about trading somebody like that. Mm-hmm. But I did think, and we talked about it last week, if you're going to do it, you had to get a young pass rusher back, and that's what they got. And then they got 3 draft picks. Now the draft picks are going to, I would expect, to be at the bottom of rounds. They're spread out over the coming years. So this is obviously a trade for the future. And Andrew Berry talked about short-term and long-term benefits. And I don't think you can make this trade, and Andrew Berry wouldn't have made this trade without Jared Verse. Right? It gives you a chance to have a really good defense still this year at a premium position. So I think that was a must, and I think Jared Verse is a really good player. But for this trade to be, I think, a success for the Browns, Jared Verse has to be like a top 4 defensive end in the league. He needs to be a multiple-time All-Pro, because I think the draft picks are going to be low enough that the guys you get or the trades that help you make aren't going to be enough. It's going to have to be about Jared Verse at that position being an absolute stud. And I know he's off to a great start with the Rams, and I like what I watch on film, but it's going to have to continue. He's going to have to get better. He's going to have to add, some pieces to his pass rush puzzle and add some, complementary moves. And I think he can. And the character stuff's supposed to be great on him, and he works hard and all those things. So there's a chance, but he is going to have to be a great player, in my estimation, for it to be worth trading Myles Garrett, because you're not getting better this year by not having Myles. You're probably not going to be better in 2027 because it's a late first-round draft pick, I'm assuming. So this trade is, again, about the future, and I get that, but as the Browns are trying to straddle this win now and prepare and keep an eye on the future, getting rid of Myles Garrett makes it, I think, more difficult to win right now.
Mandatory minicamp this week out in Berea. Scott, where do we sit on the quarterback competition?
I think it's pretty even, and I struggle to read too much into any one of these practices in May and June with no pads, and until this week, a lot of guys not there. But you've seen both quarterbacks, I would say, have their ups and downs. I think Deshaun Watson's looked better in some of the practices we've been out there for. We haven't been out there for all of them. And last week, I thought Shedeur Sanders looked better, clearly better, than Deshaun Watson in that practice. And we've talked about it on here, guys. I think it makes all the sense in the world to go with Shedeur Sanders, right? Younger, potential, under contract, cheap contract. We've seen Deshaun Watson get hurt too many times. I think if it's close, you go with the young guy in Shedeur Sanders, and that's where I feel they are right now. And Todd Monken said as much last week. Just from day to day, he changes on who he thinks is in the lead. So I fully expect this to go to training camp, this competition to go to training camp, and I don't think it's going to be like 3 days into training camp, that you're going to have a week or two and joint practices and maybe even some preseason game or two before the decision is made. And I think the fact that Shedeur Sanders, let's say he's closed the gap, for lack of a better term, I think it's a good sign for him. And I think organizationally, I would lean toward Shedeur Sanders if it stays that way. And the fact that he's young and in a new system and is showing that progress, I would think the Browns would have optimism that that progress would continue once you get to training camp, and he will look even better than he has for the 2 months of the offseason program.
Scott, I'm going to throw history at you here. It's just food for thought, okay? Go back and think about last year when we thought the quarterback situation in the room was going to look like when the season started, and it flipped. Like, wait, how did we get to, Gabriel starting? And there's a part of me that wonders if they get into camp here and they see something else becomes available, could they flip? How committed do you think they are to where they are? I know they say they're committed right now to where they're at in this quarterback competition, but would it surprise you, and that's more the question, would it surprise you if it's somebody else leading this team to start the season next year?
Like if they went outside the organization to find their starting quarterback for week 1 this September?
Yeah.
Yes, I would be stunned.
Okay. All right.
I just think, the reason for that, Andy, is I thought they would do that in March, and they didn't. So if you didn't do it in March, April, May, June, what's going to change? Unless you just look at both these guys, Shedeur and Deshaun, and go, they can't do it. But I don't feel that's where they are.
Just throwing it out there. Food for thought. Because you never know what's going to happen with this team. That's the thing.
Well, you don't. And I don't know what that option would be. Do you circle back to Mac Jones, who I'm pretty sure signed an extension with the 49ers? Like, I don't know what that, I guess Anthony Richardson would be out there.
That was the name that was kind of floating around in my head, was Anthony Richardson.
I like the idea of him months ago, but I don't think the Browns are in the same thinking as I am.
Or me. Or Jeff, for sure.
Oh, without question.
Oh, my God. Jeff would go crazy if they got Anthony. He'd be the happiest guy in town.
Oh, I think we would have to, I think he would faint. We'd have to fan him off.
Yeah.
I always thought that was appealing, but they could have got him, right? It wouldn't have been hard to get him out of Indianapolis. And as far as I know, the Browns didn't make any effort to do that.
Scott, is there anything else in minicamp that fans should be keeping an eye on? Any other position battles we're not thinking of?
Yeah. Well, I don't know so much position battle. Well, the offensive line, right? Still, Todd said last week that it's going to go into training camp, and he knows 4 of the starters. He feels good about 4 of them, but we don't know the 5th guy. And the 5th guy is going to determine if Elton Jenkins plays center or right guard. Right? If it's Parker Brailsford who wins the center job, then Elton Jenkins will play right guard. If they need Jenkins to be the center, then they got to find a right guard. So however that works. So you got to keep an eye on that. To me, what bears watching is if they feel the need to go get another defensive end. And I know that you obviously brought in Verse to take Miles' place. But I thought even with Miles, they were a guy short at that position. And I think Andrew Berry will spend these next 3 days. I know he's done it the entire offseason program, but we're really spending the next 2 days in minicamp studying that end group and saying, okay, can one of the young guys emerge and be that 4th pass rusher we need? Or maybe it's Julian Okwara, the veteran. Is he that guy? Or do you take the break and, for the 6 weeks off and go look for somebody to come in? Because you have Verse and Alex Wright and Isaiah McGuire. And then I feel you have question marks. And I also think those guys are real similar in how they rush. They're physical rushers. I wouldn't mind seeing a speed guy who can get around the corner. I think that would complement the group of pass rushers they have right now.
Scott, where do you think we sit on, and Scott Petrak joining us from the Chronicle Telegram. You can read him at brownzone.com. So Denzel Ward saying he wants to stay here. He doesn't want to go anywhere. This is home. How likely do you think it is that Denzel Ward is here, let's say, to start the season?
I think it's almost guaranteed that he's here to start the season. And the reason I say that is they don't have somebody to step into his role. Now, he hasn't been there all off-season program. I'm watching D'Angelo Ross, and this is not, I'm not trying to take shots at D'Angelo Ross, but he's not Denzel Ward. And he's giving up plays in OTAs, and I'm thinking to myself, man, they missed Denzel. So I think if they're going to try to have the top 5 defense is their plan, that requires Denzel Ward to be here. And I don't think you can get another starting cornerback that caliber before the season if you get rid of Denzel. So I just don't see it happening. What I could see is that the Browns start off really poorly and somebody makes the Browns an offer they can't refuse before the trade deadline, and you're not going to go to the playoffs, and Denzel's going to be 30 and he's going to have 1 year left on his contract and probably want a new contract, then I could see a scenario, but I don't see it before the start of the season.
I don't know. Did you get a chance to read the stuff that Wyatt Teller was talking about over the weekend too, and save tread on the target?
Yeah, I listened to that clip.
Yeah. So what do you think of that? And just, I mean, it's just the whole notion of, Teller had such a good run here. His family had a good run here, and then at the end, it turned a little bitter.
Yeah, it certainly did sour. My first thought is Wyatt Teller says all kinds of stuff, right? I mean, he always did, and that was one of the things I liked about him. I like talking to him. He always give you something. I think it's a little sad. I don't know if that's the right word, but that it ended like that because he was beloved and he was so good, and that offensive line was so good. I don't know if inside the organization he acted like the offensive line was. They thought that was the reason for all the things that go wrong. I don't know if Andrew Berry thought that way. I never got that impression. Andrew Berry thought that offensive line would continue to be good, and it got old in a hurry, and I think that's on Andrew Berry. But it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what Wyatt Teller does. Does he bounce back to where he was a couple of years ago, a Pro Bowl, All-Pro type of guy? Or because he hasn't played as well, especially last year. He would admit it. He didn't play as well. He's had some injuries. Is he able to find a bounce back, or is this just the next step in the end of a career, which is natural? But I think he's hoping that he can put that off for a while.
Mike Hall got banged up at one of the OTAs. Anything to be concerned about?
No, I asked Mike that on Saturday at the Denzel Ward softball game, and he said he's fine. He's going back to wearing the brace on that right knee, and he said he's good to go. He practiced last week, looked pretty full to me after, limping off the week before. So there must be some instability in that knee that they think, him wearing the brace takes care of that and he's able to perform.
Did you get to swing the bat at all at the softball game?
No, but this is the first year in 35 years that I haven't played softball, so I kind of missed it.
Oh, man.
Oh,
I know. Where was the retirement party?
Yeah, I didn't see it. We'll have one for you here. We'll do it when we're out at camp. We'll have a retirement.
We'll
bring you a cupcake. How's that sound?
Right. We can have it at Dover Gardens. They were our sponsor at the end.
There you go.
Beautiful.
Now you're good. It's always
we'll do
good
it
to
there,
play
and then we'll do it at the 19th hole as well. It'll be a good time.
Yeah, it's way more fun there, isn't it? Scott, thank you. Of course, we're reading you all the time, Chronicle Telegram, and, of course, BrownZone.com. We always appreciate you. Thanks, man.
You're the man. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Scott Petrak giving us a lowdown on all that. On the Weishart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll digest and talk about a little bit about what Scott had to say. Also, Anthony Castrovince is going to join us in the noon hour, talk a little Guardians baseball with him. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan with Dan Mennigan.
make it right. Call Kyle Wright. If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find us right there on YouTube, including our morning show, The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday on the Fan's 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel today for free and get all our best content from the favorite shows and, of course, everything we've done in between on demand right now. Daryl's going to be doing a bunch of good stuff during camps. All sorts of recaps and that stuff will be on YouTube. And we've got some other things in store, too, that'll be specifically to YouTube. So keep an eye on it there. Make sure you subscribe so all that stuff gets pushed right to you.
He is Dan Mennigan. I'm Andy Baskin. Jeff has the day off today. He'll be back with us a little bit later in the week. We had a couple days off last week, so both of us did. So he's returning the favor. You think that's what he's doing?
I think that's what it is.
He was probably like grumpy when we walked out of here Friday. He's like, those guys got the last 2 days off. I'm taking the next couple
I'm
days
taking
off.
Time off to heck with those
That's
two.
it, man. I'm carrying the heavy load here by myself, and I'm all blah, 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 blah. Anyway, we've talked about Denzel Ward. We've talked about Brendan Sorsby. And then we started talking about something with Scott Petrak I found to be really interesting. And it's Wyatt Teller, as you know. Wyatt's over in Houston now. And on Friday, he talked about his time with the Browns and then getting acclimated with the Texans. Listen.
In all honesty, got a little complacent. You get used to a city, you get used to your routine, everything like that. But at the same time, it kind of refired me up. End of the year last year, I'm not going to throw away 6 years that they treated me unbelievable for, 6 months of indifference or whatever. So I still have no ill will to anybody there. But I felt like they kind of blamed it on the offensive line, which don't get me wrong, did we play at our standard? We were the top 5 offensive line for so long and then to kind of drop off. But there were so much issues, you can't point at one thing. But that being said, it kind of fired me up coming into this offseason, training as hard as I've trained in a long time, kind of getting body fat down, getting weight up, getting back to strength. Coach Eubanks here is unbelievable. We had a great strength coach in Cleveland and Larry Jackson, but Mike Eubanks here is the real deal. The way we practice, you kind of have to train extremely hard, not only be strong, but also be in condition. I feel like there were some things that I did in the past that just wasn't in condition as well as I could, trying to tread on the tires, but at the end of the day, you don't want to take anything for granted. You don't want to be like, hey, I'm saving it for next year, saving next year, when there could be no next year. And that kind of fired me up a little bit this year.
What'd you think of that?
I thought it was a guy who kind of told you as close to the truth as you're going to get until somebody decides to write the tell-all book. That's what I took away from that. I think you got a guy there who is kind of hinting that, the offensive line took some beating, but there were a lot of other things that are going on. And I don't know what those things are. But now I'm more interested to poke and prod to try to figure out what those things were that truly caused last season to go south. And I think we could all throw out a couple guesses. Quarterback situation being one of them. Your head coach at the time not exactly being over the moon when one of those quarterbacks was moved.
Mm-hmm.
I think we could point to a couple of those that would answer that question. But that's what I took from it, is some things happened last season that haven't come out yet.
You're looking at a brand new offensive line going into next season. You just drafted the last piece that kind of moved Jawad Jones back into the role of next guy in, back to backup, maybe perhaps for a rookie that you drafted very high in the NFL draft in Spencer Fano. And you're also looking at a brand new offensive line. I can't say it enough. It's like the what is it? The all J offensive line, Jenkins, Johnson, right?
It's a law firm.
Yeah, it's Jenkins,
Jenkins, and Johnson.
At the offensive line of Jenkins, and Johnson, we'll protect you.
Oh, see, you've got this down.
I hope so.
That does sound like a law firm.
I don't know. Maybe I just created a T-shirt for somebody.
I don't know. It should count for something.
Somebody hop on that. If these guys play well.
Have all three of them do the bad lawyer point where they look serious as well.
Oh, that would be funny.
We protect you.
Do you not have any money? Well, let's make something up. Because at the law firm of Jenkins, and Johnson, we'll make sure you have money in your pocket. How's that sound?
Do you want to gamble on your own sports team in the state of Texas?
Stop. Just stop right there.
All the law firm of Jenkins, and Johnson.
So, and then you've also got Titus Howard. So he's going to have to change his name to Joward or something.
I am petrified beyond belief at this offensive line.
You do realize it's the 4 J's if DeJuan Jones is out there, too.
That does. That counts even more. This line scares me. And I'm going to be scared of this line until I see it in week 1.
Thank you.
And the reason I feel that way is because you should not overhaul your entire offensive line in an offseason. And I know it worked for the Bears. It very much feels like, were you ever an Arrested Development watcher?
A little bit. I watched a little bit. By the way, if they play Jerry Jeudy and Quinshon Judkins, it's almost the entire all-J offense.
We'll call Sebastian Janikowski as well and see if you can get him to kick. I can't believe that's the first J name that popped into my head, but that's where we are. So there's this great line that's in there where two of the characters who are married and on the rocks with their marriage, the one is a therapist, and he looks at the woman and goes, maybe we should try an open relationship. And she says, does that work? And he goes, not really, but it could work for us. And that's how I've always felt about the Browns offensive line and replacing all 5 guys. You shouldn't do it. Could it work? Yeah. Does it? Not really, but it could work for us. It worked for the Bears. I don't know if that means it's going to work for you. That's my fear with this, is that the offensive line, there's going to be so little cohesion because everybody's walking into camp right now shaking hands and going, hi, how are you? Good to see you. Nice to meet you. And have no idea what the strengths are, what the weaknesses are, what the best way of communication is, who can kind of cover for a couple other people. And there had been so much cohesion for so long on that offensive line, and it's why it was as good as it was, that now we're in the spot where we've got 5 guys all going, hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. Yeah, I came from the Chargers. Where'd you come from? Like, that's tough.
Hello,
that's a tough way to live life. Do you see it that way, Andy, or am I off base?
No, I'm very, very concerned about the offensive line. And it's not to say that their playing ability isn't that of guys that can maintain and keep the course going straight, I guess, or be able to block or be able to do this or that. It's just the newness of the whole thing, right? You can't put yourself in a position where you have 5 new offensive linemen that have, and I'll say it like I've always been saying it, that have never danced together. I mean, you're going to step on each other's toes. So I also figured out that they could bring in Josh Johnson, Mac Jones, Lamar Jackson, or Daniel Jones.
Okay, I'm in for Lamar Jackson. Figure out how we can get that trade to fulfill the law firm and then B, have the best quarterback available.
I just want a team that has 11 guys on the field whose last name all starts with J.
I just really want to watch Lamar Jackson in a brown and orange helmet.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that too.
I'm a really big fan of that. That could be fun.
I don't have a problem.
I could look forward to Sundays if Lamar Jackson was wearing a brown and orange helmet.
All right, there were a bunch of other things that happened over the weekend that I want to talk about with you too. You were at a couple things this weekend, man. You had a Sportsapalooza.
Yeah, we had a weekend. It was a lot of fun.
I had a little bit of a Sportsapalooza, but not anywhere near as much fun as you did. NBA Finals, Memorial Tournament. Man, Columbus was the center of the universe. Oh, by the way, there was a big soccer game in town too. I didn't really know a whole lot about that, but that's all right. All right, we'll get to that in a second. 216-474-0092. Dan is in for Jeff today, and we are rolling right along. Back right after this.
The NCAA has released a statement regarding the ruling in the Sorsby case. The NCAA strongly disagrees with the court's ruling in the Sorsby case and is deeply concerned about the damaging, far-reaching, and broadly destabilizing ramifications of this outcome, which undermines and corrupts the integrity of sports. The NCAA is committed to supporting student-athlete mental health, but must continue to aggressively defend against actions that defraud college athletics and threaten competitive integrity, such as betting on one's own sport. That is a statement from the NCAA regarding the ruling in the Brendan Sorsby case.
And that was just released. We'll talk more about that when we come back in a second. Let's talk about cabinets. Man, that sounds a lot better than all the other stuff we've been talking about, huh? Maybe you're thinking about new cabinets in that kitchen. Maybe you're thinking about cabinets somewhere else in your house. And you're like, man, I really want to get quality, professional grade.
spoke to the media at his celebrity softball game and said he still wants to be with the Browns, even though they traded Myles Garrett last week. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's Dan Mennigan. I'm Andy Baskin, Meredith Kane, making sure you're up to speed on everything that's going on in the world of sports today with those 2020s. She is making sure we stay on the straight and narrow as well. 216-474-0092. That is the number to call. Anthony Castrovince is going to join us at 12:20, so about a half hour away from talking to him. There are a million things going on in sports. That what happened over the weekend, the NBA Finals, Memorial Tournament. There was all kinds of high school stuff going on, too. We're going to get to some of that a little bit later in the show. I do want to kind of dig into the breaking news of what's going on today. Why don't you lay it out for us, Dan?
Yeah, so more and more information, it's finding its way out. So Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports has a really good timeline for those of you who want to keep up on everything that has been coming out. He's now saying that the NCAA is certain to appeal this decision. For now, the injunction prevents the NCAA from prohibiting Sorsby from practicing, playing, or otherwise participating on Texas Tech's football team for the 2026 season. So it sounds like the NCAA is going to appeal. Sorsby attorney Jeffrey Kessler had a statement to Yahoo Sports saying, quote, "This is just a result. He will continue in treatment, devote himself to his team, and educating others about the dangers of gambling addiction, and there is no damage to the competitive integrity of NCAA games." The NCAA released a statement. We just read that a little bit ago, saying they strongly disagree with the court's ruling in the Sorsby case, deeply concerned about the damaging, far-reaching, and broadly destabilizing ramifications of this outcome as well. Now, this is interesting, Andy. Help me figure this out. So Ross has this as a statement from Texas Tech booster and board chair Cody Campbell. "This unfortunate situation is the outcome of a broken system. I'm doing everything I can to fix it, but until there is a permanent solution, Texas Tech and its student athletes have to do the best they can to navigate and compete amid the chaos that exists in the reality of the world we live in." What does that mean? That to me is just nothing more than a word salad. I am utterly confused by, like, if you put this out, why did you put anything out to begin with? This is just nothing.
This is from who?
So this is from the Texas Tech booster and board chair. So the board chair of Texas Tech, Cody Campbell, saying this is an unfortunate situation, or this unfortunate situation is the outcome of a broken system. I'm doing everything I can to fix it, but until there is a permanent solution, Texas Tech and its student athletes have to do the best they can to navigate and compete amid the chaos that exists in the reality of the world they live in. This is, you would have better off saying nothing.
Yeah, why did they say that? That was silly.
That's just air. That is air that says to everybody out there, what has happened with Brendan Sorsby is bad, but he's also really good at football. And it's really nice to have a quarterback who's good at football, but that's bad. But if football, how do I thread this needle? I know, I'll just put out this gargantuan word salad, and everybody can look at it and go, huh? Okay. Just say nothing. This whole thing angers me to my core.
Well, aren't you waiting to hear what is it? Joey McGuire is their head coach at Texas Tech. I think that's the right coach.
Oh goodness, I don't even know.
I want to hear what he has to say, because ultimately, if he wants to be the keeper of what is right and what's ethical, you would not put him on the field.
Yeah,
he's already suspended for the first 2 games.
So here's the problem that I have with this as well. So
do you think he's going to do what? I mean, he's going to play him. There's no way he's not going to, right? If he's the best quarterback they have on that roster, they're going to play him, except for the first 2 games. Although what happens then, I'm just looking, Will Hammond is their They have a sophomore starting quarterback who's listed as their starting quarterback right now. So what happens if that kid is lights out in the first 2 games of the season, right?
Then I think it makes your decision a lot easier.
Yeah, I think you're like, oh.
Then all of a sudden you can be one of the few people who could truly walk out, and you could claim it's a moral high ground if you so desire, and say, we don't condone what he has done. He needs to serve a further punishment by the eyes of our team and organization. And
now there's no rule that says he has to play him.
Absolutely.
But, this is where the NCAA asks their member institutions to be the NCAA. Because truthfully, what is the NCAA? It's Cleveland State. What? It's Ohio State. It's Baldwin Wallace. It's John Carroll. It's any school that calls themselves an NCAA school, that the actions of policing their own university should supersede letting the folks in Indianapolis make a decision, right? It should be on the member institution to start, and then if it's bigger than that, then you should lean on the NCAA as a whole. But so that's the problem we have. Like, we always want to blame the NCAA, but who is the NCAA? The NCAA is Ohio State. It is all of its member institutions to try to make sure the rules and regulations they put forward are upheld. They've decided to get rid of most of those rules and regulations, especially at the highest level. Like, I sit here and I talk about our Division III schools, but or Ashland or one of our Division II schools that are in our listening area, but ultimately, it seems that those gigantic football schools rule the school on everything.
The problem we are in the midst of, and it has been a problem forever, and it's, again, coming to the forefront once again, is the idea that the NCAA is a toothless nonprofit organization that really is supposed to be nothing more than a paper tiger for the fiefdoms that are under it. The things that rule the NCAA at the highest level are the Big Ten, the SEC, the Big 12, the Pac. What are we now? Pac 8? Are we the Pac 8? I don't know what it is anymore. But down the line from there, those are the Mountain West. You can throw them in there, the ACC. You get where I'm going.
Yeah, the big times.
That's what's running this. The NCAA is nothing more than a paper tiger that sits in front of it. And this continues to prove right there by the fact that the worst thing that could possibly happen to the quality of their athletics has taken place, and their solution is to send out a statement that's like, well, we're not happy. We'll put in an injunction. And that's the most we could do. But boy, are we not happy. Like, the fact that tells you all you need to know. They are a toothless organization. And so if you want this thing to truly work, and you want this thing to operate at a high level, you are going to need to put someone in charge who is going to actually have some level of power. That can be, you can find different checks and balances and all that stuff, but even if it's a board, I don't care. But you need to have a governing board of some kind of power. And I don't care if you decide to pull football off to the left and say, football is over here, your governor is going to be whomever. And he's in charge of all of this. And he's going to hand out the discipline, and he's going to enforce the rules, and he's going to do all of the things that need to happen to make sure everyone is making money. Or you need to decide to do that now with the entire NCAA and have a board or one person and have them actually have power. Because until that happens, you are going to have nothing more than 8 to 9 warring fiefdoms that are going to make decisions for an entire group of people who have no power in this discussion. It's the thing we're in the midst of in court right now with trying to build the Super League, and Tony Petitti sitting there in front of Congress. It's like, no, that's not going to happen. We don't want the Super League. BS. Like, we've seen you do this way too many times to not know that is the case. That's what you're trying to do. You are trying to maximize the amount of money and limit the amount of teams that could possibly be in there so that your teams get all of the money and everybody else gets none of the money. We know this.
You want to hear another fun NCAA fun fact?
Please.
So, we're talking about the Sorsby thing all day. There's another little legal battle going on. I don't know how legal it is. It has to do with Clemson. And there was a judge that set a timeline in the case of Tristan Smith, who's a Clemson wide receiver. and he is trying to battle for his 5th year of eligibility. There was a hearing again today, and the judge in this case says they'll figure this out by Friday whether Smith deserves a temporary injunction to continue to play this season. If it's granted, then it's going to allow this 22-year-old Smith to compete for Clemson on a 5th year of eligibility, which I agree with him. He should be able to play.
Oh, boy.
Wait, do you want to know why?
Sure.
Because the NCAA is saying that his non-NCAA junior college years rule against him on that NCAA clock, so that he wasn't in the NCAA, yet he was playing football at a junior college. This is what I'm assuming.
Okay.
And he's saying, look, I played 1 year there. I'm assuming it was 1 year. I played 1 year there, but I wasn't in the NCAA. Why am I being charged a year of NCAA eligibility because I played junior college football for a year? So why can't I have – and he's played 4 years, or he's played 3 years, but it'd be a 5th year. I'm trying not to be convoluted about this. He truly wants his 4th year of NCAA
right,
eligibility.
And they're counting his years
They're counting the JUCO year as a year.
Now I'm tracking. That's such a bizarre situation with so many different guys.
I can tell you, I look at the hockey stuff, and the hockey stuff is insane.
I mean, it's
insane because the hockey guys know they leave. They're leaving for 2 years, and then they might come back. That's why you've got, NCAA hockey players bringing their grandkids to the games because they're still playing.
Again, and we're back to this situation.
Right? Am I right, Bear? Am I right? You know exactly.
I know. I was cracking up in the back because I know exactly what you're talking about.
I mean, it's funny. A buddy of mine's telling me his kid's playing in the club championships, and the guys that are playing there were all high level, and then they decided they were going to go back and play college club hockey, and they're bringing their 6, 7, 8-year-old kids to the game at the end, going up against 18-year-olds who are they're 10 years older than them. It's like, yeah, you're right. I get it.
Yadimir Yacker still has eligibility.
There's a reason Ovechkin is 42 and still playing.
Those guys would still play. There's no question.
It would.
Sid Crosby's 37, 38 years old, still playing.
I love it looks like he's playing beer league all the time too, right? I love it. I love when he starts flashing pictures. By the way, this would be our gratuitous moment to let you know that Las Vegas leads the Stanley Cup Series 2-1 over Carolina.
Awesome. That game, too, was unbelievable.
Oh, I went to bed when it was 4-0 because I got mad.
Oh, I don't blame you.
And then I woke up and saw the score, and I was like, I cannot believe what I missed.
3 goals in 30 seconds? Right? Wasn't it something like that?
It was something crazy. But yeah, when Vegas was up 4-0 in Game 3, I went to bed because I was so angry with it.
It's been awesome.
Okay, no more hockey. You're not allowed to talk about hockey anymore. Number one, I walk in all these rinks, like, why can't you guys talk about hockey? I'm trying, guys. I'm trying.
I'm hockey stupid, but I enjoy it.
That's all right. I know. But you enjoy it. That's the part, not the I know you're stupid. Anthony Castrovince, you're not, is coming up in the next hour. We're going to talk a little baseball when we come back, continuing coverage on some of this other stuff that's going on with the NCAA and trying to figure out how a guy can bet on college football and still be able to play college football. It's and get busted for it. All right, 216-474-0092. That's the number to call. Anthony Castrovince coming up in the next hour. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Bass.
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Browns minicamp gets underway tomorrow. Listen to 92.3 The Fan for all the latest news in Berea.
As always, you can listen to the show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Jeff is off today. Dan Mennigan is in. Meredith Kane is in. We're talking about a lot of stuff today, and then we have this Brendan Sorsby breaking news. I do want to go back and touch on one subject here before we get to Anthony Castrovince coming up at 12:20, about 14 minutes away, 16 minutes away, depending on how you look at your clock.
God.
What?
Charlie Baker.
What?
Head of the NCAA.
Oh.
There is no better example of why targeted intervention from Congress is necessary when you have schools and deep-pocketed supporters willing to look the other way on the glaring integrity threat of betting on your own team and judges whose ruling effectively strip away our ability to stop them. Only Congress can equip the NCAA to apply this common sense rule to everyone fairly and consistency. The Protect College Sports Act would empower the NCAA to enforce rules, including the gambling restrictions. It's needed now more than ever.
Please help us, government.
Oh, God.
Please help us. We're the little NCAA.
Didn't they try to do this with NIL too? And it kind of blew up in their face. That's like it's second verse, same as the first. A little bit louder and a little bit worse.
Same as Tommy Tuberville, you're our only hope. Cory Booker, come help us, Ted Cruz. We can't help ourselves. My God.
Here, you want to help yourself?
Nothing works when you bring Congress in.
Listen. If you truly want help, start with yourself.
Yes.
Don't play him. Don't play him. That's the end of it. That's the end of it. Don't offer him a scholarship. Don't let him play for you. That's it. They have the right to do that. Don't they?
Yes.
Texas Tech can easily say,
Texas Tech can be going, you're done.
Hey, we appreciate it, but we're going to go in a different direction now.
You can
if it was any job in the world and they wanted to let you go, they would let you go. I mean, the one thing that NIL has proved is that these athletes are employees. Am I wrong?
You're done. Hop your ass in the portal if you got a problem with it. You're done.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. Texas Tech could do this at any point. Just look him dead in the face and go, you're done. You're not playing this year. This isn't happening. I don't want you to ever be tempted, for the love of all that's holy, to bet on us. I don't want that probe. I don't want that microscope. I don't want to deal with any last bit of it. Hop your ass in the portal and get out of here if you don't want to deal with it. This is absurd, and Charlie Baker only hammers it home more by continuing to think that passing the buck to Congress is going to save him. What are you doing? Come up with your own rules. Sit down with everybody and go, there's a simple baseline organization of rules that we can come up with to solve this that doesn't involve Congress that we can all agree to, including the fact that you shouldn't be able to bet on your own damn team. It's not hard. Oh, my God.
You okay?
No! Oh, these people.
So isn't that the easy way to fix this?
Yes.
Rather than having to ask somebody else to do something for you.
And the problem is I'm angry as I'll get out, and I'm going to sit down tonight and watch the College World Series and be over the moon. I feel like Mike Polk yelling at Brown Stadium. Except I'm yelling at the slippery noodle in Indianapolis.
I just think the whole thing's a joke.
So
let me ask you this.
I love sports, Andy. I love them. I love competition. I love all of these things, and to watch them crumble. I'm done. Go. Sorry.
Let me ask you this. And by the way, if you've missed a moment of the show or Dan absolutely exploding, You know, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration. Our friends at Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
And if you could,
and they may need to restore Dan Menigan after the day.
And if they watch it on YouTube, you can watch me put my head through the desk.
If you watch it on YouTube, you can see Dan turn the color of a strawberry right now.
Okay, sorry. What were you gonna say, Andy?
What if this would have gone the other way? What if they would have not granted the temporary injunction? Then what do you think the NFL should have done? By the way, the NFL's got to be cheering. They're like, yeah, we don't have to take them. We don't have to worry about my teams bringing these guys in now, right?
Rogers calmly walked into a different room and is pumping his fist.
He got to win. Let's be honest. The biggest winner in this is the NFL.
We don't have
because
to
now they don't have to deal with the drama of having a guy come out and try to play football in the NFL that's been busted for gambling. I mean, come on, right?
We don't have to be the bad guy. Woo! We've been the bad guy for too long. Now we don't have to do it. Woo-hoo-hoo. Look at us go.
The NFL is actually the winner in this one.
It really is.
Congratulations.
You know what? Now that I think about it, you're right.
Salute.
Because
you know the bigger winners may be us, Browns fans. Because all I heard about for the last 2 weeks is, I want Sorsby to play for the Browns. I think he'd be the best quarterback man, they should take him in the supplemental draft. I don't care what he's been able to do. Can he get the ball down the field? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, wait a minute. Number 5 quarterback coming out in the draft. Why are we wasting our time with this? Hey, but if you could turn in and get rid of a 7th-round pick for next year because you know it's a bidding process now for the NFL supplemental draft, then why wouldn't you roll the dice on a 7th-round pick? 5th-round pick.
Well, you know, it's only a 4th-round pick. That's just a dice roll anyway. We may as well take the 4th-round pick now and use it for the supplemental draft.
Who cares if he's running to the casino in between plays?
Right,
big deal.
We've already got one quarterback who has an entire group of people that follow him around. Another quarterback who has settled a whole bunch of lawsuits down in Texas, and then also has coming back from injury. And another quarterback who people forget don't exist until he had the same number as the pass rusher we have, and now we're worried about numbers. And that's the only time anyone has talked about that quarterback is to go, oh, he's got the same number as Jared Verse. Is that going to work? We can't have this. We can't have 2 number 8s. So, yeah, why not? Bring them all in. What the heck? What's Michael Vick up to? Bring him back into.
I had 15 jokes. I will not touch any of them.
I know. There's a whole thing. I am thrilled that this takes him off the table for the Browns. I'm not going to lie, because I was so petrified that they were going to do this. And then we were going to have to live in a place that we've become very, very accustomed to with everything else that is going on, of this just giant white void where we spend the time looking at each other going, I don't know, is the NFL? Well, they're bringing in an unbiased arbitrator to figure out if there should be a suspension because of gambling on college athletics. And then we have to worry about, the precedent has been set in this, and we're just right in the middle of all this litigation and law once again, and it just gives us all massive headaches. And at least in that regard, I'm there.
All right, so let me walk through. I again spend 4 more minutes talking about this before we talk to Anthony Kasrovitz about the Guardians. What is the right recourse now? What if someone can make Dan happy about this situation, what would it be? Let's make Dan happy. Ready, Mayor? Here, I'll give you your answer. Ready? This is the answer I think you're looking for. Ready?
Okay.
Suspended for life.
Yeah, that would do it. That would do it. I mean, I'm sorry. I've always operated, and maybe it's just the breaking of my brain in front of a microphone, but I've just operated with the idea that we have had one major rule in college athletics, and it's just don't bet on your own team.
Oh, I thought it was make sure the paper bag is brown when you're getting your cash prior to NIL.
But that's not even the rule, because we've been handing it out in duffel bags. We've been handing it out through credit applications. We've been handing out jobs. Like even all the corruption and that stuff, I'm willing to turn my head and go, okay, it is what it is. This is the world we're living in. I mean, we said forever with NIL, the best thing that could happen with NIL is if we bring 50% above the table, that's success for the NCAA.
Well, it's success for us because we have money now that's going back to the IRS that's actually taxable. That's the whole thing.
You and I claimed from the very beginning, success would be bringing half of the amount of money above the table. We would call that a win immediately. And now we're just in this level of, like, now it's like, okay, maybe this is just the full-blown Wild Wild West and nobody cares about it. Because, like, by the way, I'm good with players getting paid. That sounds fantastic. I'm good with the transfer portal. These coaches can quit at any point and go wherever the hell they want at any point there. When Nick Saban is complaining in front of Congress, it's like, good. That's the people who should be complaining because they're the ones who are so used to doing things this certain way, and that's gone. The right people are complaining about the things that you're changing, which means you're doing it right. Like, now that stuff is like perfect. This is great. And now this ruling comes down and it's just like, okay, fine. We're just going to live in a world now where we're going to question every single outcome that happens on a field that it's going to be fixed. Because we've allowed this to happen.
Though, how many times on any given Sunday when you see a play go sideways, don't you got this? There's no way. NBA, I do that all the time. I'm like, come on, that guy has made that shot 1,000 times, and now all of a sudden he can't make it? Like, what? Every game, I can't tell you how many times I'm like, there's just no way this isn't fixed. You blow a 22-point lead, you're like, huh.
Our social media mentions powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Real Xavier P. Thank goodness. Maybe this means the sun is shining on the Browns finally. It's a good point. It's a good point. All right.
So should the headline be Sorsby not a Brown?
Yes. Sorsby not to be a Brown. Beautiful.
I can live with it. Anthony Castrovince, he will join us next from MLB.com. We'll talk about something that, well, wait a minute. Well, just don't bring up our former closer, please.
Nope.
Anthony Castrovince, next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
At Mr. Hero,
tonight's matchup is at 8:30. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
All right, little change the tune here a little bit. We will talk a little Major League Baseball after hearing all this Brendan Sorsby talk today. I could use a little break. So let's bring in a super friend of the show. He is Anthony Castrovince from MLB.com. And he's on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline, Anthony. It was awesome to see you at the Springsteen concert a couple weeks ago. You and your brother looking fine and like you're ready to play 9 innings every night. First, let me ask you, did you enjoy the concert before we get into baseball?
I always enjoy a Bruce Springsteen concert, as you know, and that was my 62nd, and they just somehow...
Wait.
I don't know how he does it.
You have seen him 52 times?
No, I haven't seen him 52 times. I've seen him 62 times. 62.
62? Anthony, seriously.
Aaron Judge. Yeah.
Wow. Really?
Bonds or bust, baby. Bonds or bust.
All right, so how did this...
When you going back to 1999.
All right, when you walked out of the arena, did you think that was the last time you were going to see him live?
Well, I stopped worrying about that. It'll happen when it happens. He still looks lively. He still has new music coming out. He still has every intention of getting the E Street Band together for short little stints, I think. More frequent but shorter tours, I think, is the idea. So I'm worried about it. I saw him on the beach at Asbury Park in 2024, and I felt like if that was the last time I ever watched him, I'm really content. It'll never get better than that.
Wow.
So I'm good. I'm in a good mental spot, Bruce.
All right. No one cares about us talking about Bruce Springsteen. Let's talk about the Guardians.
No, they don't, but we could spend the whole segment doing that, so that's okay.
I got thoughts. I could go.
We could probably go an hour on Springsteen.
Yeah.
But you know what? They would boot us into the other studio.
That'll be on our podcast. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the name of the podcast.
Oh, really? That's not a bad idea. I don't mind that. We could do it. Okay, maybe that's Born today. Or maybe Born to Run, as a matter of fact. Listen, tell me your thoughts on the Guardians right now as we kind of get almost to the middle of the season. I think they're a great surprise. I'm still wondering, I'm looking at Tarek Skubal trade ideas that are kind of floating out there, and I'm wondering how the AL Central is going to shake out. Just give me your kind of a report card on the Guardians and where we're at right now.
I mean, they have to get a A+, right? Just relative to, you see what can happen when a team gets off to a slow start. The Tigers, are almost, I think they're more than 10 games under 500. And that's somewhat of a shock to the system, although I didn't really love their offense going into the season. That's definitely come to fruition. And, you lose an arm like Tarek Skubal for an extended period of time, it's going to affect you. But the AL stinks. And so, I don't know, they can't really be thinking about the Tarek Skubal trade conversation just yet, because right now it's just a matter of course that you have a couple strong weeks and you're right back in it. The Guardians have outplayed my expectations. I think we spoke before the season that, they're going to be, I think Travis Bazzana and Chase DeLauter was my thought, was they were really going to dictate what kind of season this is. And that's unfair to them because they're rookies. But lo and behold, here they are. And, DeLauter's definitely cooled off from the hot start, but, him and Bazzana have been huge for them. And the offense has been, for the most part, kind of fun to watch. It's the same old story where they don't slug the ball, but they're doing a good job just getting on base, stealing bases, and scoring a decent number of runs given their complexion of their lineup. I do worry though, like we get in the second half, they're a little thin organizationally on the starting pitching front, thinner than they've been in some time. And, does that catch up to them? Parker Messick is a rookie, you're relying on him a bunch. I mentioned DeLauter and Bazzana, you're relying on them a bunch, and they're rookies, and DeLauter, he just hasn't played a full season professionally because he's had so many injuries. So, long story short, it ain't over till it's over. They've definitely looked like the strongest team in the division, but the Tigers aren't done. I don't think completely. I think they're going to try to get back in this thing in the next couple of weeks. But I got to give a lot of credit to the organization of the Guardians. I think you're seeing the benefit of they've done a much better job in the first round in recent drafts, and that's helping them out this year when you have Gavin Williams front in your rotation and DeLauder and Bazana do what they've done, and Ralphie Velasquez is still coming. He's another bat that we could see here before long. So they're in a much better place offensively than they've been in some time.
You brought up Parker Messick, Anthony. How impressive has he been for this ball club?
Yeah, he's great. It just shows the value of strike throwing, And I think, as he matures, he'll figure out how to pitch deeper into games more consistently, and that would help them a lot, help the bullpen. But yeah, I mean, very impressive. He was kind of somewhat undersold, and he's just been a godsend for that rotation, shoring things up. You started to see it down the stretch last season. That rotation really locked into gear, and he was a big part of that. So he got off to a great start this year, and for a rookie, you always wonder, like, the adjustments as the league adjusts you, et cetera, and just the innings, as those pile up for the first time in his career. But I saw him at the Futures game last year, and you knew that just having the command he has can elevate you quickly, and it's elevated him, faster than expected. Not just getting here. I'm talking about just, the value he's providing.
So I heard this morning, I was kind of taken aback by it, that the Guardians are like the only team that have used their 5 guys in their rotation consistently throughout the entire start of the season and not having to deviate from that. And then Cantillo had some problems yesterday. 7 earned runs. I didn't expect to see Hedges pitch yesterday, but I mean, you know what? He ate up an inning. It didn't matter how many runs he gave up. Just your thoughts on Guardians rotation and Cantillo in particular.
Yeah, and that's what I'm a little concerned about as we do, when we get in the second half and get later in the season. You hope it's not a reverse of last year. Last year the rotation was kind of iffy most of the season, and truly, I mean, those last 2 months, the last 6 weeks or whatever it was just extraordinary, and they were able to make that gargantuan comeback as a result. I worry about the reverse this year, where do they have the depth? Because, that thing you said is true until it's not, about the durability they've had and relying on 5 guys. Like, that just doesn't happen in our game much anymore. And so, yeah, I mean, is there a wave of injuries coming, or just something like Cantillo where, I don't know what you do with him at this point, because there's not necessarily an obvious lever to pull there. He might be better suited to the bullpen right now, or just let his stuff play up and let him get back to the mindset of being in the zone, because we saw it last year when he's in the zone, people can't keep up with him. So, and maybe just sticking to his strengths, but maybe the way to do that is put him in the bullpen for a stretch again. I'm not sure, but my son just graduated kindergarten, so he has a lot to say. But
congratulations.
You're hearing him in the back. But yeah, that's just the worry. It's just the overall depth of the organization. Is it there? Maybe I really feel like this season could be similar to 2016, where, I mean, they got bullets to spend in their farm system. It's really strong right now, particularly on the position player side. They have depth there. As I said earlier, I mean, the American League, land of opportunity. This could be a great opportunity to not just have a team that makes the playoffs, which we're used to, but to actually, get to the World Series. And, is this a summer where they use some bullets at the trade deadline? And maybe, maybe it happens to be on the starting pitching front, or maybe it's a high leverage reliever or a long reliever, whatever it is. They should be able to go out and get something of value, because, they have the bullets to do that.
Anthony Kastrovich joining us on the hotline. You can hear him as a part of MLB's morning lineup as well. Always a good listen to catch up on the previous days. Baseball, what happened in baseball, a couple play-by-play inside of there as well. Always wonderful to hear that one and get you ready to go for the day as well. What do you think is going on with Steven Kwan, and how concerned should Guardians fans be?
Yeah, I mean, it's gone on long enough that it's a legit concern. We're talking about a full calendar year, It's not just the first half thing. It's the second half of last year as well. And you never know, like, what a guy's dealing with physically, or, lingering from last year's issues or what. But there's also maybe some approach thing where, maybe just mentally he just has to focus on singles and walks right now, and let the extra base power come when it comes. And just get on base, He just has to get on base. And if he's getting on base at a high level of, like 350, 360, 370 on base, and providing the defense he provides, that's a really good player. But, he's had stretches where he hit some home runs, and I don't know if that plays into his thinking or what, but And again, I don't know physically where he's at, but it's certainly a concern just given the length of time.
All right, Yankees. They got 2 out of 3 from last week. Let's see what they can do against the Yankees. It seems to me, though, like they picked a pretty good time to have to play them against a Yankees team without Aaron Judge.
Yeah, a completely different lineup without Aaron Judge. They played pretty well without him last year. He had an injury in the second half last year, but yeah, by and large, I mean, the numbers are ridiculous when you look at the Yankees with Judge versus without Judge. Incredible player, Hall of Famer, but he unfortunately has had his share of injuries in his career as well. And this is a setback for them, and prevents them from being that truly elite version of themselves. So, what better time to kick some Yankee butt?
How about our boy AB? Is he going to be in trouble at the end of the year if the Yankees can't, be where they want them to be? Aaron Boone, I'm talking about.
I know, yeah. You always want. I mean, it's weird to me because, and I love Aaron Boone as a person, and I do feel like the World Series got away from them and got away from him individually in 2024. That Game 1, I don't think was very well managed, and they haven't, that was as close as they've come in that era. And you think about Joe Girardi was fired in 2017. He had a better postseason record than Aaron Boone.
Yeah.
So it's always the conversation in the Bronx. They have a real good relationship there, him and Cashman and that whole group. There's a lot of consistency there in general. But, yeah, I mean, it's always going to be a conversation when that team doesn't perform to its capabilities, which is really a long time now. They haven't won a World Series since 2009, which is,
Oh, I feel so bad for them. That drought is brutal.
Their fan base will tell you, especially because they refer to Cashman and Boone as Supreme Court justices at this point.
That's right.
And oh my God, who would have thought the Knicks would have the chance to win the championship before the Yankees?
Yeah, how about that? So, yeah, I mean, it's obviously a different conversation there than here, but they've been loyal to him. I thought maybe he might be on the hot seat last year, but obviously didn't happen. So, again, it's just a symbiotic relationship, front office and manager. That's so important in today's game. It's not always the manager filling out the lineups, and it's a cohesive group. So teams will pin it on the manager when they feel like they need to. The Red Sox already did it. The Phillies already did it this year. But more and more, that relationship is harder to sever because they work so closely together.
All right, Anthony, other than touring with Bruce Springsteen, what else do you have going on? I know you've got the MLB morning lineup. So where else can the folks make sure that they can see our hometown hero on MLB.com? That's you.
Oh, just try to be a YouTube sensation. We have the morning lineup is on YouTube as well as all the podcast platforms. We have a series on YouTube called Going Deep, where, as the name implies, I go deep on various MLB topics. That's really fun to put together. And that's about it. You can find my daughter Lily on the PGA Tour's social media accounts from yesterday because Rory McIlroy gave her a ball at the Memorial yesterday. So
that's awesome,
right now.
Man.
Oh man,
good job.
On tape. Yeah.
That's really cool.
Did you go?
Yeah.
How was it?
Yeah, we were all there, and
Dan was there over the weekend too.
It was hot, but it was great. But yeah, it's a great event, and yeah, my daughter they have the same birthday. She's 8. And she has the same birthday as Rory McIlroy, so that's her guy. And, yeah, he was nice enough to, between the 9th and 10th holes, come over and give her a ball, so that was really cool.
That's outstanding.
Did he know it was her birthday or no?
She yelled it out to him 2 holes earlier. I don't know if she's very meek and petite, so I don't know if he actually heard her, but she did yell it out. We have the same birthday, Rory. So, so my wife caught it on video, and then a friend of mine works for the PGA Tour, and I sent it to him. And then he's like, oh, can we blast this on social media?
Oh, cool.
So now she's, I hope she doesn't get a big head. She's a big star now.
Oh, never a bigger star than her dad. Thank you, Anthony. See ya.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Anthony.
All right. 62 times he's seen. Verse 62.
He's going for Bonds.
Wow, man.
Bonds are bust.
Wise aren't right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright Hotline. That's where Anthony was. We'll talk a little bit more baseball, but you know what's coming up next. It's 12:40. It'll be 12:40 when we get there. Headlines.
92.3 The Fan has the most local sports talk in town, and you can be a part of it anytime you want. Weigh in on X at 90.
the NBA Finals continue tonight. The Knicks will host the Spurs for Game 3 in their best of 7. New York currently has the 2-0 advantage. Tip-off for tonight's matchup is at 8:30. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about the makeup of the Browns locker room when we come around 1 o'clock. That's what we'll do. We'll do it after we do this segment, which is normally headlines with Dan Mennigan. But Jeff's not here today. Meredith's here. You know, we figure every once in a while it's good to throw a curveball. So here we go.
Live from the 92.3 The Fan studio, he's developing, he's breaking, he's here, he's there, he's everywhere. He's Andy Baskin.
All right, so I'll do headlines today. A little too over the top, too much, little too much. Like I'm over the top when I do it. I don't know. It was more of a you were more cartoony, I think, but that's okay.
I was trying to go more Don Pardo, Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, that was close.
Saturday Night Live.
Oh, there you go. Well, you know what? Now that you put that in perspective, it was good.
I think it's Don Pardo, right?
Originally, it was Don Pardo. Yeah, for years.
Yeah, now I think it's Daryl Hammond doing an
Also, the original voice of what was he famous for before that?
Oh shoot, was it?
What was very simple. 3 words.
It was the Tonight Show, right?
Nope.
No.
This is Jeopardy.
Oh, see, I always know the other guy who does it.
Yeah, so there you go. All right, so let's go through some of the headlines. I want your perspective on this because you were there. JT Poston. I don't know if you were there for the final round, but you were there for a little bit. All right, so at the Muirfield Village Golf Club yesterday, JT Poston, a little playoff victory to win Jack's tournament, and it still finds a way to rain every year in Columbus during his tournament. That happened again.
Nasty. That big old
almost got hit by lightning one year.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It was. I was at a gas station real close to Dublin, and we were filling up, and Dave Cyrak, who works in Orlando now, was our videographer. And I remember he got out. I walked in to go get just something to drink. You could see there was a storm coming, and I'm not kidding. The lightning hit probably a rod that was on the building next to the gas station. I mean, It was nasty. It was nasty.
Wow.
So
yeah, they got pummeled with the big old storm. There's photos all over the place from Saturday where it knocked over a bunch of TV towers and all that kind of good stuff. If you want to check it out. I was there on Friday. It was excellent. Weather was beautiful. It was 85, breezy. The course, of course, was in immaculate shape. Good amount of people there for it, but not too many, as though you felt like you were couldn't see anything. Biggest crowds of the followings were definitely Scotty, Rory. Not as much at Jordan Spieth as I would have thought. Usually there's a giant crowd around Jordan Spieth anytime he does anything. But yeah, Scotty, Rory, of course, were the two big ones. Good following for Jason Day as well, who's the quote-unquote hometown guy, though he's from Australia to begin with. He does live in the Dublin area. So very, very fun, though.
Bigger question, when you went to watch, were you a follower or did you sit at a hole?
So we followed Scotty for a little bit because we got in early enough. We then hung on 9 on top of a hill. Again, it's one of those, you don't realize how hilly that place is until you're on the grounds of it, and you're like, holy mackerel, this is a calf workout. Like you're definitely working out the hammies and the quads and all that good stuff along the way to go up and down those hills. So we hung out at the 9th hole on top of one of the hills there, and then we have a spot that works perfectly that I don't think I want to say too loudly or else it might get overrun. It's between 2 holes, and one of them is a par 3 and the other one's the end of a par 5, and it's awesome.
Okay, but you do know why it's so hilly there.
Why?
Like Columbus is, because when Jack originally built the place, and I think this is what I was told, and I did a couple stories on it, that he wanted
That's why you're here, you're there,
all the greens to be stadium style. So that patrons, isn't it? What do they call them?
Yes, it is the patrons.
So that the patrons would be able to have a seat with a clear view of the cup.
It is cool.
So, and that's why it's a stadium style course that's very, very hard, and it's always immaculate, especially while it's on TV.
My word, was it immaculate?
He's very concerned about everything.
My word, was it immaculate. You could say that until the end. It was very cool. Always a good time down at the Memorial. Always a good time in Columbus. So that was fun.
Jack also had a chance to criticize the tour, as he's been doing. Jack and I are on the same page.
Of course.
At this point. Maybe Jack is a little upset that Cleveland has, after this year, will have lost all touch with the PGA. He said, I hate to see tournaments bunched too much together with too many big tournaments so close together. That's a problem. I think that's going to be a problem for the tour in the future. Are they playing too many tournaments too close together?
Yes, they need to move the elevated events around a little bit more and give some break in between so that you're not on this run of all of these big tournaments in a row. That way these guys can rest up. And on top of that one, it does open the door a little bit more for guys to win some tournaments that aren't elevated events and find their way onto those elevated events. They need to spread this out just a little bit more. They're too scrunched together right now. They're 100% right.
All right, and our tour of Menningen, Tour de Menningen, not only were you at Muirfield, you were also at Huntington Bank Field.
Yes.
For a FIFA World Cup preview game.
Yes.
Between Brazil and Egypt, where they have 46,000 fans at the stadium.
It was a great turnout. It was huge. Loud as all get out. One of the coolest sporting events I have ever been to in my life. You basically walked into your own stadium to become completely immersed in Brazilian and Egyptian culture. It was so cool. It was so loud in there on top of that. Everywhere you turned, you heard Portuguese, you heard Arabic languages, you heard all of this stuff. English was, thrown in there in between, with everybody going absolutely nuts over being able to watch their teams. The Brazilians were awesome. The Egyptians were awesome. It was such a cool environment. I got goosebumps on numerous occasions just because of how pumped everyone was, and I didn't have a horse in the race. I just wanted to watch soccer. It was very cool.
How much of the crowd was native to Northeast Ohio?
Oh, gosh. I would say 25%.
Oh.
I would say probably
Okay.
somewhere in between there. 1 out of every 4. It definitely was. There were people who were in the country for the World Cup, which starts on Friday, and they definitely were like, we'll come up to Cleveland and let's watch our Brazilian team go through, the tune-up and all that stuff and see how everything looks together before we find our way to the other spots.
Even in a game like that, what is the margin?
And Egyptians too, sorry.
What is the margin of difference between the play in a game like you watched and regular MLS season games?
Well,
What's the
this
difference?
is far faster. The speed on there is better. The quality is better. You could kind of tell the cohesiveness is not there yet, especially on the Brazilian side, but you could see all the talent that's there. Just the footwork is insane. The general speed up the field is just nuts to watch, especially on the Brazilian side of things. I mean, it's just the speed is through
all
the
right.
roof.
Let's continue on with our Tour de Menningen here in headlines. We jump back to Thursday, where you were off and you were at the Ohio High School Athletic Association State Track and Field Championship.
I was joined by somebody there.
I may have been there over the weekend.
You may have made an appearance.
I may have been there for 2 days, and if I sound a little scratchy, it's because I am a little scratchy from yelling and screaming. But
darn right,
it was.
You got to do that.
It was an amazing event.
It was very cool.
It was Jesse Owens Stadium is a fitting tribute to one of the legends that lived here in Northeast Ohio. I get goosebumps when I see the statue outside the stadium.
Yeah.
It is probably the most well-oiled machine that you could possibly ask for when it comes to an athletic event, especially with so many athletes there over the weekend. They have now gone from 3 divisions to 5 divisions. It's interesting to see how that played out. It was a lot of, I can't imagine being there and having to work the event all weekend. Like Chris Ullstrom, I was looking at his stuff. Outstanding. I mean, if you want to read everything that happened for the reading area that he has, he killed it in the News Herald. Killed it. But there were other guys that did a great job out there too. Kuntz, the photographer from Cleveland.com, he's got some spectacular pictures from over the weekend too. But the event itself was just truly amazing. The way they did it was really cool.
They did a great job with it. The renovations to Jesse Owens are awesome. That scoreboard is so cool.
It is cool.
That scoreboard was excellent. They did a great job in showing the field events as well on the scoreboard while they were preparing for the running events. That was great to see because usually field events end up in their own little corner where they go play in the mud and then magically appear covered in mud. Usually about halfway through the track to meet or 3/4 of the way through. And it's like, wait, what happened? There's running? Sorry, we were in the mud. And so it was nice to see that side of it. It was very, very fun. It was very loud. That stadium was packed as well. And that was really cool for those kids to come in and see something like track where you get, a smattering of people to see the place packed.
I'll shout out the Beechwood girls in Division 4. They won Division 4 with 4 athletes. They did it. They won all these running events, and they were able to do it. Ted Ginn Jr.'s daughter is on that team, but that team is phenomenal. They had just had 4 great athletes, and tip of the cap. I know there was a lot of tip of the caps over the weekend, but the Beechwood girls were truly amazing, and congratulations to them on winning the girls' championship in Division 4. I don't know. Quickly, just your thoughts on the NBA game tonight. A lot of the story isn't about the game itself. It's about the president being at the game tonight, and they had to cancel some watch parties. And then I also found the story that somebody was selling the VIP $1 million, a reported $1 million was the winning bid for 2 celebrity row seats at Game 3. There is no way any game is worth $1 million.
No way
in the front.
No way at all.
None.
I'm interested to see how Wemby rebounds after the, I don't even know what you call it, turnover, I guess would be the best thing, where he threw it into Stephon Castle's back. I want to see how he rebounds. I want to see if he's got a fire or a vengeance or anything else going there. I don't think this series is done, even though the Knicks are up 2-0. I still think we're going 6. I think the Spurs are kind of getting their footing a little bit here. And I think tonight might be a little disjointed because I wonder if the party might be a little too early for the Knicks.
It's got to happen tonight, though, doesn't it?
Got to happen tonight. Got to happen tonight.
You're not going 6 if the Spurs don't win tonight.
You could, but boy, the hill becomes a lot steeper.
All right, let's come back. Excellent job, too. Good job.
You as well.
We
Good
went
job.
on the.
I didn't think my own parents cared about that tour.
I want to talk about character and the Browns. We're going to do that when we come back. Plus, there's I heard a story this morning that just made me laugh, probably for about 10 of the 15 miles I had to drive in to get to work today. I will tell you what that is coming up after the break. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps with Dan Menningen.
YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code word chicken. Chicken at 923thefan.com before 2 p.m. for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. There's something for everyone to crave with the legendary Roman burger and hot butter cheesesteak, a variety of steak sandwiches, chicken deli subs, over 8 sidekicks, and more. Mr. Hero has all your cravings covered. Order in-store or online at MrHero.com. Again, 92.3 The Fan, looking for a winner, code word chicken, for a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, that voice. Dan Mennigan. I'm Andy Baskin. Meredith Kane is with us as well. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. All right, you're going to have to help me with this a little bit because I'm still trying to figure out. This is something that you and I have talked about a couple times, and I'm still wondering what the line is on this next topic. So, and I'm not like a betting line, like what you're actually thinking when you say, and this is more from you than it is from me, and I just thought this was a good subject too, by the way. Have we seen a shift in the way the Browns are viewing players? Have we seen, and when we get to that, I think you're specifically, are they starting to care more about character than maybe they did in the past?
Well, so we know, because we've all lived it for an extended period of time, that the Browns, for a decent amount of time, looked at character questions with certain players, right? Mm-hmm. You could point to Kareem Hunt, you can, Deshaun Watson, you throw whomever else in there, Quinshon Judkins, and that one they may not have known. Who knows what's going on with all that. Malik McDowell is another good one, if you remember him, the defensive tackle. Mm-hmm. And there have been some more along the way where they looked at character at one point and thought to themselves, if you are talented enough, we can deal with your character concerns inside of our locker room and maybe help you get your life together and be able to help this football team out. And the returns are in on that, and it was not good. I would say the hit percentage was lower than I thought. And it really occurred to me when I was reading Jory Epstein's piece from back when she sat in the war room for the Cleveland Browns. If you missed that piece, it's on Yahoo Sports. She sat in the first round of the war room with the Browns. You can read it on Yahoo Sports. And one of the things that was in there is when the pick became close, they had all the scouting reports and all of that kind of stuff, but then they mentioned this thing about an orange dot. And what that ended up meaning was that was a guy who was seen as being a leader in the organization and someone who definitely had great character stuff. They loved what they heard about him leading people and making sure and keeping people accountable as well. And as Jory proceeded to tell the story of the draft, this orange dot continued to come up again and again. And the scout who covered that, when they would bring it up, would then talk about, hey, this guy was able to do this, and this from the research that we were able to do off the field to help and in the locker room to help as well. And you coincide that with the fact that Carson Schlesinger fits that mold. You can say the same thing about Mason Graham as well, Spencer Fano, Casey Concepcion. If you ever need a chance of how awesome Casey Concepcion is, read his piece in the Players Tribune about having a stutter and how he's overcome that and everything he's done from there. Denzel Boston, the same thing. We had Jed Fish on, who could do nothing, the head coach at Washington, who did nothing but wax poetic about how wonderful Denzel Boston was, to the point where his teammates not only stayed there for round 1 to watch him not get drafted, but then all came back for round 2 to celebrate with him when he was able to get drafted. When it would have been so easy to go your separate ways in between there, those guys came back for the party. And I think the Cleveland Browns are showing us, the fan base, through this, that clearly they want to highlight leadership and character, where in the past, I don't think that has been the case as much. That they want guys who are in there who are going to set a tone, who are going to say, this is how we operate as a Cleveland Brown, and they're going to rely on the guys inside of that locker room instead of the coaching staff to set that tone. And I wonder if we've seen a shift.
Let's go back. I think, first of all, I think part of this is just the ownership group and the front office learning from mistakes in the past. Don't you think?
Yes.
I mean, seriously, think about it that, like, when the Haslam Group took over in, 2012? I'm just trying to think. In 2012, were they here for Richardson and Whedon? I think was it after?
They may have been after.
I think it was after.
That might have been, yeah.
Their first draft was not a good draft because and I'm going to say it wasn't a good draft because there was only 5 guys to pick, and they had a first and a third essentially that first year in 2013. They took Markevius Mingo. How'd that work out?
Not great.
Not great.
Had an NFL career, but yeah.
And if you want to look at drafts, 2014 is not something you want to look back at other than Joel Bitonio.
Mm-hmm.
That was a home run.
Right.
So they hit one home run in that draft. I mean, they drafted Justin Gilbert first, their first pick in the draft in the first round.
He who does not own an alarm clock, yes.
And the word was he just didn't want to play football.
Yep.
And then Johnny Manziel, perhaps one of the worst picks in NFL history.
So you see this as the next, is there a pattern here? Am I nuts?
Well, no, I think you're right. I mean, go back now and then go to the next year, 2015. Danny Shelton was the first pick. Cam Irving, just trying to think who was the big win out of that. Duke Johnson. There were no big wins in 2015. You go to 2016, Corey Coleman was their first round pick. 2017, it was a pretty good year. I mean, look, to walk out of that with Myles Garrett and David Njoku, I mean, they got a return on investment in that. DeShone Kizer was in that class, yeah. Zane Gonzalez was also in that class. But he was a 7th round pick. And just kind of look forward. They're able to. It's interesting to look and see that they were able to get some hits.
Yeah.
I mean, really, 2018. You want to go back and look at Baker has been a successful quarterback in the NFL.
Correct.
No matter how it ended, and that was the thing that made me laugh. We were talking about the morning show. I don't know who brought it up. It might have been Poobah who was prodding the guys on Friday a little bit about. Baker's got one more year left in Tampa. Would he come back to the Browns? No. Stop. 2 reasons why Baker wouldn't come back to the Browns. Baker wouldn't come back to the Browns, and if I'm Jimmy Haslam, I probably don't want him to come back. In fact, I'll say it. The way it ended, there's no way Baker Mayfield's coming back to Cleveland. The front office, ownership, there's just no way they would want him back.
Yeah,
no way.
Go back and read Jason Lloyd's reporting.
They did not only burn the bridge, they blew up the bridge, then they came back with a nuclear bomb to make sure any particles that were left after the bridge had exploded were gone.
Yeah, they turned the river into a lake with that one.
It was, I laughed. I heard that this morning, and I respect those guys in the morning, and I'm like, how could you even think for a second, not does Baker not want to come back here in a free agent scenario, but if I'm Jimmy Haslam, I'm looking back at that whole scenario going, look, all we did was kick the tires on Deshaun Watson. And that's our job, to try to get better every time. Now, did I want him to? Do I like Baker? I like Baker. I've talked about him from day one. I've always liked Baker. I love the way he played through pain. Baker doesn't want to come back here. There's no way. And if I'm Jimmy Haslam on this argument, I don't want Baker back here either, because they probably could have worked things out after he found out they were kicking the tires on Deshaun. Remember, Deshaun said he didn't want to play here. And then when Baker said, I'm not coming back, that opened the door, and Deshaun should pay him every day for it.
Mm-hmm.
Deshaun can just go back, Baker, thank you, man. You're the greatest guy ever. Because do you know how much guaranteed money I got? More than anybody in the history of the game, because you said you didn't want to come back.
Enough that you enough that Deshaun Watson told Jarvis Landry that they were initially going to Atlanta.
Yeah.
I mean, Jarvis said that straight on his podcast. He was on the phone with him saying, hey, get ready. You're coming to Atlanta. I want you here in Atlanta. Wait, hang on. Someone's on the other line. Wait, what?
So let's fast forward then to the last 3 drafts, okay? Michael Hall's had things go sideways for him a little bit there, and it's just like we're hoping, but I kind of feel like I don't think anyone thought
still a second round pick though.
Yeah, and second round pick. You're right,
and in a time frame where they clearly thought, I think they thought for a period of time that they could bring anybody in here with how strong the locker room would be and how strong everybody is around it, that we could bring them back to football and that we could help fix what ails them. And it blew up. I mean, there are a lot of ways that this blew up, and I truly think there's been a change.
Here's the other thing. Like, right now they have a 90-man roster.
Mm-hmm.
It's 90 guys.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think everyone is going to be a choir boy in those 90 guys?
No.
Especially when you ask them to play a violent game like professional football?
No, but we shouldn't have to have a very, very large dissertation in Texas and Florida law to do sports talk radio.
I agree. It's somewhere in between. I agree. It's somewhere in between.
I know that's probably a very sarcastic way of stating that statement, but you could find a way in between where somebody's doing some stuff that's dumb and you're like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? And then us having an entire offseason of, I don't know, hey, Real Sports is going to have your quarterback on because of all of his lawsuits, and you're going to have to watch this. And, hey, there's a trial going on for this allegation, or, hey, your defensive tackle was found walking in front of a school just out of his mind and naked. I feel like there's a threshold in between choir boys and naked in front of a school.
Yeah.
And if you could live between that threshold, that's not a bad place to be. And I wonder if the Browns have finally learned that. And hopefully what we are seeing is a step in the right direction where we can all let these guys walk out of minicamp and have these coaches go, and every single coach will tell you this is the scariest time of year for them because these guys are going to be completely off regimen until we see them in August. And so we are going to get them out of here, and they're going to have 6 weeks to their own devices, and we're just going to have to hope for the best. And hopefully, there has been a change in there where there are less guys inside of the Cleveland Browns locker room that you're crossing your fingers on when they walk out the door. And I hope that's the case.
Let me give you the best news of the day as we go to break. The Browns won't even have the chance to get Brendan Sorsby now because of the temporary injunction that puts him back in college, and he will not be eligible for the supplemental draft.
And the other ray
so
of
we don't
sunshine,
have to worry about that.
And the other ray of sunshine on that stuff that was sent to me by Michael, which is same with the Browns being able to dodge the bullet of not hiring Mike Vrabel when he was in the building. Yep, I'm good with that too. I would have aged like a president if we had Vrabel as a coach. Hey, more photos.
When we come back, I want your response to the Baker Mayfield thought that I had there.
Okay.
All right. I want your response. I want anybody's response too. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like
is at 8:30. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. It's supposed to heat up a little bit more this week. Oh, what do we got? I heard 90s. We're going to hit the 90s for the first time this week. So, but enjoy summer while it's here for about 5 seconds.
Wow. It's going to be here longer than that.
I hate to be so negative about the whole thing.
We've had...
You know what happened to me, right?
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Of course, the weather gets hot, and what happens?
Oh, yeah.
Boom. AC.
No, boy.
Done.
Well, who knows? Maybe it's an easy fix. Maybe it's something somebody could come out, pull out one part, put another part in, 2 clicks, life is good.
Oh, my boys at Smiley One are going to take care of it.
Oh,
I'm sure they're going to be out soon here.
And you'll be cranking in no time, and your house will feel like a freezer. And it'll be fantastic.
I hope so. I don't know. I had a little problem last year. Smiley One was out like in minutes. They were awesome. Big fan of theirs. So let's see how we do this time.
What's your AC threshold? At what point do you have to turn the AC on?
I think we're set at like 70 something. My wife takes care of that.
Okay.
That's above my pay grade at the house.
It's understandable.
I normally don't mess with that. It's funny because as a kid I used to mess with the thermostat all the time, and I used to drive my folks nuts. And then when we were lucky enough to get a house, my wife was all about the thermostat.
Oh yeah,
she's all good. It's weird though because our basement is significantly cooler than the rest of our house.
Absolutely, it's underground,
and I spend so much time down there that it doesn't. Yeah, and when the last 2 days it's been hot, especially up in the bedroom. So ran out and grabbed a couple fans, but I'd much rather I'd rather be in the man cave. I hang out in the basement. I'm good to go. Put a fridge down there. Life is good. Life is good.
That it is. That it is.
Let me go back and ask you that question that we brought up. There's no way you could ever see Baker Mayfield playing for this team again, right?
No.
We're on the same page.
No,
okay.
The bridge has been absolutely torched. There's no relationship with each side, and that's what they prefer. I mean, you can always notice that Baker ends up taking a shot every time. Heck, he took a shot at Kevin Stefanski when Stefanski got hired for the Falcons gig.
Yeah.
I mean, anything involving Cleveland and Baker Mayfield, at least to this point, has been a rocky relationship. And so, no, I don't think he would ever find his way back here. Now, spite is a heck of a motivator. And there happens to be a team that's about an hour and a half south of here that is out in the wilderness, who also has a little bit of spite. I mean, the enemy of my enemy, it kind of falls under that. Your enemy's them, my enemy's them. Maybe we're onto something here. Could you see Baker wearing a Steelers jersey?
Yeah, I could see it. I could see them being motivated to want him, especially if things don't work out among two of my favorite quarterbacks in the NFL over there. So, and they haven't even really had a chance to play yet. 2 young quarterbacks. Could you see him playing in Pittsburgh? Yeah, couldn't you?
So,
I could easily see him playing for the Steelers.
The question I have when it comes to the Steelers,
and I don't think Baker's anger was with the fans here.
No,
at all, ever.
Oh gosh, no.
Yeah,
I think his relationship with the fans is excellent. The relationship we're talking about is with the organization itself. The problem that I wonder when it comes to Baker finding his way to the Steelers would be the fact that I feel like everybody believes that the Steelers need to tear this thing down and sell it off for parts because it's older and it's definitely not only has plateaued but is now pointing downhill instead of being on an upward swing.
Until they play us. Come on, let's be honest.
Only team
they'll be there at the end of the season. The Steelers will be
correct.
Even with 8 or 9 wins, they're there every year because that's who they are.
Correct, but they're at the Cavalier point. You know what I'm talking about? Where, for a while with the Cavaliers, it very much was turning into call me when the playoffs begin, and if they can't get past the second round again, then blow the whole thing up and try it from start. The Steelers are there.
They never do that, though. They don't blow the whole thing up there.
Right, but
there's a reason they've only had 4 head coaches since Chuck Noll, right?
They kind of need
3
to.
since Chuck, 4 with Chuck.
They kind of need to. I mean, TJ Watt is old. Like, Jalen Ramsey is old. You have a 41-year-old quarterback. who's at the helm of this whole thing. You have two dice rolls in Will Howard and Drew Aller. As much as I know you really like both.
What?
They are dice rolls. Let's be honest.
I know.
I enjoyed watching Drew Aller in college. I hope somebody could get his footwork together and can help him become a more accurate quarterback, because I enjoyed watching him play college ball. It just never clicked, and the injury didn't help either.
It is going to be
James
so
Franklin.
weird to see Drew Aller roll into our stadium this year wearing the Steelers uniform.
Nor James Franklin's offense helped any cause.
No.
But everything around them, especially on the defensive side, I mean, goodness, they're still relying on Cam Hayward. Cam Hayward's my age. Like, that's not a way to build a successful franchise, is when you have that many guys who are pushing the wrong side of 30. They probably need to tear this down. It's the one thing that would prevent them from bringing in Baker. The other side of it is the only people who don't realize that this is the case is Omar Khan and the Steelers. That might be the only people out there who don't realize that the arrow's pointing downward on your team right now. And you need to find a way to fix that. But you're right. They don't tear down.
All right. There was one other story that makes me laugh. Like, I think I should just start jotting this stuff down, because I listen to the station all the time when we're not on.
Okay.
And there was a caller that called in 2 days ago that just went on a rant.
Wait, Sports Talk Radio callers?
No. But this one was like over the top. Like, it's the over the top ones that get me. Just like would not let it go that they thought that Myles Garrett got traded because he didn't go to OTAs, and now suddenly he's going to OTAs in LA. Like, do you understand? Like, I can't believe people believe that. Like, if you really thought that Myles not going to OTAs this year was the reason he got traded, it's time to stop caring about football, because you have no idea what you're talking about. Like, nobody cares. Nobody cares. And if you want my example, look at Denzel Ward. Was anyone worried, upset, or mad that Denzel wasn't at OTAs? No. Why? Because Denzel was smart enough to say, hey, I'm talking to the coaches. We talk all the time. Mm-hmm. I've got my iPad. I know what's going on. I'm a veteran. These things are optional. It's not like it's costing me money not to be there. It's not a big deal. My body could really use the rest. I think we totally underestimate the value of rest. We do. We're so, I got to do this, got to wake up at 3 in the morning, work out all day. No, your body needs rest. And Denzel's body needs rest, especially for somebody who's had concussions. What do they say is the best recipe to overcome concussions? Want to guess? Rest. Mm-hmm. Don't look at the TV. Don't look at your phone. Don't be in bright lights. Rest. No one on earth was saying anything about Denzel not being at OTAs. Why? Yep. Because Denzel handled it. Yeah. Myles, the problem for Myles was the media kept asking the coaching staff, have you talked to Myles? And the coaching staff didn't want to lie. Yep. So they said no.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
By the way, I cannot state enough on the Brown side of it. I want honesty. Stop treating us like you have state secrets. You are not Area 51. There are not aliens behind those doors coming up with new inventions. There isn't a spaceship. There's none of that stuff that's back there, okay? You are a football team. You are not hiding government secrets. Just give us some level of clarity and honesty. And the Browns coaching staff did. Have you talked to him? No. Thanks. Appreciate that. Have you texted with him? Yeah, a little. Okay, good. Have you met him face-to-face? Not yet. Beautiful. Please keep that up. Don't change that, because that gave everybody a level of clarity that when the trade finally came down, everybody went, oh, there were breadcrumbs here. Okay. I can handle this in a calming manner. It's so funny. I will never forget our buddy Randy Mueller hopping on with us before he ended up taking the job with the Saints. And he talked about drafting Ted Ginn Jr. And he said, the biggest mistake I made with drafting Ted Ginn Jr. where I did was that I didn't leave enough breadcrumbs to the media to prepare them for this fact that we were going to take Ted Ginn Jr. And he said, just having that relationship means so much more. And I wonder if Andrew Berry may have learned some of that over time of like, there's really nothing wrong with being slightly transparent.
It's just so
and I
goofy.
can't get all
Some
hot
of
in a
these things
biscuit and grumpy over Miles showing up to OTAs.
No one cares
with the Rams.
No one cares that he wasn't here. That's not the reason he got
He's
traded.
not my problem anymore.
Yeah,
he's not my problem. I don't care if you're not wearing brown and orange. I don't care. I don't care about Baker. I don't care about Miles. I don't care about Odell. I don't care about anything that's going on there. Why? You don't wear brown and orange. You're not my problem.
Jim is in Portage County. Hey, Jim.
What's up, Jim?
Hey, guys. What's going on? Did not like the Myles Garrett trade. And here's why. Because he was a known quantity, and the Browns do not draft well. That's all I got to say about that. It's over. It's done.
So the last 2 years changed nothing in your mind?
A little, yes. Yeah, I really wanted – I know that Andy wanted Carnell Tate, and I know I wanted Carnell Tate, but we didn't even get a shot at him. So they did bolster the line. We got, we got the tight end. We got the linebacker the year before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's progress. Good Lord, don't send Baker to Pittsburgh Steelers, at least when we got the kid
Deshaun?
The kid from Deshaun. But anyway, he had all those cases, and they asked the Browns, "Oh yeah, we did our due diligence." BS. They didn't interview a single woman, and we got stuck with it. And he made about $500,000 a pass attempt as a Cleveland Brown. Not even counting completion.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, look, the contract is running thin, so there's another year left, and we'll see who the quarterback is, and
so on and so forth.
And but did you
Case
did you go through Texas torts? Did you do your tort class today for Texas law? So we have to
so
know
I can update my law thought.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
I haven't yet. I do need to re-up that.
All the lawyers out there are laughing at that.
It's like right there.
Law school students do. Jim in Strongsville. Hi, Jim.
What's up, Jim?
Jimbo.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up?
We're well, man.
Yeah, I listen for the most of this stuff. I mean, listen. Here's the bottom line: you were never going to win a championship with Myles Garrett being the best player on your team. That's just, I mean, that's a defensive thing, but it's just kind of true. I kind of think of him as the Carmelo Anthony of the NFL, except he is better than Carmelo Anthony. My point is on this stuff, guys, is listen, yeah, I hear the Baker stuff. Who cares where Baker goes? You've got two organizations now that have given Baker plenty of time to show what he is, and they've seen that he can take them to the playoffs, but now you're going to be looking at two organizations that looked at his body of work and said, yeah, he's good enough to get us to the playoffs, but he's not good enough to get us where we want to go. So you know what? I don't care. He's going to end up somewhere. If he wants to go to the Steelers, fine, whatever. I could carry. Who cares? I'm so over Baker. Now I'm over Miles. I'm over where all these guys went. I'm just over it. And then Andy, I think when you look at the Browns, look, I don't think Jimmy Haslam is Jerry Jones. So I think you got to really divide the personality and the credentials of each GM up and by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to look at the chances that Andrew Berry took as a young, when he first got here versus how he's reacting now. Mm-hmm. I don't think you can go all the way back to a lot of those were Dorsey picks and whatever picks. And I just don't think you can go all the way back like that.
No, I think they've learned, though. Do you think they've learned? I do think they're getting smarter. And I got to be honest, when I was hearing about Brendan Sorsby and that the front office may have liked him along the way, I was like, my stomach was turning. I'm like, why do we want another issue here? How about bringing in football players that want to talk about so we can talk about football?
It's not even that, Andy. You know my problem with this guy is there was he'd be a top 5 pick next year.
Yeah.
Listen, look, can we not talk about what some guy's going to be at the end of a season that hasn't happened yet? How about we look at what he is right now? I've just never seen everybody's like, he project. Okay, what's he project as right now? I can't go by what he would have been through this imaginary season. That's like you're undefeated against things that didn't happen that you're just looking at.
I agree.
I don't like it. And by the way, Mike Hall Jr., just real quick on him, he's past his off the field troubles. He's 2.5 seasons beyond that.
Yeah.
Problem with that guy now is he can't stay healthy.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, Jim, thank you. We always appreciate your phone call. Jim in Strongsville checking in, 216-474-0092. All right, let's come back. We got a couple things I want to talk about with you. Some Brown stuff, too, so stick around. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
disappear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's Dan Minigan. I'm Andy Baskin. You know, last week while we were on the air, we were all set to have an interview that I love talking about and love talking to each and every year because we get to hear some of the behind-the-scenes stuff of what's going on with the Cleveland Browns beyond just the football stuff, like their impact in the community as a organization. And so each and every year we get a chance to sit down and we talk with Renee Harvey, who's the vice president of Community Impact and Foundation, the Browns Foundation. And guess what? Right now, unfortunately, we didn't get to talk to her last week, but we do get to talk to her right now. And she's on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Renee. How are you?
Hello, Renee.
I'm great. How are you?
We are good. So unfortunately, we didn't get to talk at the golf outing. So we need your reaction to the trade. No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to do that to you.
I was hoping that would be the first question.
Do you think the Browns got enough competition, Renee?
Yeah. Renee, are you on the record that you thought they should have got at least 2 7th-round picks for it? That's the key. Just want to make sure.
How are you guys? You're doing well?
Oh, we're doing good. So we missed the annual golf tournament, but, you know, we talk about the Cleveland Browns Foundation, you know, all the time. People say, well, the Cleveland Browns Foundation. What exactly is the Cleveland Browns Foundation for folks that don't know?
Yeah, great question. Appreciate starting with the big picture. So our foundation is really focused on education. Our broader portfolio of community focus is under our Browns Give Back umbrella, where we have education, youth football, economic advancement is kind of our 3 core pillars. Obviously, we do much more than that, but those are really our deepest areas of focus and impact. And our foundation is really laser focused on that educational pillar. It's a public foundation, so we do fundraising, obviously, through the golf tournament, our annual fundraiser, as well as our 50-50 raffle during the season. And that funding allows us to support initiatives such as our Stay in the Game initiative, which is really our signature educational program that we do. We also have a Marion Motley Scholarship Program where we offer a couple of scholarships to first-generation college-bound students each year. So a number of things that we do, but yes, that's our Browns Foundation.
What's the message of Stay in the Game?
Stay in the Game it's really something that we started, believe it or not, back in 2015 with Cleveland Metropolitan School District. When we learned that we had so many students who were chronically absent, meaning they were missing at least 18 days of school per year, 2 days a month, does not sound like that much. But students who are chronically absent obviously are less likely to read on grade level and less likely to graduate on time. And so we really got involved at that point. 2019, we launched what is now known as Stay in the Game Attendance Network, alongside our partners at the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce, Harvard's Proving Ground, and Battelle as our network managing partner. We're now in 238 school districts covering 612,000 students across the state, alongside our other team partners in the Columbus Crew and FC Cincinnati, and really supporting our school districts and schools. By identifying students who are missing too many days of school, we want to obviously prevent that from happening, and really trying to galvanize support around communities, around schools, and supporting our families to help encourage kids to go to school more consistently. So that looks very different in each community, but really excited with the growth of the network. And believe it or not, we expanded this past year into Pittsburgh, first time outside of Ohio, but the Steelers are working alongside us through Stay in the Game with the Pittsburgh public school system.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Good.
I got to tell you that, you know, when we talk about Stay in the Game, and, you know, part of that might be giving kids a reason to even want to go to school beyond maybe the education. And it's hard for me not to look at every year I see the Browns are donating another field, and fields aren't cheap. I mean, we're talking, they can go up to like $1.5 million. This year, Richmond Heights was the 18th field that you guys have donated? And I did I hear a 19th field was on its way or not? But even if it
yes,
isn't,
yeah, Brush High School in South Euclid Lyndhurst. Yes.
So
19th.
you're on to 19 fields right now, and I think sometimes people say, well, what are the Browns doing? I mean, I don't know how. I mean, these are $1 million investments into high schools, and I'm looking at all, like Collinwood, Garfield, Berea, Olmsted Falls, Bookdale, Archbishop Hoban, Shaw, Ellett. I mean, the list goes on and on. Lorraine, and all these schools. And when you see that, and you're donating these fields, what's the feeling you have? What's the feeling the Haslams have? What's the feeling the Johnsons have when they see this happen? And to me, giving these kids the opportunity to play on an equal field that some of the other schools have, I think is just a remarkable thing for the Browns to do for the community.
Yeah, I have to say it's probably one of our favorite initiatives that we do, and it obviously starts with the Haslam and Johnson families. This is something that they felt was incredibly important, obviously, to grow the game, but more importantly, the football fields, as you know, it's really a community place, a community gathering place. And so it means so much more to, each and every community that we go into, and to not only see the student athletes' faces, but, the educators and the faculty. And, one of the schools that we're building, they haven't played a home game, I think, in 7 years.
Wow.
So they're nicknamed the Road Warriors. And that has to be so hard not to have a home field to play all of your games in, but they're used for PE programs and youth sports programs, hopefully opened up to the broader community so they can use and access the field as well. So we're really, happy and proud to be part of that work. Couldn't do it without our partners in Forever Lawn and OhioCat, working alongside us, but it's incredibly rewarding, and it's amazing to see how proud those student athletes are when they get to see that field and walk on it for the first time.
All right, Renee, last question for you. Stay in the game. If there's a school district out there that's listening to it, there's a superintendent that happens to hear us today, or a principal or a teacher that wants to make sure they're like, wow, maybe I just need to know a little bit more about that. What do they need to do?
Sure, really easy. You can either go to the Browns website. We have a link through our community section, or they can go to stayinthegame.org. And all of the information will get them signed up. We have implementation specialists. We work alongside them to make sure that they receive all the supports they need.
Renee, as
Excellent,
always,
Renee.
we enjoy talking to you. Thank you so much. And next time we'll break down the way the defenses are going to look now, the Jared versus in there. And so I'm looking for your expert analysis on that too. So
I can't wait. I'll start studying now.
Thank you, Renee. Goodbye. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you for everything you do.
Thanks so much.
All right, talk to you soon.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, and of course, Renee was on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Man, I know we talk about like how expensive sports is sometimes, and we sit here and we get mad at owners and we get mad at stuff like that. But there are things going on in the background that sometimes the teams do deserve credit for. Like I look at the Guardians, and you go over to the zoo and you see that amazing baseball stadium that's over there.
Absolutely.
And, the teams do give back. I watch the Monsters go out all the time, and they have the guys are skating with kids. And, when you walk into one of these fields that the Browns have put back in, it's kind of hard not to look and go, man, this is pretty cool. It's pretty cool they've done that.
Absolutely. A lot of schools in this area getting new tracks that they sorely need, getting new fields that they sorely need. I mean, anything to...
The Cavs have put up a ton of, basketball courts around town, too.
Absolutely.
So every once in a while, when you're really, really mad at these teams and you get upset, it's like, they do give back. And it's sometimes you need to, you kind of need to see that sometimes to get the bigger picture. Again, we're giving kids a place to go play football or flag football or soccer or lacrosse or anything, just to be active and be a part of the community. And so I think you need to tip your cap sometimes to that. At least I do. So I think we are at that point now where we have to ask ourselves, why are we smarter? Yeah, we're going to have to do it pretty quick too. So why are you smarter? It's brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Meredith Kane, you go first.
I'm smarter because I learned that if you want a district judge to side with your injunction, file in the same county that the school you want to play in is located.
There you have it. You see, Texas law. We talked about that.
It all comes back to Texas law.
Texas Tech is in Lubbock County. That's all I'm saying.
All comes back to Texas law.
Dan Mennigan.
I'm smarter today because even though you think there's one rule in sports that cannot be broken and should ban you forever, apparently we're still in a world where that's not the case.
I'm smarter today because if Dan Mennigan needs a day off, he is doing something that has to do with sports. He was at State Track and Field. He was at he was at Muirfield. He was at the soccer game.
Yeah.
And what'd you do on Sunday?
Cook for a whole bunch of people for the lady friend's mom's birthday.
You're lazy. That's all I hear. You didn't go to another game on Sunday, so that's why I'm smarter.
I know.
Hey, thanks for listening. We're back again tomorrow. You got Dan again. Jeff, I think, is going to take another play hooky for another day. So thanks for doing it.
Thank you. We got it. We got a fun one. Jay Billis, noon. Buckle in.
Jay Billis, what do you think he thinks about this?
That's the first guy who came across my head. Jay Billis, noon, tomorrow. Buckle in.
Lock it in.
The Illustrator.
Speaking of locking in, plenty more to be said. And you know who's going to say it? Afternoon Drive. So check them out. They will take you home. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports.
we last talked about. Well, oh no, the Myles Garrett trade. Now, yeah, Shedeur should start. Of course he should start. He always was supposed to start. Meanwhile, last week, some of the same people, like these comments about Shedeur, were talking about, well, you already paid him all this money, Deshaun Watson. Maybe there's something from the Houston days. How do you not squeeze something out of that? And just watching them as they just go week by week, practice by practice, has been a maddening exercise.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. A happy and hearty Monday to all y'all out there in Northeast Ohio. Hope you guys are enjoying this nice but spicy weather. We got a big show for you today. We got that open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the Supreme Leader because if we do not, there will be consequences. Oh, yeah, we got Jake Murren, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel and producing for us today. As always, you can subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It's free, and watch all 5 hours of this show. All 5 hours long. Don't forget to ring that bell and like our videos. We desperately like to be liked around here. Matt Corrali. That chucklehead is here doing updates as well. Hi, JP.
Hello. How's it going today?
So nice that I really am bummed we're not broadcasting from right there.
Now, where's right there? You're pointing to the anchor chair.
Yeah, no, okay, look beyond.
Because we could do that if you want. It's just a slide over
out
5
out on
feet.
the road where it's I don't think I'd fit in that chair.
No chance would I want to be outside broadcast. Are you kidding me? I was sweating like crazy at the park yesterday. The sun was beating down. I can't do that long outdoors, man.
Oh, we'd be under the awning. Yeah,
I need a lot of shade.
Would save us.
I need a lot of shade.
Yeah, well, I think you're selling yourself a little bit short here because you were talking about how much you were outside this weekend.
I was outside a ton.
And given your Irish roots, you should be a tomato right now. You're not.
20,000 steps both days tells you just how outside I was.
That's Disney World level steps.
It was a lot of steps. I must have visited maybe like 7 different parks with the kids this weekend. I went golfing, just 9 holes. You know what it is. I did lawn maintenance for about like 2 hours or so. I was outside a lot this weekend. Am I not? I'm not a tomato, though. I don't know
you were
what
not
happened.
even close to it.
You know what it is? I've become addicted.
I'm a little more tomato-ish than you are.
I have become addicted to sunscreen, so maybe that's helping.
I don't think that's a real addiction. I'm going to say it right now. I don't think you can be addicted to sunscreen.
I like them. I like the mist. You put it on, you feel like, and then you feel like, I don't know, it feels summer to me at this point. Sunscreen and summer, they just equate together. But I like, maybe I'm just convincing myself because in order to get Charlotte to enjoy putting sunscreen on, I had to make this whole performance, and I might have tricked myself into thinking that
so you're gaslighting yourself.
I, in fact, do love sunscreen. And trying to convince a 3-year-old to love sunscreen, I have convinced myself that I do, in fact, love sunscreen.
We'll know when you're huffing it in the breaks that you really are addicted.
Got to be the spray kind, though. You know, I'm not putting on that other stuff.
So, Vanessa, because kid-free weekend, so all weekend we're doing stuff outside. Shockingly productive when every 5 minutes somebody's not coming out to talk about the latest fight they've had with their sibling. But Vanessa took from maybe, let's say, bird dogging the children to bird dogging me about not wearing sunscreen. And like 3 times in the last 2 days, I've heard, well, don't talk to me if you get if you get skin cancer. And I was like, I think we both know. I'm going to get some real sympathy points here if we do, though. You act like I'm not going to be able to complain about it. I think I'll be able to complain about it.
You'll complain about it, but there's just a level of it's just not even worth it. For instance, like 10 years ago, I don't know why I told my mom this, but I told my mom how I just get in the habit of just not cleaning my fruit before I eat it. Mm-hmm. And so now, and I've been consistently cleaning my fruit now. I've been sent the articles. I understand the idea. You got to clean.
Botulism, is that the fear?
You got to clean. There's just a lot of pesticides and a lot of bad stuff in there, right? I got the idea. I wash my fruit, but like my mom she's convinced that like one day I'm going to die of cancer of this. And if it does in fact happen, or something happens, and they can trace it back to me not washing my strawberries before I eat them, not only will I be dead, so I'll be pissed in general because I'm dead, but I can't have that happen.
And she'll
that
also
last laugh cannot exist.
And she'll have that I was right moment that we never want to give our family.
There are so many wonderful things I feel like I've done in this life, and so many wonderful things that it would really make a parent proud. I feel like they're all offset by the disgust she has for me 10 years ago not washing my blueberries. It's as if I'm like a disappointment as a child because I didn't have that down. This is where you are in not taking care of your skin. You got to take care of your skin, Nick.
All right, there.
Don't get skin cancer. Skin cancer, man, really, really seems incredibly painful.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would say any of the cancers seem like a,
but by all accounts,
if you cannot choose it, I would not choose it.
Skin cancer is one of the more painful, and you don't want that, man. You don't want that.
Did Vanessa text you?
No,
That's what this feels like. Vanessa texted you, like, make sure to hammer the skin cancer thing because he didn't put on any sunscreen this weekend.
With love, we'll let you get as obese as you want to get.
Thank you.
You know, like you go ahead, you do that. But like the skin cancer stuff, that's
where you draw the line.
That's where we got it. That's where we got to really be like, hey Nick, get it together, buddy.
Whole sleeve of Oreos.
Get it together.
I can eat it every 4 hours as long as I'm wearing sunscreen.
You can eat. Yeah, take them outside. You know, if you got the sunscreen on, make a picnic for yourself. You can do as much as you want.
Getting as fat as I can, but I'm not getting skin cancer. I almost said sun cancer. That's a different thing. All right, so the big news of the day, while we have sound from Denzel Ward, we've got Gardos and Yankees coming up this week as well. Cavs still in Cancun. The big news of the day, where there was a collective sigh of relief from certain Browns fans, is that Brennan Sorsby, the would-be Texas Tech quarterback, has been granted an injunction by a district judge in Lubbock County, Texas, that will allow him to play for Texas Tech this year. He will have to miss the first 2 games of the season, but despite habitually betting on himself, habitually betting on teams he played on, and I think it was like bets up to like $90,000 overall, he will be allowed to play college football unless at some point in some way the NCAA can pull a rabbit from the hat that nobody sees right now.
Yeah, it's just an interesting development for the NFL as a whole. Also an interesting development for whether or not a team could have taken him and played him this year. Albert maintained this would be a redshirt season. I still think a team would have wanted to throw him in there. Like for myself, for the Browns, I was like, if they take him week 8, week 9, you have to get him on the field. You have to find out what he can and cannot do, because if not, you have to be right back in that draft next year.
Yeah, I would have been in on Brennan Sorsby if they thought he could be a franchise quarterback and it was going to be worth a second-round pick in a supplemental draft. I just wouldn't sweat it, especially with 2 firsts next year.
Why are we in the minority on that, though?
Because I think a lot of people are pretending to care about gambling. I do. Like, I'm sorry, guys. If we all have to, I fundamentally don't understand the amount of people that look the other way at every allegation that Deshaun Watson had against him and said, I just want my football players to football. And then when Brennan Sorsby does something that is legal, like actually is legal, except for the NCAA bylines, but legally legal, then we got to draw the line on gambling. I think this is a lot about the perception of gambling and the way we view gambling as opposed to all the other things that have been normalized by athletes. I'm sorry. I'll take the gambler that might need to work on himself over, sexual assault guys or guys that, have problems keeping their hands off women.
So I will too. I just always wonder if I end up, just showing my card a little bit too much, because I am a gambler and I have gambled a lot in my life. And so like the idea that I would be the guy like, no, it's not the end of the world. One thing that takes away gambling for a lot of the gamblers out there is having an NFL-sized paycheck. He'll be fine. But I don't know. You're not much of a gambler, and you're saying you think that it's fine, and so that kind of gives me the idea that maybe I'm right here in my moral compass, I guess.
I think this is weed 10 years ago. Like some of the takes.
I thought of that on the right end. It feels very much like weed 10 years ago.
Some of the takes about Josh Gordon 10 years ago. If you played them now, today, it would be like get off my cloud, get off my farm, grandpa kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. It would be like embarrassing level. That's how bad those takes have aged. And listen, I want to point out, I do understand that there is a threat to the integrity of the game. But there have been a myriad,
and that is one of the highlighted differences.
Well, but there's been a myriad of threats to the game and to the integrity of the game that have we look the other way. By the way, all of these leagues allowing and many states allowing gambling in the first place, that in and of itself is a threat to the integrity of the game. But but it means good stuff because it's more money for either those states or for the individual programs or the individual conferences.
I know, but the first bad pass he has in a Big 12 or like a Oklahoma game or something like that, Texas Tech, Oklahoma, the first bad pass that he has, you're going to have a lot of people, and it's just internet people, it is what it is, but enough people on the internet being like, oh, this game rigged? Would Sorsby on the take? I mean, I can't imagine if we have one of those classic Musburger type games where Brent was calling out like this is important for some people and all that. We have one of those type of games where it feels like the spread is dictated by Sorsby's arm at the end of it, and then it goes one way because of an embarrassing play. The takes are coming.
They are, but that's his lesson that he's got to learn, because it's apparent, and this is really what the suspension tells you. The NCAA is completely dead. It is. This is. I mean, as bad as the Ed O'Bannon case was, as that struck the first real blow to the power of the NCAA. The fact that a player can be. I mean, the things that he's accused of doing and has admitted to doing are completely against NCAA guidelines. And one court was like, nope, it's fine. You're going to harm this kid if you don't let him play. I can't tell you how feckless and embarrassing the NCAA looks from all of this.
They're spineless jellyfish, but they know it, though. They know it at this point. We've been trending towards this for a while.
Self-awareness is okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Does that make it better?
They don't know it yet. They don't know it. They have no awareness in this.
But, I mean, I really do think, like, listen, I would have taken, depending on, sorry for the phrase, too, I would have taken a gamble on Brennan Sorsby if he was a second-round pick as opposed to using a supplemental first-round pick. I also do think that there is going to be need for real oversight in college athletics because I'm more worried about the conferences running away with this thing than I am individual players skirting rules. But at the same point, like the pearl clutching in college athletics today is exactly what annoys me because it's a bunch of people screaming into the abyss. Everybody agrees about how wrong this is, and yet the reality is you didn't care when the inequities were in a certain other way, right? Like Brennan Sorsby doing this, yep, it is a threat to the integrity of the game, which you pointed out by talking about the first time he misses a big play or throws a bad interception, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But there's a million things like this going on in college football. The only one we seem to care about is Brennan Sorsby.
I think this hits harder for people because it's I think the ripple effect that they expect to happen, I think this is the beginning wave for them. And I don't know if it will or won't, but somebody as high profile as Sorsby is, being the one at the center of this, does raise the stakes. I mean, speaking in the NFL, for instance, the Calvin Ridley stuff mattered for a reason. It's because it was Calvin Ridley. There was 4 different Lions players that had trouble with gambling, we didn't talk about it the same way because it wasn't Calvin Ridley. And so there is a matter of who does it at the heart of this. And Sorsby being the one, a quarterback that's going to go in a top 10 in the NFL draft next year, top 15. That's why this is highlighted.
216-474-0092. So Brennan Sorsby will play in college football for Texas Tech this year. Nice little $5 million for him. He will have to miss the first 2 games. Don't worry, they're not really impressive games at all. Are you relieved at this development? 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Nick Shook, NFL.com, talks the Browns quarterback battle. The Sorsby injunction news as well at 3. Then we've got the lead at 5 o'clock. Eric Bolin, Cleveland's own, John Carroll's own as well, a Yankees beat writer for Newsday. Another one of those awesome WRRO statesmen like Daryl Ryder is, like the great Dan McDowell is. We'll talk a little Yankees baseball and maybe what a Knicks championship would mean for the city of New York, even though he's the Yankees beat writer. That's at 5:40, but 216-474-0092. What does this suspension tell you? And a year from now, we're going to look into the future and talk about the Brennan Sorsby thing and what will hold true and what won't for the Cleveland Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
even $100,000 in credit card debt? You can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we are currently discussing the biggest news in all of sports that isn't the NBA Finals on June 8th here, as the NCAA looks like they will be likely appearing the ruling today that Brendan Sorsby was given this injunction by a Lubbock County, Texas judge that will allow him to play for Texas Tech in 2026. He will have to miss the first 2 games of the season. But the judge, what's his name? I know his last name's Curry.
The judge's name?
Ken Curry.
You could have made up any first name in the world. No one is fact-checking on that. Unless you called him Steph.
Yeah, people be like, there's no 2 Steph Currys that are that.
Yeah, I saw over the weekend, or it was Friday, there's a 19-year-old that was a murder suspect, and his name was Carmelo Anthony. And I thought to myself, man, this universe is running out of names, aren't we? We're just running out of names.
Every time that I see that specific story, I am like, it's not that Carmelo, Nick. You're okay there. But the judge said that Sorsby and his legal team had demonstrated that he will suffer a probable, imminent, and irreparable injury if the court did not issue the temporary injunction. So like I said, there's a chance that this isn't entirely over. But I do think right now that at least there's a pathway for Brendan Sorsby to play in college football. I think we should expect that to happen unless the NCAA can pull a rabbit from the hat here. And it's funny, I don't differentiate this from a lot of the other things that NFL or NCAA players go through. I do think we still need to know, even if Brendan Sorsby plays in college football this year, whether the NFL will have a say on this if he does go into the 2027 draft and he's a first-round pick. I think that's going to be another thing to watch out.
They'll put their own punishment attached to this as well?
I mean,
because they were going to if he came out this year.
Yes, and so I think that's another kind of
what's funny about
unknowable
that,
at this moment.
It's kind of like him having some sort of gambling addiction. A year just kind of erases that for a lot of people. It's almost like a time served in people's minds.
I think that's going to be really fascinating for a year. In a year's time, if the Browns end up getting a top 3 pick and they really like Brendan Sorsby, Todd Monken, known gambler himself, by the way, came out last week as hard against going after Brendan Sorsby as you possibly could. I wonder if Todd Monken's one of those people that year erases.
If he has a Heisman caliber season, I would bet dollars to donuts next. He comes out and says something to the effect of like, we see the changes that he's made. What an incredible human this guy is. Yeah, he had his problems, but that rehab facility, boy, do they do wonders there. And that's going to be it. That's going to be the rhetoric. Yeah. It's like, and by the way, it doesn't bother me one way or another if he was gambling to begin with anyway.
Yeah, I think what's going to be interesting is Browns fans and whether that 1 year is going to change, because I do think fans represent a lot of different ideologies out there, political, lifestyle, whatever, and so I think there are people that this is going to be a sticking point, and I honestly think this is the best case scenario from one standpoint of you do get one more year's bit of information on Brendan Sorsby.
Yes, but there are enough people, Nick, that just buy into my quarterback has to act a certain way. Mm-hmm. My quarterback has to be presidential, so to speak. My quarterback has to wear his baseball cap facing forwards when he's at the podium. There's a certain amount of people. I've just never been in this group. But there's a certain amount of people that just believe your quarterback has to act differently than everybody else. They have. You can't have 53 Boy Scouts, but your quarterback has to be one. That's why some people love Mendoza. Don't even love how he plays football. They just love Mendoza.
That's why, and I think we saw this a little bit. Like, there were people who were way anti-Shedeur for any of the myriad of reasons you could be anti-Shedeur. That kid's first good game, people were like, I think he's growing on me. I never really had that much of a problem with Shedeur in the first place. I think this is going to be the same thing. I mean, we all couldn't believe that Josh Gordon got, for all of the marijuana issues in 2012, that the Browns drafted him and forfeited a 2013 second rounder. And then the second that kid had a 1,600-yard season, I saw a bunch of Josh Gordon jerseys going down to the ballpark.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a footnote, and then it'll be the type of thing that in any sort of close game, even I'm saying when he's in the NFL 5 years from now, people will make gambling jokes, and it'll almost be his penance on this. Will just be the gambling jokes that come after years and years of it just being put in his rearview mirror.
But even then, like if that kid comes out and has a Jaden Daniels style, or maybe even C.J. Stroud, because C.J. Stroud, statistically, it's been up and down, but the kid has just consistently won in the playoffs. Like 3 years into that, if he's got 3 playoff wins, or if he's been to an AFC or NFC title game, or maybe he's threatened to win an MVP, I think this is the kind of thing that as long as you don't have a relapse of an instance, Brennan Sorsby did X, Y, and Z.
But here's the hard part about that, Nick, is that the first time he seems like he's struggling, and the first time, or even out of the gate, if it doesn't look good, people will take his gambling as if it's a referendum on poor decision making. And this is where that old, hey, wear your hat forwards. That whole logic comes from the idea that if you can't act like a quarterback's supposed to act, then your decision making is flawed to begin with, and that goes into more than just how you present yourself. That goes into how you play quarterback as well. And I think it's a load of BS. I think either you can play or you can't play. Doesn't matter what happens to you in a press conference.
216-474-0092. A year from now, will the Browns feel different about Brennan Sorsby? The injunction that he got here should allow him to play in 2026 for Texas Tech. Now, I do think, because pretty much all a great lawyer needs is like a precedence, I do think from the purely legal side of things, which I am neither smart enough or inclined enough to really get too deep into, I do think this becomes a fascinating point for all professional leagues, but most specifically the NCAA, because quite frankly, now somebody can go and say, hey, this happened in this court in Lubbock County, Texas.
Right.
This now stands as something we can rely on when it comes to gambling and the integrity, and certainly of the NCAA in college football.
Yeah, I'm curious to find out how many more times it happens. Like, do you think we're going to have somebody that's high profile enough that we do this conversation over and over again?
Yeah.
It's got to be high profile enough, though. I'm not talking like the defensive end or anything like that. I'm talking like quarterback, going to be first round pick.
You're such a pick supremacist there sometimes.
What do you mean?
Not like a defensive end. I think Reuben Bain was one of the biggest stars in college football this last year.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Reuben Bain gambling would have been a huge story.
Sure, yeah, all right. Reuben Bain gambling would have dropped him down the draft boards, and then nobody would have talked about Reuben Bain.
All right, but at quarterback, yeah, of course. Yeah, this is like, it's so funny. Like, I feel like in anything that has been legalized in the last 10 to 15 years, like, I think people get, oh, gosh, there's a scandal that comes out of this. It's like, well, yes, this was always bound to happen when something becomes, that was previously illegal becomes legal.
Well, I know, but you're talking about the precedent that was being set forth here. I'm trying to figure out how many times in the future are we going to have a lawyer that goes back to the precedent that was set in Lubbock, Texas.
If this stands, it'll be every time.
No, I mean, how many times is that actually going to come up, though, is the question I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, I mean, it doesn't matter how noteworthy of a player. It's like this will set.
I mean, it does for me in our discussions, though.
What do you mean?
Like, the noteworthiness of the player is what made the story go to begin with anyway. Noteworthiness of the player is what tells me whether or not people are going to care about it. And the noteworthiness of the player is whether or not the NCAA has to act upon this and maybe get ahead of this.
Oh, I think because this always ties back to Brennan Sorsby, that might just be a name, especially if he goes to the NFL and does something. Like the Brennan Sorsby injunction has a chance to be the thing that that almost brings more light to some of the inferior cases.
We've had gambling and everything. We had major, what should have been major baseball gambling storylines. It was just guys nobody had ever heard of before. We didn't start caring about it in baseball. We didn't start caring about it until baseball. Until when? Until Emmanuel Clase happened. Until Ortiz happened. Like that's when people started caring about it.
I think this becomes the point that people care about it. And again, I'm not saying that it doesn't matter because that's not true. I'm not saying that maybe the wrong side didn't win, depending on how you feel about gambling. And honestly, the fact that this is against NCAA bylaws, and now those are effectively struck down in at least one court of law, at least for the time being. But this is the continued fallout of the NCAA for 100 years, running it like they had total authority, which then caused people to push back, and now they've lost their ass. But
in every scenario, though, it's not even just this gambling situation. Like the NCAA, as far as football is concerned, is just, they're broke as far as if we're counting up the value of power they have. They're broke. Their pocket's got nothing in it.
But that's what I think makes this so astounding to some people, is that you would think if the NCAA is going to win a lawsuit or if they're going to win an injunction, right, the one way you would win it is if there was clear evidence admitted by the player involved. Hey, I violated these 3 bylaws. I did the unthinkable, the unknowable, the unseeable, and still you lose that? This makes the O'Bannon, in terms of winnability, the O'Bannon case always looked like eventually the player side was going to win, but it wasn't. It wasn't like the NCAA was like a 90-point favorite in that, right? This was, I would be shocked if Brendan Sorsby even got time from this judge, no matter where it was, till he won a clean and decisive victory.
And the lesson that's going to come out of this for Sorsby at least I did it in college. Because if I did this in the NFL, I would never be able to play in the NFL again. It's almost like, college really is about learning experiences, Nick.
Yep.
It's really about getting your mistakes out of the way and finding out what will work and won't work in your future employer. And Sorsby just did that, basically.
You learn the value of hard work. You learn how and when to handle your liquor. Maybe you get your heart broken for the first time.
You learn the yeses and nos of life.
And, of course, you learn to gamble on your team. But you learn not to do it. Saved him when he eventually goes into the Hall of Fame one day. This should be his speech. Hey, thank you to Cincinnati and Indiana and all these schools that I really learned. If you're going to make a mistake, do it in college. Oh, it goes back to the Chris Carter. You also got to have a fall guy. Although that's Shohei Ohtani that had the fall guy. It was just his interpreter. Come on. You don't think, Shohei knew?
No, I still don't think it. I never have. I never have. I've always been on the side of the interpreter just being a scumbag.
Yeah. JP was born yesterday. That's the breaking news here.
Nope. We had all sorts of federal prosecutors. They've spent so much of our taxpayer dollars to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, because those tax dollars have never been misappropriated.
I believe the interpreter had a problem, Nick. That's what I believe. I think he also took advantage of the idea that Shohei didn't know what he was doing as far as languages were concerned. Have you read some of the reporting on this?
I have. I just think
read one thing on the reporting and walk away thinking it was actually to Shohei.
By the way,
it wasn't Shohei.
By the way, the guy
he called up using banks and called up and was like, "I'm Shohei Ohtani," and because he was speaking in broken English, they're like, "Yeah, of course you are." It's a flaw in the banking system, is what it is. That's what we need to expose here, Nick.
I think it could be both. That's all I'm going to say. 216-474-0092. A year from now, will the Browns feel differently about Brendan Sorsby? I think the official prediction is if Brendan Sorsby wins the Heisman, Texas Tech is in the playoff, and Brendan Sorsby does what a lot of people thought he was going to do before this nonsense with gambling, and he cements himself as a top 5 pick. I'm going to imagine there's going to be quite the pivot from the Browns and every other organization that right now was like, absolutely, we got to draw a line in the sand somewhere. That line will suddenly and slowly, but very quickly, be diminished or erased by the time that kid hits the NFL draft next April.
And I would also bet a lot of money that Monken knew exactly how this was all going to unfold.
Poor phrasing. Poor phrasing.
You're the one that was like, pardon my phrasing in this. I would gamble on it, and I'm like, all right, let's just keep the money thing going. I'd bet a lot of money. I'd bet a lot of your money that Monken knew that this was going to be the outcome. So he can come out looking like the hero, and then ultimately a year from now, he can talk about what a changed man that Sorsby is. Okay, great.
Are you relieved that Brendan Sorsby won't be heading into the NFL supplemental draft, meaning he won't be a Cleveland Brown this offseason? 216-474-0092. And Myles Garrett leads off quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Behind the scenes.
this past season. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right around 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Shook joining us in about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We'll get Shookie's take on Brennan Sorsby. And looking like Brennan Sorsby is going to be playing in 2026 for Texas Tech as opposed to coming to the NFL. I don't know if you saw the Ross Dellinger piece, but a rival Big 12 GM calls this ruling total bleeping bleep, and said that ADs are talking about maybe not playing Texas Tech in football or in any sport.
Bunch of crybabies.
That's exactly
cry about it more.
This inevitably. I understand being upset by this. I do, and understanding what it represents. But acting like it's Texas Tech's fault, it's like, nope, it's the NCAA. And honestly, it is a hell of a legal job done by Brennan Sorsby's camp. Can we just say that?
No,
Lawyer of the year.
I won't say that. Only because you're the one that when we were talking about Trinidad Chambliss, you're like, oh, shocker. You mean a Tennessee judge voted on what to have happen with Trinidad? I'm so surprised. Or sorry, Mississippi judge. Like, I'm so shocked. Same principle applies here.
No, this one's so much more. This is
you
so
won
much
you
more.
won in Lubbock.
I
can't give you credit for that. You won in Lubbock.
Yeah, but winning on gambling charges as opposed to
it'd be different if Texas Tech had like zero expectations this year and hadn't spent $30 million on that roster and wasn't projected to actually win the title in some instances. This is their year, all things considered. You're going to win in Lubbock.
I think
you're going to win in Lubbock.
I think winning a gambling case like this is a little bit more sophisticated than winning.
I'm using your Trinidad Chambliss against you.
They're quite different cases. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry. It's Quick Hits.
Well, Rams defensive end Myles Garrett introducing himself to the LA masses quite quickly here. Not only did he show up to voluntary OTAs, he also threw out the first pitch at a Dodgers-Padres game over the weekend and wore a Kobe Bryant in a Dodgers hat T-shirt.
It was a cool shirt.
It was also a great pitch, by the way.
Shirt went hard.
Pandering, or was this a nice touch by Myles?
Ask your buddy Bill Ryder, who claims that he's already more of a Los Angeles. How do you say the plural of that? I don't know. I think he said like a Los Angelesian or something.
No, Los Angelinos.
Is that it? Is that how they do it?
Pretty sure. Or Angelinos.
I thought he did an Angelian type thing. But either way, already said that he's more of that, whatever that is, than LeBron James.
Kudos to Bill. Bill is known to be a anti-LeBron guy.
He did in the clip say, I'm an anti-LeBron. I'm a LeBron hater, but
at
I'm not going to let this
owned it up front.
I'm not going to let... No, it was in the back end.
Oh, it was?
It was definitely after the impassioned clip.
Oh, it was a throwaway?
Yeah, basically. And I am a LeBron hater. But everything I said for 2 minutes matters.
Man, I just wish Myles tried this hard to pander to Browns fans the way he has to LA fans. They don't even have good fans, Myles. They're not going to love you like we loved you.
He bought one of our local sports teams.
Yeah, because he's not getting enriched by that. That was for the love of Cleveland. Okay. All right.
I mean,
I remember when I had my first beer, Jonathan.
The moves of he bought one of our sports.
It's an investment.
I don't know. He didn't invest in every NBA team. I don't know what else he could have done.
Well, he can't invest in every NBA team. You were too smart for that. That was such a bull bleep answer out of you, and you know it because you're smiling right now.
No, I'm smiling
because he bought the Cavs because he loves Cleveland.
Because you tried making a case that he didn't pander to the fans.
He wasn't
while
pandering.
Forgetting that he bought an NBA team.
He wasn't pandering.
That complete pander
He
move.
was not pandering.
100% a pander move.
It's a financial
move. To sit courtside and do all the
So you think Travis Kelce bought the Guardians because he just loves Cleveland, or do you think he saw maybe a
pander?
A little bit of
big time. I'll put him in the Cleveland Zoo with all that pander bear. that is going on with Travis Kelce. Yeah, why you buy a nominal amount of a sports team is to completely pander. It's
or
not,
because it'll be worth more money 3 years from now.
It's not because the $1.2 million that you spent is going to be worth $2.7 3 years from now.
That's exactly why you buy it.
No, when you're worth $400 million, the $1 million potentially that you're going to make because you're such a tiny investment into it is not going to be. That's not why you do it.
You're not buying it unless you're making money from it.
Mahomes bought the Royals for sure, and is taking the Royals to pander to Kansas Cityans.
Yeah, so you don't think
he also brought his favorite fast food restaurant, Whataburger, all to Kansas City as well.
So
for that
you
same
don't
reason.
think Mahomes has made any money off that Royals deal?
I don't know. I don't think he owns enough to actually make a significant portion.
You're both
for
too
somebody
grown
that's
up.
worth almost he's worth $500 million because that was his latest deal. For someone that's worth $500 million, Mahomes is not making nearly enough from the Royals for that.
That's what
it's the ultimate pander move. I'm sorry you forgot Miles bought the stake in the Cavs for a second, but it's the ultimate pander move.
It's not a pander move.
100%.
You're acting like you can't kill two birds with one stone with this.
Yeah, I'm going to say, do you want to pander to fans or do you want to make money? Which one drove this deal, Mac? I'm going to say it was the money. Buddy. The pandering is the on top, right? The cherry on top. It's not the whole damn sundae.
I think you think they make a lot more money than they do in these.
I guarantee you, if he owns 1% of the team and a decade from now sells that 1% of the team, he's going to make a nice,
He doesn't own 1% of the team. If the team's valued at $6 billion or $5 billion, he owns nowhere close to $1 billion or 1% of the team.
I was throwing out a hypothetical amount of money for the love of God.
But it's true. All right.
0.001%.
Yes, which is he'd make more just putting that money into returns. What are we talking about? All right, Richard Jefferson caught off guard. Kevin Love told him his favorite hobby, and this is what he had to say on his podcast. Here we go.
The last thing you watched on YouTube, bro.
I don't know. Sometimes I get really high and watch Larry Bird highlights or the old '86 Celtics. So probably that, Bad Boy Pistons. I love that era. And then if I get really high, I'll watch the early '90s Blazers or old Sabonis highlights too.
The '90s Blazers were a monster. That was good.
Well, then if I get really
okay,
it's Kenyon Martin, it's Richard Jefferson, and then just lobs from Jason Kidd.
Yo, he was a monster.
I just didn't see it coming. I just didn't. Maybe it's known that Kevin Love is a holy roller. I did not know that info, but the idea that he was so open about it and talking about the levels that he has into then what he watches, I loved.
I feel like there's a one of us moment going on out there for a lot of people listening to this. They're just like, he does that too. Honestly, it made me love Kevin Percent about 3% more because it's like the idea that what.
You said Kevin Percent.
I meant Kevin Love. 3%. You absolute Nazis.
Hey.
Sorry about that. Forgot about that one.
It's all right.
Now, I'm not going to make that joke. The point is, it made me love him a little bit more. By the way, he also missed the best one to go back and watch. Sean Kemp highlights from the early 90s are box office, whether
I don't think he was going for box office in some respect because the end one was watching Richard Jefferson.
Oh no, he was
just really high. He watches Richard Jefferson.
No, I think he was tooling Richard Jefferson in that moment.
Oh,
There's not a chance in hell he's going back and watching 2001 New Jersey Nets highlights.
And then lobs from Jason Kidd. I mean, maybe they just mattered to him.
I don't think
a height of basketball perfection. Some are arguing, at least when you're high.
No. The Spurs down 2-0 in the NBA Finals with a huge Game 3 tonight in New York City. The Spurs were coming out of their New York City hotel this weekend and greeted with the usual Knicks fans' attitude.
Yo, keep the bus running. You're going to be out of here in 2 days. 2 days. Keep the bus running. See ya. Boo! Yo, Wemby, get ready to go golfing, buddy.
I didn't hear that. I forgot about the get ready to go golfing. Is this too much cockiness from a Knicks fan?
Yes. Do you want to know what it reminds me of?
Yes.
1994. Knicks up 3-2 entering a pivotal Game 6. They choke away Game 6. They choke away Game 7, and they lose the NBA Finals. I don't know if it's going to happen, but Wemby on rest at least will give them a better chance. But they're getting too cocky for a franchise that historically, just when they get to their apex and their height, end up just choking away and end up being just a miserable existence of a team and organization.
I do think the rest of America is in a no-lose situation here. Because if the Knicks win this series, these crybaby bing-bongers can finally stop crying at every turn as if they're the most beleaguered franchise or in the most beleaguered city on the face of the planet. And then if they lose, oh my God, I'm watching the NBA Finals now. If that Game 6, if they lose the next 4 games, I will be watching all 48 minutes and might even just turn it around and watch it right back just to watch how they lose.
Okay, I got a couple thoughts here. One, the Wemby turnover in the final minute of that game was egregious. Then the missed shot, it happens. It is what it is. But Wemby looks gassed. I told you about that in the Western Conference Finals. I was worried about that. Now we're seeing it pay through. The other thing that's interesting to me, at least from the Knicks' perspective, if they win, then I just get to go back and just say all these Muppets that told us the NBA Finals was cooked in, I don't know, March. Because nobody could get past the Spurs. Nobody could. Why are we even doing this? You can't beat the Spurs. You can't beat the Thunder. That alone will make it juicy enough for someone like myself.
I also think Victor Wembanyama, after the Game 2 loss, being like, maybe I put too much stock in winning the OKC Finals.
Yeah, it's
okay,
like
it's
you think?
not right.
You think?
But the point is, he sounded like a
cried
clown.
after you won Game 7. You cried on the court. You think you put too much stock into this whole thing? You wept actual tears.
That might be the one time you don't say it.
Not just because you're French and they cry a lot.
Do the French cry a lot?
Oh, they cry a lot.
I got to take your I'm going to have to Google this in the break.
I don't know. I think they cry. My envisionment of, I don't think high of the French.
Do the French cry
with their
a
boredom
lot?
and ennui?
All Jake saw last year was just nothing but French people crying.
I think of a sad Frenchman.
AI overview. The French generally do not cry more than any other nationality.
Yeah, thank you,
But they
AI.
are known for openly expressing their emotions and passions.
Yeah, they are. They're very emotional people.
While they may not shed tears constantly, they are culturally comfortable with intense emotional outbursts, vocal frustrations, and open debates.
And I say, suck it up. That's why you never make it in America.
Yeah. Stuff that all the way
hide
down
our
like
feelings.
Irish Americans.
We hide our feelings like real adults.
I think you're just talking about Irish Americans, dog.
Welcome to who I am.
The French do not get a puberty book saying what's going on down there.
They don't. They should.
What is going? Nope. Almost a different accent.
Very different.
Yeah.
Not an almost. Very different.
What is going on down there?
Gum. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. The Eagles.
Oh, weird feelings.
According to Albert Breer, the Eagles expected a lot more for A.J. Brown than what the Patriots ended up giving him. Initially, they thought it was going to be a first and a second. Obviously, we didn't get there. Howie wanted a first and a second. Elliott Wolf told him to go ahead and make the deal if he could get that, and obviously he couldn't.
My favorite part about that is that so the Patriots came back and offered a seventh. And then they got to a fifth rounder, and Howie was like, I can do this.
Yeah.
Like, that's just like.
He was always going to do the deal. Elliott Wolf knew he was always going to do the deal.
But the idea that's like, hey, guys, we all know I won this, right? Because I took it from a seventh rounder to a fifth rounder. Aren't I a great GM? Come on now.
There's a lot of reasons why I would not be the greatest GM in the world, but one of them is when you offer it up if you're like first and a second, I would never have the stones to be like, go out there and get it then. Mm-hmm. I would be like, yeah, if I like targeted A.J. Brown as this seismic shifting move and something that was going to keep my team competitive, I would not be able to handle the idea of like, yeah, just go ahead. Go out and do it then.
I love that the Browns held out for Jared Verse, a quantifiably great player, right? And then Howie Roseman held out for like a fifth. That's real. That's how he gets to be the best.
So Albert does phrase this, at least the suggestion makes it seem as if Wolf just fleeced Howie and made Howie basically caved everything he wanted.
So the guy that lives in Boston.
Yeah, I know. Shocked.
He'll join us tomorrow at 5:20, by the way. Can't wait for that one. Nick Shook, NFL.com. We'll talk the Brennan Sorsby ruling, a little bit of Browns, Jared Verse, Myles Garrett, and whatnot in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
plan into the playoffs by winning 19 of their last 24 games this past season. NFL.com's Nick Shook joins Nick and JP next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes. Radio on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Browns minicamp gets underway tomorrow. Listen to 92.3 The Fan for all the latest news in Berea. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. If you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Got some Gardos talk along the way. Also, a big update on what the Cavs can and maybe can't do this offseason coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. We got Eric Bolin of Newsday, Yankees beat writer, Cleveland's very own at 5:40 today as well. But we get mandatory OTAs. Did everybody just hear this damn chair squeak when I was talking?
Oh, no, I didn't hear it.
Okay, because it sounded like something else.
Did something happen?
I thought it sounded like a parrot.
Okay, well, that's better, because I was worried it sounded like I broke wind, and I want to tell you, I fulfill many fat cliches. I will not be fulfilling that fat cliche on air.
Also, I pass gas on the air. You can't hear it. You're fine.
Well, this one sounds like
that chair makes a lot of noise.
It does.
You got to really make a lot of noise in the studio in order for anybody to pay attention and actually be able to hear it.
I just don't want to be profiled as a fat man farting on the airwaves. Now,
that's fine.
The Browns get mandatory OTAs underway this week. You are going to hear from Todd Monken this week. You are going to hear from the Browns this week. And to talk where the Browns are, the Myles Garrett trade, some of the Sorsby stuff. We head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on Nick Shook of NFL.com. What's up, Shooky?
Well, that was a lot of rights in that sponsorship there. Thanks for having me, guys. How are we doing?
We're doing pretty well here. Always great when you're on with us. Now, I know you're more of an NFL guy here, but the Brennan Sorsby stuff comes down. It looks like very likely he'll be playing in college football in 2026, which means he won't be going the NFL route of the supplemental draft this summer. A year from now, will 1 year's distance from the gambling saga that we've heard about all year long, is that going to be enough to help Brennan Sorsby reaffirm his NFL stock?
That's a great question and a good way to look at it, because we're all thinking about, like, can he play? Does this mean that he's going to go to the NFL? Because I believe as soon as this first came down, he was ruled ineligible initially. Everybody was talking about, all right, so how high of a supplemental draft pick would you spend on him? Now that it appears he's going to be going back to college football, we're now thinking about his reputation at this point next year. The only thing that's going to really rebuild his stock, or at least get to where it should be, is playing another year of college football, which means that this is the best possible outcome for him and his pro potential. Now, there's obviously a lot of layers to this. What does it say about the NCAA's control over their own sport, which they continue to have less and less of? What does it say about the state of legalized sports gambling in this country and the impact it has across different leagues, across different segments of the population? And then what does this also say about the future of these athletes that play in this environment, and what rules are what rules matter and don't matter? But as it pertains to him specifically, this is the best possible outcome, is to play another year of college football, because that's what's going to matter most to his future. I mean, he had a 27-5 touchdown to interception ratio last year, had a good junior season in Cincinnati, except for that season opener that lost to Nebraska, a very run-heavy, grinded-out game. But we're really only going to know the most about him and his potential in the NFL by watching him play one more season of college football. So a year from now, we might think, hey, it was a good thing that teams didn't spend a second-round supplemental draft pick on him, which I don't think they would have. I think the bidding would have started in the third round. Or we would be saying, damn, wish our team would have gotten him, because now he's a first-round prospect. We won't know until after this season.
When we go through the draft process, though, let's say he does light it up the way he's expected to. Do you feel like teams are going to turn around and say his decision-making just isn't good enough for us with these problems he's already put out there? Or is it going to be looked at as, well, it just is what it is, not a big deal. He can swing it.
Yeah, that's what's interesting, is because we're really kind of talking about, like, this is kind of a crazy discussion to have, but I mean, this is the world we live in. Like, which character red flags matter more and matter less on the long list and wide range of character red flags that come with a lot of prospects, who, have a variety of transgressions in college. I think that's a really funny way of looking at it, but it's also, I think, a great question to ask, because of the way that his lawyers have kind of put it out, like they framed this in the court of law and why they got the injunction that's going to allow him to play with the understanding that he'll miss the first 2 games of the season, which is a deal that they had offered initially, which, they're framing it as, hey, look, like the NCAA, instead of supporting him in his well-being and helping him get treatment and help for, gambling addiction, you punished him for his issue. And they kind of, took I guess it's kind of a righteous approach in analyzing the whole thing. And that's what convinced the judge that, like, yeah, you know what, you're right. Like, they actually aren't looking out for his best interest as they claim to do, whereas the NCAA is all talking about the integrity of the sport. How do we view that a year from now? It's a phenomenal question because, what's our precedent for this? Guys who coming out of college have, a history of gambling problems coming to the pros. We really don't have one. We don't have a comparison to this. When you think about baseball, you think about in this town, Emmanuel Clase, booted out of baseball for what he did, right? It's usually punitive and it's a last straw measure where it's like, that's it. They're gone. They disappear. We've never had to think about somebody who's going to then make the jump to the pros with a history of this issue. I think this will not be the only case this happens. I'm sure of it as we go forward. So I think it's going to be a great examination of as this continues to adjust, as we continue to adjust on the fly with this whole new world of legalized gambling of how people look at it. But as it stands right now, I don't know, because teams forgive a lot if you're really good. As bad as it is, teams forgive a lot if you're an exceptional football player, and it kind of goes on a sliding scale. And on in the larger picture of issues and things, mistakes that players have made, transgressions, whatever you might want to describe it as, this wouldn't really rise that highly. If he plays really well and his stock becomes so strong that it's undeniable and that they'll be able to, be willing to overlook those things. But that's another question that's going to be answered, I think, next spring as we're preparing for the draft.
Nick, we got a quarterback battle brewing. Deshaun Watson had some momentum early. A lot of reports suggesting that maybe Shedeur has made a push for this thing here recently. Obviously, mandatory OTAs beginning this week for the Browns. You're not just an NFL.com guy or NFL writer. You're also Cleveland's own. How invested are you in this quarterback battle?
That's a great question because I think I don't think it's going to be that much of a battle. You just mentioned what's gone on in the last week or so, but just the way that the Browns have kind of approached this since the start of the spring, it's just felt like they're going to put themselves in a position to where there's going to be no questioning really, and Deshaun's going to be their guy until they take the field. Once they take the field, all bets are off, and we have to kind of evaluate their performances from there. But it just feels like this is going to be one of those things where they might present it as a competition. I don't know if it ends up really being a one-to-one competition that we've seen in years past. It just feels like they're kind of setting themselves up to give him the lead on the job and let him, take over the reins and then go from there. I'm invested in it just because I'm fascinated to see if they can get anything out of either guy. I'm pretty sure Shedeur is going to be a long-term backup with pretty high upside as a backup, and that's a great place to be in the NFL. You can carve out a long career that way. Maybe he exceeds those expectations. I wouldn't, put bank on that as of this point right now, and I don't really know if he's necessarily going to see the type of opportunities he needs to prove that this year, unless the Deshaun thing goes poorly, which we've had 4 years of history that says it could go poorly, save for that 1 second half in Baltimore and that one season in which he won the majority of the games before he suffered a season-ending injury. I'm actually most fascinated to see if there's anything left in the tank for Deshaun, because they've gotten nothing out of this contract. This has been the worst contract, I think, in NFL history. It's the worst trade in NFL history. It would be fitting of the Browns to get just a little bit out of it in the last year and then walk themselves into a poorly timed extension or something like that. So that's really what fascinates me most. And I think that regardless, we're going to be talking quarterback, we're going to be talking about the next quarterback at this time next year.
Why is it you feel like it's not much of a competition?
Just the way that they've kind of approached this. In years past, Deshaun was so out of the picture with Stefanski at the helm that we kind of just acknowledged that he was on the roster and he wasn't in the mix. And I know a lot of that had to do with health, especially after the Achilles and re-injuring the Achilles, having 2 surgeries on the Achilles and everything else. It just felt like it was a lost cause. And yet now, for some reason, they've shifted back toward, well, we'll leave the door open for it and give him a shot. And as we've progressed from, Jimmy Haslam kind of changing his approach and his public stance on Deshaun at the owners' meetings, months ago, to where we are now, it just kind of seems to be continuing to head in that direction. And the hard part about right now is you guys are either you guys are out there or some of the fellow beat is out there watching these OTAs and everything else, and you have your highlight throw of the day, but they're in shorts and jerseys and helmets. Like, there's still really not that much to take from it overall. And so we can't really glean all that much information from it until we get to camp in the summer. It just feels like the way that they are approaching camp right now, Deshaun comes in as the leader and is probably just going to end up being QB1 unless something, drastic and unexpected happens.
All right, so we've had the Myles Garrett trade here. What to you is most important from that deal? Like, what has to work out from the Browns side of things for this to all look like a good deal?
I think they have to. I mean, the number one on top of that list, besides, because you got a proven commodity in Jared Verse, and as long as he stays healthy, I think you guys are going to love him. I thought that was an excellent return on Myles Garrett, given all the circumstances surrounding it. As soon as I found out about the details of that trade, I was like, that's a hell of a haul for Andrew Berry. Getting Verse back in that deal is big time. I understand why they even considered it now, because Verse, that's a top 10 edge rusher right now. He's 25 years old. He's cost controlled. He's got an incredibly high ceiling. There is no second Myles Garrett. You're not replacing a 1-for-1, but you're getting a very good player in return, which is just uncommon of these trades. Usually you just get picks. But the next thing on that list is then using that first-round pick wisely, not only because it's the first pick you get out of this trade, but it's also the most valuable pick you get out of this trade. And that's why we go all the way back around to the quarterback situation. They've now given themselves the ammunition to move up in next year's draft if they want to get the quarterback that they want. And so how do you use that properly? Andrew Berry had a good draft last year. I think he had a good draft this year. We'll still wait to see from the results. If he can nail a third draft in a row, and a lot of that depends on how he uses that second first-round pick, then the Browns could be in a pretty good situation, and the turnaround could actually become kind of conceivable. But that's what's most important, is using that first-round pick wisely. And then from the years on after that, you're just lucky to have an extra second and an extra third.
Would you trade Denzel Ward?
No, not at this point. Age-wise, I think he's still an excellent corner. You cannot really overvalue good corners in this league. I would get the most out of him on his remaining contract as you lean on your defense yet again this year. And, maybe when the time comes down the road, you think about it. But right now, no. I think that the Myles Garrett trade was a one-off. It was not a sign of a fire sale. I understand why it could be interpreted as such. But at this point, yes, I know that he's not on the earlier part of his 20s either. He's a little bit younger than Myles Garrett. I think he plays a key role in your remaining defense. And again, going back to Garrett, the only reason I would really ever even consider making that trade, and I think why Andrew Berry did, is because it included Jared Verse. You weren't creating a massive void on your defense by trading Myles Garrett in exchange for some draft capital. You were also getting an immediate replacement, which is why it makes it more palatable. There's no need to trade Denzel Ward for future capital when you're already starting to stockpile, and also because it's really hard to find a corner who plays as well as he does, consistently as he does, as long as he can stay on the field.
All right, so it's mid-October. You're a one-win team, and somebody's offering you a first-round pick in 2027 for Denzel. Does your answer change?
First round pick for 2027. At that point, then you're looking at 3. You have to start considering how long is he under contract, right? You have him under contract for this season and next season, and then the void years start piling up. I guess at that point you consider it. This has never been about this year, though, and that's the thing is, it really comes down to his quality of play. If he starts to show signs that he's not playing at the level that he has over the last 4 years, then yeah, you consider it, and especially for a first-round pick. But I don't think it's dependent on the fact that you're not contending this year. It's more about, where do you see him in the next 2 to 3 years? Is he part of that plan and that timeline or not? Because if he's not, then you consider it. But as of right now, I don't think you pull the trigger on it. Maybe you get to that point in that season, they give you something as strong as that, which would be an incredibly high price, I think, for him, especially in the middle of the season when you're essentially paying for a year and a half rental. Then you would consider it.
Shooky, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. Be good.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Nick Shook there, NFL.com on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what Nick had to say, and the Browns organization seems to be all in on 2027. But as a Browns fan, are you? Trying to answer that question in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Browns kind of approached this since the start of the spring. It just felt like they're going to put themselves in a position to where there's going to be no questioning really, and Deshaun's going to be their guy until they take the field. Once they take the field, all bets are off, and we have to kind of evaluate their performances from there. But it just feels like this is going to be one of those things where they might present it as a competition. I don't know if it ends up really being a one-to-one competition that we've seen in years past. It just feels like they're kind of setting themselves up to give him the lead on the job and let him, take over the reins and then go from there. I'm invested in it just because I'm fascinated to see if they can get anything out of either guy. I'm pretty sure Shedeur is going to be a long-term backup with pretty high upside as a backup, and that's a great place to be in the NFL. You can carve out a long career that way. I'm actually most fascinated to see if there's anything left in the tank for Deshaun.
That is Nick Shook, Cleveland's very own and NFL.com NFL writer. Just watching the video back now, I thought I was real. I've been having a case of the yawns in the 3 o'clock hour, and I thought I was real smooth because I've been looking at this the thing over here, and I realized, no, you're just getting a real good side profile of me yawning with a triple chin.
Is that right?
So I wanted to social media, you're welcome.
I just yawned coming back from the break.
Yeah.
Must be something about it today.
I think it is. I think what it is I'm actually so relaxed from a kids-free weekend and from just getting all this sun, much like Mongo, who last night, right after dinner, was snoring like he was in like a 1930s talkies comedy, like one of those. I'm that relaxed right now.
All right. Yeah, no, the sun does. I mean, the sun will beat you up.
Oh, he'll take it out of you.
I mean, that's just there's no hiding that.
And I'm 40, so what more? I don't know why I said that the way. I'm 40.
Did you wear your sunglasses today at least, or no?
Wait, on the walk?
Yeah, on the walk. Yeah.
No, because I didn't want to look like a raccoon.
Is that right?
Yeah.
ChatGPT. I was like, listen, I'm tired after these. I'm out in the sun too much. I'm just getting exhausted way quicker than any human should be, and just being out in the sun. And its big grand advice back was like, you should probably wear some sunglasses. And so like the past couple of days, I've torn my house apart trying to find different sunglasses. Sunglasses. Why do they make them so hard for people like me to wear?
What do you mean?
I have an awful nose, all things considered. But why is it that I think growing up as a kid, I wore glasses. It wasn't that hard. I feel like it's really hard to find good-looking sunglasses.
I'm so jealous of people who can make all sunglasses work. Like if you can make Ray-Ban and aviators.
They can just pick up a pair and just kind of put it on and go.
No, I can only do aviators. And even then, it's like 30% of aviators. Because some are so small that it makes my face look that much bigger.
And they have it's such a wide gap between what the sunglass is trying to accomplish.
Yep.
Like you put on a pair of like the really intense baseball Oakleys, and it's like, what are you going to do? Go play shortstop for the Guardians tomorrow? Like, are you trying to mow your lawn? I look like I'm about to catch a fly ball in the outfield. Like that's not normal.
And those ones, the wings. The wings. The things that go over your ear. They don't always work because they have a fat head.
You just look like such a D if you're just trying to do anything in life that isn't athletic.
Like I said, aviators, and at that, only 30% of them. But it is a big week for the Browns quarterback battle with mandatory OTAs going on. What Nick said in the previous segment when we played coming back about 2 weeks ago, that's probably where I was with the quarterback battle. And there's something about the last 2 weeks and how Shedeur's, whether it's what Monken said, whether it's some of the reports about how Shedeur's looked, and maybe I'm off on this, but I feel like all of a sudden we're back to having an honest quarterback battle.
You're not off, and I'm just trying to figure out if it's because I want it to be an honest quarterback battle, but I don't get the impression you're off. In fact, when Nick was talking, and Nick does this every day, Nick is very plugged in, Nick also focuses on 32 teams. Yeah. And so I was thinking to myself, he's got to update his webpage a little bit, hit the refresh button, and find out where the Browns actually were last week. But then I'm thinking, am I making too much out of a practice where Coach Riz called him a practice MVP or whatever the hell it was? Like, are we putting too much stock into Todd Monken's thoughts and commentary on how tough this is actually going to be?
I mean, listen, if we thought there might be a little too much being put into the first 3 practices of OTAs a month and a half ago, then it probably stands to reason we probably swung the opposite way. And I think it's also fair to say that maybe some of that's informed by the fact you and I would rather do just about anything in 2026.
Just about anything.
Than watch Deshaun Watson play quarterback for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, and so I'm worried. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, are we just off? Does everyone else feel like the comments Todd Monken made last week don't really matter, and this is just an end result of Deshaun Watson? He'll be your quarterback week 1, and it was always destined to be this.
Or I think what we can do is we can strike all of that from the record because it kind of cancels itself out. and then go back to what I think is ultimately the best question you can ask yourself if you're the Cleveland Browns about the quarterback position, because it's between what is best, or what gives me the best chance to win. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the two questions. And then the second one is what actually has long-term viability if it works out.
Right.
And I think one of those is definitively Shedeur, and the other one gets decided in weeks like this week.
Oh, and that's why I've been saying for months it's like tie goes to Shedeur. It's not even close. Like if it's got to be, if we're within a win or two as far as your prognostications in that building between what Deshaun and Shedeur can do, you have to just give it to Shedeur and see what he can do first.
I think what's interesting about last week's reports and Monken's comments and 6 weeks ago's reports is I have very little interest in one half of this quarterback battle, and yet I'm not willing to basically give up on 2026. And I think the Jared Verse inclusion of the Miles trade proves that even if they don't have all their eggs in the basket of 2026, they're not either.
No, but I feel like you're watching for different things then. Mm-hmm. So it's like when we ask how invested in the quarterback battle are you, it's a quarterback battle in Cleveland. We're going to be invested, obviously. If you're listening to this right now, you're invested to a degree. But how much of this season for a lot of people is just watching the young kids versus watching Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders actually play football?
I mean, this goes back to the win-win situation for the Browns. If the young guys play well this year and you're a 3-win team, cool. You just added a quarterback to that quarterback room. If the young guys play well, and this is a 8, 9, 10-win team, even a 7-win team, and let's say it's driven by Shedeur, you're in a really good spot where I think people are going to start to believe in what you're doing here. And, oh, by the way, you can still trade up for a quarterback if you want. Now, the downside is the Deshaun thing. I think that's where I am with this. Like, if Shedeur wins, I'm going to go into the season with hope that he can prove people like Nick, who called him a career backup, wrong. And that whatever playmaking, which is the thing that I just haven't seen a lot of that from late round picks or underdog quarterbacks, fourth man in the room, that have played late in the season for the Browns over the last 26 years. Shedeur showed me more of that than I've ever seen of any other quarterback in that spot. That's the thing that I'm holding on hope to. So I'm hoping that Todd Monken has plugged into that and just gotten more consistency out of him. Whereas with Deshaun, I'm going to be plugged in saying, all right, prove me wrong, dude.
Okay, but you have a different approach to it than I do. You're taking the prove me wrong approach to it with Deshaun. I'm at two different extremes here. If Shedeur's the starter, and the problem with this is that we're probably not going to find out until, I don't know, a week before, 2 weeks before, whatever that ends up being. And so we're taking this right up to the limit here. If Shedeur's the starter, I'm going to be locked in and excited about what 2026 can be. If Deshaun's the starter, I'll be excited to watch the young kids and a lot of these young players, but I mean, the season will be shot, in my opinion. We'll talk about it. We'll discuss it. There's a lot of cool things to discuss, but I have zero belief in Deshaun Watson being a good quarterback.
I don't have a lot of belief in it, and even then, I think it opens up a lot of questions that I don't think any of us really want to answer. But I'm still giving enough room that I'm wrong on this.
I mean, I'll just
about Deshaun specifically.
I'm just, and maybe I need to budge off that. I haven't seen anything that tells me I need to, though, yet. And maybe it'll be us in training camp seeing it firsthand. I just have a hard time thinking until games are played, there's anything he can do that would change my assessment.
I think you and I are on that last part. We're going to be, I have to see it in regular season games, and I have to see it in successive games to go ahead and start to being able to put if he has one good game the first week and they beat Jacksonville, that's not enough for me to say I was wrong. It needs to be like the entire month of September before we get to that conversation.
And even then, I'd still be sitting there and saying, I'm waiting for him to get injured.
Yes.
So it's going to be week 12 or something? Like if he gets past a spot he never has gotten past in a Browns uniform?
Trade deadline packed. Honesty packed.
No, because even then I'll be like, so he's inching towards the spot where he'll play more games than he's ever played in a season for the Browns. Like I can't buy it. I can't buy it. I'll just be counting down until Shedeur gets to play.
But I'm just not. I understand that eventually we're going to get to 2027, and the goal is, if you get it, that you land one of the preeminent quarterbacks next year. And so I understand that that's the goal. But right now, guys, I'm in 2026. And the whole, I want to do mock drafts in October. No, I lived that for the first 10 years of my career here. I don't really love that. That gets old very quickly. It got old last year as well. And by the way, I was the guy that was team win. Like that's like I think this is why I really enjoy Todd Monken, is because I think that guy in all cases, if the choice is, well, we got to think about the record, we got to think about the quarterback in 2027 or win, I think he's going to err on the side of winning.
I know, but that conversation's going to be a bloodbath for us.
Why?
Because I'll be rooting for losses if there really is an Arch Manning there.
Not for me. I'm sorry, and I understand. I understand the long-term thinking that goes into that.
If it's not Shedeur, if it's Deshaun is what I'm saying. If it's Shedeur, it's different. If it's Shedeur, that's a different convo. If you have a real chance to have somebody that could be your long-term quarterback, I want to see him win. I want to see him do the best he can. If it's Deshaun and it's week 10 and they're 3-7 and they're not even giving a chance to Shedeur, bring on the losses.
No, I want Deshaun too.
Get me Arch Manning at that point.
Sorry, I want to be very clear about that. I'll still want Deshaun to succeed. Because it's just losing is so miserable. It ends up like some of the tailgates, and Browns fans are so great to have the right attitude with this kind of stuff. But like when you're out there and it's 5 degrees and it's like December 14th, and you've got these diehards who are going to the game because they put money that they don't have into that team, and to then be like, so they should lose on purpose today, right? and by the way, that's the extreme version of it. Texting my friends being like, man, I kind of hope. No, I hate that crap. I do. Even though because here's the thing, they've also engineered these situations in my life where I've watched this happen, and then they still haven't pulled it off.
Well,
there's just no guarantee that it's going to be paid off.
Not pulled it off, but even you still got Myles Garrett out of having the number 1 overall pick. You know what I mean? Like there's still been generational players that we've gotten because they did what they were. Well, there was just no quarterback that year. Well, there was quarterbacks that year. They didn't know Patrick Mahomes was Patrick Mahomes. That was the problem.
Or
in that.
Deshaun. In fairness,
they actually set it up for Mahomes, Deshaun, and Trubisky, is who they would have ended up taking oddly enough, and that would have been a disaster.
Well, but even Deshaun was they gave Houston the pick that became Deshaun Watson.
Right. No, they could have done it.
Yeah. But I guess
they
wanted it or didn't want it, depending on when you've talked to Hugh.
I think, oddly enough, kind of like how they were, if they would have entered last year, where they just kind of thought they were 2 seasons away instead of 1 season away. That was kind of their mentality at the time.
Maybe they should stop deciding how many years they're away.
I know.
Yeah. Oh, and by
Real
the way,
tough.
the Baker thing would have worked out if they just never traded Baker. 216-474-0092. How invested are you in the quarterback battle? I think the other factor here is, I think if anyone can do anything, any one of the 4 quarterbacks, I honestly don't even care who it is. If any of them could do anything, they've got the situation. They've got the situation around them that they didn't last year, and that they really haven't since this organization's been unable to replace Odell Beckham Jr., Jarvis Landry, or Nick Chubb. And I'm not even talking about just the offense. I think defensively, I think you've got enough players that if you just get a C-plus effort from the quarterback spot in totality, I think you're going to be fun to watch this year.
I think there'll be they'll be interesting regardless for us, I would imagine, because if it's Shedeur or Deshaun Watson, I'll have strong opinions either way. I'm going to either be rooting really hard for Shedeur, and I'm not rooting against Deshaun. There's no part of me that thinks it's going to work. And so we're at least stuck in an interesting spot.
216-474-0092.
Will be incredibly boring to everybody else across the NFL, but will be interesting to us.
I don't know. Like, again, if the Browns are a 7-win team with Shedeur this year, I think you're going to get people starting to pay attention to him because he's going to have to play reasonably well. And I do think there are more people ready to line up to be like, I told you this is what they thought they could be with Deshaun if Deshaun is even tangibly okay.
It'll be we'll have to wait and see because Nick, there's no world that exists where Deshaun Watson's good at quarterback to me. How many times can I say that?
Are you telling me we got to see this play out?
I'm saying everybody else has to see this play out because I don't need to see this play out. I think I know where this is going.
An encouraging sign in a discouraging weekend for the Cleveland Guardians. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy and comfortable.
Another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
And you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We do have some Cavs talk, a little update for the offseason coming in about 20 minutes here. We do have Eric Boland of Newsday. That's a Yankees beat writer, Cleveland's own, John Carroll's very own. He's going to be joining us at 5:40 to talk this Guardians-Yankees series. And, of course, the Gardos have the Yankees in town for the next 3 days. And then, starting this weekend, a nice 3-game tilt against Detroit. So 6-game homestand here. We'll see if the Guardians can make hay of it. It's funny, the Guardians, after winning against the Yankees last week, then turned in a not great performance from the Rangers this week. But despite that, despite getting waxed on Friday and waxed on Sunday, I still somehow came out of this series feeling better about where the Guardians are going.
All right, why is that?
One, Bybee was phenomenal this week.
Good Bybee game. He finally got some run support, too, for those that care about the win-loss record. And I don't, but some do.
So the whole thing of this thing going where we wanted to go, Bybee and Williams have to be not necessarily that level, but, 1 or 2 starter level throughout the rest of the way to kind of get where you want to go. But I also just think the bats, DeLauder had 3 hits over the last 2 games. Stephen Kwan had a very nice series. Hosey kind of lit up for this series. That kind of continued off the Yankees series.
Yeah.
From the bat side of things, and again, that's my biggest concern. Can they be more consistent? I think you're getting some encouraging signs, even if, again, it is a 3-game series.
Yeah, it's odd because, last week against the Yankees, they go in there and they take down someone like Schlittler. They do so well in so many different Garrett Cole. It was like such a. It was really kind of reaffirming that they could do it against some of the best pitchers. But then you go against the Rangers and you see DeGrom there, and it was just kind of a struggle on Sunday. And so I'm with you. The players, though, that we'd been worried about or at least questioning a little bit, they all seem to have a pretty good weekend, and that's encouraging.
Yeah, I think it stands to reason that DeLauder and Schneemann and Angel Martinez and all the other guys that have kind of powered you for the first 2 months, that they were going to have a step back at some point, right? They're either incredibly young or they were good, not great prospects.
Yeah.
So if those guys are taking a little step back now, and that's why you're seeing the inconsistency over the last couple of weeks, but Stephen Kwan and Hosey are getting it back, I think that will even out in the wash, and I still think you'll end up with a better offense than anyone expected.
Well, there was a good reminder of this on, I think it was Friday night. The TV graphics, they displayed something. It was not. I wasn't watching the local feed. Long story short. Whatever. Anyway, the point is that the Rangers broadcast had this whole thing about Corey Seager, and because Corey Seager had an 0 for 65 stretch, and you're just kind of thinking about it as they're going through and they're discussing everything. You're like, 0 for 65, that's insane. And he got a hit on Friday night. I think he got a hit on Saturday or whatever it was as well. But it's like somebody as great as that is, and as accomplished as Corey Seager is, like to go 0 for 65, like we still are at such a tiny sample for even guys that have freaked out about J-Ram, even Kwan. Like this is how baseball works sometimes. You go through these long stretches and you just kind of don't materialize with anything.
I was more worried about Kwan than I was about Hosey because Kwan is a contact hitter, not a lot of power. And again, the moving from left field to center field and back and all this kind of stuff. And again, if he's not hitting 280 or above, he's not really worth being in the lineup, no matter what he's done previously and health stuff. And he's never put together a full season. He's the guy that is like, all right, those are 10 nice at-bats against the Rangers. Mm-hmm. I need to see more. And even then, I don't really know what to do with you in the lineup Because it's not like I'm ready to swap Bazana out, given how good Bazana's been.
Oh, yeah, no, Bazana's, we talk about getting Wally pipped all the time. From a lineup perspective, Bazana's Wally pipped him from the one spot.
And so then
that's Bazana's spot now.
Then trying to find a spot that makes sense for Quan that isn't the 7 spot becomes even tougher.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I could see him as a 5-hitter. The problem is you're probably going to go lefty, lefty, lefty there unless Hoskins is in the lineup. Even in the 6th spot, it's like, well, okay, but I'm still probably going to have a lot of lefties right in a row. That's going to make it easier against left-handed
best,
starters.
Oddly enough, I think, and they love putting Rocchio in the 9 spot. At some point, we just got to promote Rocchio up, and then you put Quan in the 9 spot. I know you say it's his spot. It doesn't have to be permanently his spot. He's earned better than the 9
there
spot.
And he likes it.
I get it. J-Ram said he was comfortable in a spot too, and we kept flip-flopping that around too. So if J-Ram can do it, then I think Rocchio can do it as well.
All right, listen. Turnabout's fair play. That's a good turn back on me. Here's the difference. Hosey's always been great no matter where you put him. With Rocchio, I'm finally getting production. He's hitting like 283 right now. I want to keep him hitting 283 or better.
Yeah, it's fine. It's okay, Rocchio. You can move up in the lineup, help everybody out, and then have Quan. Quan legitimately, why you want an important spot for the 9 spot and why it matters if you have especially like a good on-base guy, at that point you can basically reset your lineup and start 9-1-2.
But you're already doing it with Rocchio.
It's such an important thing. I get that. But Rocchio's been better. He's been good enough. He doesn't have to be in the 9 spot anymore. We're going to graduate Rocchio up. Congratulations. You've done well. You get a promotion. And Quan, this is where if you can beat just the Quan we saw last series, that's a good spot for you in the 9 spot. We'll make it work.
Everybody's getting demoted here. Now, the Hosey thing's interesting because he was 8 for 24 this weekend, 2 homers. And from the big picture spot, though, since moving into the 2 spot, 305, 4 homers, 9 doubles, 17 ribbies, and that's just since May 13th. So we're not even a full month here.
Yeah.
And why that matters is, I think if you said to Hosey today, all right, you want to go back to 3, I guarantee you he's still going to want to go back to the 3rd spot.
Mm-hmm.
And yet I think it's incredibly important they keep him in the 3 spot. Because I think now that Hosey's hitting, I think you're going to start to see DeLauder and Bazana getting more favorable pitching because Hosey's heating up.
Yeah, I mean that's got to be part of the idea there. It's so funny. Vote had a couple things in the post game yesterday that made me laugh, but one of them was well, we can talk about the Cantillo stuff in a second because his lines on Cantillo was just outstanding. He was like, he almost did an Atkinson with analytics where he was like, this is his best. I mean, this is some of the best stuff I've ever seen him throw. It's like he allowed the highest earned runs and highest hits he's ever allowed in a start. But okay, fine, neither here nor there.
But if you take that out of the equation,
if you just completely remove that,
he was fantastic.
Yeah, sure, of course. And so, but Vogt though talking about J-Ram in the 2 versus 3 spot, he goes, yeah, the front office, they got to me. They said your best hitter has to hit in the 2 spot. This guy's won manager of the year twice. It's a baseball lifer. This guy is supposed to know more baseball than people have forgotten. This is not rocket science. He's like, yeah, they got to me. Best hitter's got to hit in the 2 spot. Okay, thank you for that admission, Stephen Vogt.
Is he just incapable of taking the victory lap for himself?
It's got to be something weird like that because that is such an obvious and in this world of baseball, everybody knows. And the idea that he just refused to take any credit for it, he refused to think, yeah, front office got to me. Number 2 hitter's your best hitter, and J-Ram's our best hitter. Okay, thank you.
I just like that he went out to the front office. He's like, guys, ever since you talked to me about the best hitter in the 2-hole spot, I've been looking at how these other teams in baseball construct their lineups, and every team has their best hitter as the 2-hitter.
Turns out this is a thing. You guys weren't lying to me. This is a thing. It's like, what planet have you been coaching on? So funny to me. He just you could tell it was almost it was, again, to bring up Atkinson, it was almost Atkinson in many ways just refusing to take any credit for anything and just putting it on different people. It's like Donovan didn't tell you when that rotation was happening. You thought of it. You get to take credit for it. That's what's happening here with Vogt.
The only thing that drives me crazy about it is that it's fake. I get how it looks, and half of coaching now is optics and not taking any credit. Specific to the Atkinson thing, it just, when you do it all the time, at some point it's fake. False humility is not actual humility.
I mean, I love baseball press conferences. I don't know why, but I do. But he's turned these into an absolute joke.
Yeah. Well, they've
it's
all
fine.
kind of done
it's
it.
It's fine. I don't need the
unless
world's
you're
greatest.
Tony Vitello for the Giants, who's maybe coaching his way out of it.
But there's just enough of him. There's enough Coach Riz and Stephen Vogt where you're just like, I know he believes this. This is just a baseball guy. Like, this is just, he's just your athlete's athlete. Like, I know he believes what he's saying. When he talked about Cantillo yesterday and suggesting that, like, some of his pitches were the best he's ever seen from him in a game where he got rocked and had the worst outing of his life you could imagine, I genuinely believe he believes that.
All right. So
that's the difference.
I'm willing to declare Jose's back because we're on a month of it.
All right.
I'm not willing to declare Kwani is back.
I wouldn't either if I were you. I would not do that as well. I'm not saying Jose is all the way back yet. I'm not there.
We're so close.
We're close. We're knocking on the doorstep, and then you have like another 0 for performance on Sunday yesterday, and it's like I'm not there yet with Jose. I think Jose's going to when we wake up and a couple months from now, I think we're going to look at it and say, okay, Jose, you just had an all right year for yourself, and that's as good as we're getting.
305, 4 homers, 9 doubles since May 13th. He is back in my mind. And the Cavs split decision in what seems to be off the table this offseason all of a sudden. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Jeff Thomas, weekdays at 5 a.m., getting up to date in the sports world from the night before, along with the can't-miss clips from the Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Browns minicamp gets underway tomorrow. Listen to 92.3 The Fan for all the latest news in Berea. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Bingo, bango, bongo. The lead coming up in 60 minutes time. The biggest news from around the sporting world here in Cleveland sports as well. Nick and JP back with you. Cavs still in Cancun. Game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight.
It's a long Cancun vacation.
It is. But you know what? That's the way you should do it.
That's been like 2 weeks now. Feels like forever since I got knocked out.
Like, we went to Jamaica for 5 days. I was just getting fully Jamaica'd 5 days in.
Is that right?
Could have used an extra 5 to 10 days.
I typically like 4-day vacations.
Yeah.
But anytime you leave the country, you got to do the whole week, right?
Yeah.
And so I just got to make it worth it. But 4 days I've always thought is the perfect vacation for myself. I get restless after that.
I think
I don't like being away from my bed that long. That's the point.
I think 30 years.
Yeah,
that's
that
about
right?
the vacation. Yeah, or maybe 40
but you
years.
want your own bed. You want your own everything. Like part of what I'm missing on
If you've got
vacation.
enough money, you can make anything your bed.
Oh, part of what I'm missing on vacation. I'm missing my bed. I'm missing my little things. My what makes my day my day.
I miss my children. That's about it.
They'd be on vacation, I'm sure.
Well, depending on which vacation. They're not going to Jamaica with me. Come on now.
Oh, they didn't go the last time when you guys went?
No, that was a mom and dad trip.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Because dad needed to make sure he had 20 Bob Marleys a day and then Pedialyte in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night.
Vacation. You could do that anyway in front of the kids.
Yeah.
That's what I always say.
No, I have
vacation is anything goes.
I have a similar.
That was some therapy I didn't know I was going to have to pay for.
I have a similar drinking philosophy that you have, which is I don't drink a lot around my kids, or at least I didn't when they were a lot younger. And even now, it's like Dad'll have a couple of Coors Lights. Coors Banquets, not Coors Light. Nothing light about Nick Wilson. Every now and then.
I just don't drink a lot in general at this point, like just in general. Actually, oddly enough, I had a Busch Light Apple because everyone's been talking about Busch Light Apple for as long as I've... And I like Busch Light, so I was like, all right, I'm in on this. Busch Light is my main domestic light and cold at this point. I'm like, all right, I saw it in the store. I said, I'm going to go for it, which is a ridiculous... I shouldn't have bought a whole 30-pack, by the way. I should have just...
That's an alcoholic move, by the way.
That's only they only sold
I never drink now other than that 30-pack of Busch Apple.
Well, no, and the sad part about it was that I tried to put it in the fridge, and I still had like 16 of the 30 rack of Busch Light that I have anyway.
Yeah.
So like I'm not... And I bought that like 2 months ago. I'm not powering through this, guys. And so anyway...
Not with that attitude, you're not.
What an idiot I am. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to catch the craze. Let's see how this goes. And so I open up the Busch Light Apple, and I take a sip, and my thought is, oh, yeah, it tastes like apple. What did I expect? What did I think was going to happen here? I don't like apple-flavored beers to begin with anyway. I think something new was going to happen?
Well, maybe it would taste like a different kind of apple. Maybe
I don't
it's
know
a
what I
Macintosh.
expected. People talked it up like, Volnick is paying people money to go track him down Busch Light apples, at least was at one point. And I tasted, and I was like, I don't even like apple beer. What did I do here?
That's why
I got 29 more of these?
That's why you don't take your drinking tips from a 23-year-old former college kid.
They should be the ones that know.
No, they shouldn't.
They should be the ones out there like trial testing. I can't trial test and find out what works or doesn't. I got like 1 day out of a month that it's showtime. I can't waste this. It's showtime. Get me right to it.
I used to buy 18 packs of Blatz beer, which tastes like aluminum if you haven't had it, because it was $8.
I've done that with Boone's Farm. There's all sorts of bad stuff, but that was when you had days to experiment and figure it all out and try to find
experimentation.
Yeah, and you find out what you like and know. What a lame thing I did. And getting ready for, by the way, for a weekend where I legitimately only had the one Busch Light Apple.
Yeah.
I was trying to find transfusions are very big in the golf world, and I'm like, well, let me get some transfusions and put that in the fridge, and after a round I can have a transfusion and make it seem like I'm at a country club or something. It'll just trick myself, right? And I went to TikTok, and I saw reviews of other people with transfusions to find out which one I was going to buy. To then decide I didn't want to buy any of them, by the way.
What are transfusions?
It's like a vodka, grape. I don't even know that ginger beer. Beer, grape, and vodka all put together. It's called a transfusion. It's like on the golf course, it's become like the golfer's drink. Don't know how it became that, but it's kind of what it is. Everyone has a transfusion. As typical as a hot dog at the turn is now, having a transfusion is now on the golf course.
I'm starting to realize that your drinking is really just following what other people are doing here. There's a little bit of a sheeple aspect to your drinking.
Hard disagree, because I went to TikTok to try to figure out what the good brands were and what weren't, because I was so lost as to what it is, to then realize that nobody sold me on anything. If I was a sheeple, I would just go with the main top brand and just call it a day. I didn't buy any of them because I didn't trust anything that but
you bought research, a 30-pack of Busch Apple because Jake Volnick won't stop talking about it.
Well, I was
kind
curious.
of a sheeple move.
No, that's just having curiosity.
The intellectual in you got.
I like beer. Someone telling me a beer is awesome,
but you don't
and
like
then
apple-flavored beers.
Well, I didn't realize that until I bought it. Until the light bulb went on, where I was like, I don't even like apple beers. Why did I do this? It took me a while. It was an impulse buy at the grocery store to try to figure out what the whole commotion was. If I'm guilty of anything, it's wanting to find out why something is cool in the moment. And I was left rather unimpressed, all things considered. Now I got 29 and more of them to try to figure it all out.
Or you can just sell the 29 at a markup to Jake Volnick.
I drink Johnny Walker Red Label. Nothing says I'm less of a sheeple with my alcohol than drinking Johnny Walker Red Label as consistently as I do.
Yeah, Johnny Walker, that's a real unpopular brand there. Especially with
Red Label? Come on.
Everybody knows.
Come on.
That only real guys drink Red Label.
No, it's just a very cheap version. That's all that is. It's very cheap. You're such an alcohol noob, I guess. You don't even know what the good Red Labels or good versions of Johnny Walker are.
We don't have to cast aspersions here just because you're a sheeple. He's getting ready to throw his papers at me, guys. Anytime you start to hear this sound,
that's my tell.
That is when he is about to fling something at me.
That's my tell. Well, Nick's got it in his mind that everyone that likes something or wants to try something is just a sheeple version of it, and I just patently disagree. It's called being curious, Nick. What are you drinking these days?
Coors Banquet.
Yeah. Jake had a Coors Banquet shirt on like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
You get that from him? No, I don't know.
No, because I've been drinking it since 3 years now, since I realized it was in Ohio.
My main is Busch Light. What's the problem there?
No, it's that you went to Busch Light Apple.
I tried it. I tried something.
I seriously think you just have to see what Jake Volnick would pay you for the other 29.
And also, it took me like a year of Jake Volnick talking about this before I was like, let's see what this is.
Sell.
Let's see what this is. I just think the sheeple characterization is the wrong characterization.
I was between the fair. I will retract.
I think you should.
The sheeple. I'll still think it, but I will retract the sheeple allegation.
You just like calling people sheep. That's the problem we have in this discussion.
When was the other time I called people sheep?
Like all last week. You kept calling everyone a sheep for everything.
For what?
It was very political.
Think back.
Yes, I know. I have an example in my mind, but it's political.
Did I say it on air?
You did say one. You said sheep on air. You definitely did. And I don't remember what the version was.
You don't remember, though.
That's
a real shame.
I remember politically what you said sheep was.
I don't recall that either.
I'll tell that to you off the air.
I do not recall. Yeah, because I'm not a sheeple. 216-474-0092. So I guess we'll get to the Fedor stuff here. Chris Fedor was on over the weekend with Daryl and Coach Riz and talked about the Cavs' odds of a Giannis trade.
I think the odds that it actually happens are pretty low, and I think for a variety of reasons. I think, number one, there are multiple members of the Cavs front office that are vehemently against that, giving up what they would have to give up in order to get Giannis, who only has one more guaranteed year under contract, who is on the wrong side of 30, who is going to be in line for a huge contract coming up, who has a couple of leg injuries recently, one being a calf, one being a knee. So giving up on Evan Mobley, who is 24 years old, second team All-NBA last year, first-time All-Star last year, Defensive Player of the Year last year, and somebody that this organization believes in. So I think when you combine all of that stuff and add into the equation that because of the contract situation that Giannis has, even though he doesn't have a no-trade clause, he has some say in this kind of deal.
All right, so here's where maybe I'm a little torn.
Yeah.
I do think Giannis would make you better. Immediately better. I still have fit concerns and all that. I also don't want to trade Evan Mobley. And so I am torn here between I want the Cavs to get better and get closer to winning a championship because it feels more likely with the Knicks on the verge, seemingly, of winning the NBA championship. And I still am scared bleepless of trading Evan Mobley, the next decade maybe of Evan Mobley, for what could be the next 12 months to 18 months to 24 months of Giannis.
You got to stop living in your fears with Mobley, man.
Oh, I don't think
You got to stop living with your fears with Mobley.
I'm living with my fears all around.
No, he's not. He hasn't shown me the offensive leap yet. I'm not scared of what might exist in a world where Evan Mobley takes off. Because I don't know that that's going to happen. And so if you get Giannis in the meanwhile, and Giannis, again, a lot of this, and I think what Chris is pointing to is that it doesn't seem like Giannis wants to come here anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And so we kind of have to get comfortable with burying the idea that Giannis wants to be a Cav, because he's given us no impression that he wants anything other than Miami or is even entertaining the Cavs. But if you get a chance to get Giannis, you take that chance.
I feel like we dodged a bullet. I feel like 31-year-old Giannis with the calf issues, with just whatever weird thing he's been going through the last 2 years where he doesn't want to be the bad guy that forces his trade. It's kind of like Miles, honestly. Doesn't want to force the trade, but certainly doesn't want to be in Milwaukee. I think he is a future Hall of Famer, great player. I think there's just too many questions. As many questions as you might have about Evan, I have just as many about Giannis over the next 2 years.
I just don't. I mean, yeah, maybe he can get injured. I guess I could say that just about any player in the NBA because there's a lot of injuries in the NBA. But his track record and averaging 30 a game and the top 5 finishes and the MVPs and the NBA Finals, like this is a guy that if I'm going to roll the dice, this is who you want to roll the dice for.
I mean, you're trivializing the injury thing. When he's had calf injuries the last 2 or 3 years, I don't. That's not the same as like, well, there's a lot of injuries in the NBA.
It might
specific
cost
to
us,
him,
but it might cost us Evan to get somebody way less impressive than what Giannis is.
Then I wouldn't trade Evan. Like right now, we trade Evan for Jaylen Brown. That is about it. And even then, I think it would have to be a 3-way trade where Evan goes to Milwaukee, Jaylen comes here, and then Giannis goes there. And even then, I'll still be thinking to myself, I would have traded Donovan first.
I mean, yeah, Giannis played. Obviously, he was injured this last year, and then it was 67 games, 73 games, 63 games, 67 games. Like it's one season of the injuries, and you can make an argument
that the calf injuries have been going on longer than that.
Yeah, but
that still cost him time in the playoffs.
Sure, but he played through a large majority of them while also finishing top 4 in MVP for, including last year, up until last year, was 10 straight seasons.
If you continue to have the same issues, I don't think the calf injuries are going to be less of a concern the older he gets.
The calf injury is not enough to scare me off of Giannis. The same reason why I would imagine it's not enough to scare Miami off of whatever they're trying to put together. The reality you're trying to come up with is whether or not Giannis would come here, not whether or not you trade Mobley for him.
I think if the Cavs were going to trade Mobley for Giannis, they would have done it at the deadline. I mean, that was pretty much the reporting on it, is if the Cavs had offered up Mobley for Giannis, he would have been here already.
If they would have, yeah. I think, wasn't there something else added to that, too, that they wanted as well? I think that was the real crux between all that, but I would have made the deal at the deadline as well.
No, and here's the thing. I think Miami's at a point.
I've not been shy about that. I would have made the deal at the deadline.
I think Miami's at a point of desperation that I'm just not. Like, I am eager to get better if you can make it happen. And I certainly am eager to reconfigure this thing in a way that makes more sense and gives you a better chance to win. I'm not desperate. And I think Miami is. Like, if you offer Tyler Hero, future firsts, I think Jaquez has been in some of these deals. Obviously, there's an expiring contract as part of these deals. If you're offering all of that for a guy that's 31 with calf injuries and maybe some, and again, I know this is a kind of perceptional thing at the moment, but maybe some attitude stuff, like that's a lot when you were just in the Eastern Conference Finals with the Cavs. The Heat have been the perennial 9 seed or 10 seed.
But you have to try to close this gap. And someone like Giannis, you mean, if everything breaks right to an extreme, you hope that Evan Mobley would be 90% of Giannis. And that's if everything breaks right. That's if like everything you could ever dream of happens with Evan. He becomes 90% of Giannis.
Is Giannis off the table? You heard Chris Fedor there on 92.3 The Fan over the weekend, and Wyatt Teller spoke, and many people listened. Some didn't like what they heard in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick.
always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right around 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
In case we missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here, Eric Boland of Newsday, Yankees beat writer. We'll talk the Gardos Yankees series, the Aaron Judge injury. Maybe, Eric lives in New York these days, even though he's from Cleveland. We'll see how annoyed he is about the Knicks hoopla. Game 3 tonight, by the way. But Wyatt Teller, now down in Houston, met with the Houston media at OTAs and had this to say about his time in Cleveland.
I feel like, in all honesty, got a little complacent. You get used to a city, you get used to your routine, everything like that. But at the same time, it kind of refired me up. Like, end of the year last year, I'm not going to throw away 6 years that they treated me unbelievable for, 6 months of indifference or whatever. So I still have no ill will to anybody there. But it felt like they kind of blamed it on the offensive line, which, don't get me wrong, did we play at our standard? We were the top 5 offensive line for so long, and then to kind of drop off. But there were so much issues, you can't point at one thing. But that being said, it kind of fired me up coming into this offseason, training as hard as I've trained in a long time. The way we practice, you kind of have to train extremely hard, not only be strong, but also be in condition. So, I feel like there were some things that I did in the past, wasn't in condition as well as I could, trying to save, tread on the tires, but at the end of the day, you don't want to take anything for granted. You don't want to be like, hey, I'm saving it for next year, saving next year, when there could be no next year. And that kind of fired me up a little bit this year.
So it's interesting. Some people didn't even listen to what Wyatt had to say. They just saw Wyatt Teller says he got complacent in Cleveland and just flipped out about Wyatt.
Yeah.
I think knowing what he actually went through last year with them kind of messing around with his playing time, in his mind, he got hurt at the end of the season because they were messing around with his playing time and when they would insert him into the lineup, and basically treating this like it was like the week 1 for the Florida Gators against, our little sisters, the poor. Like, there was nothing about that really inflamed her. Like, oh, how dare he say what he says? Because I think it was all informed by what was a negative experiences last year in Cleveland.
Yeah, the only part I thought was really interesting was him trying to figure out who the blame should have gone to. Because him being like, this is not part, like the O-line took a lot of the blame. They took a lot of this. They took a lot of that. And it was like, I don't know. I thought we put the blame it was like an equal partnership of blame. I didn't know that everyone was solely putting last year just on the offensive line.
I actually think he was talking about the front office from there. I think he was talking about the front office and the coaching staff, which is why you saw them do stuff like shuttle him and Tevin Jenkins in and out in a weird, random way.
Okay, then the front office and coaching staff, and this is entirely possible, but they're just being intellectually dishonest then. Because last year was just as much about the wide receivers as it was offensive line. I mean, there's so many parts of that team that it was about that was not just the offensive line. Was the offensive line a big reason? Yeah, I'm not going to say it wasn't. That was a bad offensive line last year. But, especially down the stretch in certain spots, like the idea that you couldn't throw to anybody, any wide receiver. You can throw to Harold Fannin, but he's not a wide receiver. I mean, that's a huge reason.
I also think he might think that they put it all in the offensive line, given the incredible basically, they just replaced everyone. And so I can understand if he looks at that.
It was contractual more than it was anything.
They could have brought Wyatt back. You could have saved money with an extension.
But you didn't have to, though, is the point, and that's what makes that contractual. It's like you could just let him go and get somebody else in and call it a day.
But I kind of think with Wyatt, like I imagine that Wyatt thought to himself, and I think this is the proper thought, if that offensive line had gelled together and all the rest of the results stayed the same, I guarantee you don't go out and find 5 offensive linemen. Meaning, like, I think Wyatt's back here, if not for the lack of success across the offensive line in general.
I'm not going to say I guarantee because it sounds too strong because we have no way of proving this like it's a Madden simulation or anything. But
like to guarantee it.
But you're winning how many more games? If you had an average offensive line instead of the offensive line you had last year, I'd put you at 7 wins instead of 5.
Yeah, I'd probably go 2 wins.
I don't think it was make or break is kind of the point there. And so, if you think that this offensive line is the reason why it sunk, listen, Judkins still got injured at the end of the year. You still had no wide receivers. Your quarterback play, even when you got Shedeur in there, but up until Shedeur was absolutely dreadful. You weren't winning games. It doesn't matter who your offensive line was.
So I think there is.
Mac disagrees.
I would have also thrown in the Vikings game in there too, where you couldn't get a drive started at the end of that game. If you get at least one first down, you win that game in London, along with the Bengals game and also the Jets game as well. I think that you could have won at least 3, maybe 4, potentially.
I don't. So here's where I'm going to just have to disagree. And again, like the offensive line was bad last year. We all agree on this. We're not trying to polish anything. I think while I can point to the quarterback room, while I can point to the running back and Quinshon getting hurt, I can point to the young wide receivers and the offensive line. I got last year, if this was in the NCAA, I would call it lack of institutional control. I don't think anyone offensively was put in a place to succeed last year. And I think ultimately that's why Stefanski got fired. I don't know anyone who could have grown in that scenario. Offensive linemen, wide receivers, tight end, running back, quarterbacks. I don't know anyone could have succeeded in that because I think what they were trying to do offensively never came together. And I think Kevin had lost his sauce as a play caller. I think he had lost his zeal. Agreed. At the end, without AVP and without Bill Callahan, I think those guys might have propped him up a little bit. And so I do think, like you mentioned, disingenuous. What was it? Intellectually dishonest. That's fundamentally what I think is at the approach of blaming anything but Kevin Stefanski and his offensive staff last year. With love and respect to those guys, they're professionals. Kevin's already a head coach again. They made it impossible. They created an environment that was impossible for young players to develop. When you see that across all 4 spots, and they would rebut with Harold Fannin Jr., okay, that's one example. But like when nobody else can develop in that environment, that goes right back to the head coach and your offensive play caller.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point, and I think there's a lot on Stefanski that he's got to wear on that. And again, if I'm coming up with the list of reasons why the Browns sucked last year, I hate that Wyatt Teller thinks everyone's blaming the offensive line because there's so much more to it. I mean, Nick, they were signing people off the Rams preseason games, like that's KT Levinston right there. It's we watch him in a preseason game. Let's bring him in, and also we're gonna have him play meaningful snaps and be a big part of this. It was week 3. It's not as if they came in with the best of plans, all things considered, for that spot.
Well, and that's why you and I have talked incessantly about how all of a sudden Todd Monken finds himself in a win-win or no-lose situation. If the Browns get, more than the 5.5 wins they're allotted in Vegas, people are going to say, holy crap, that guy got them to 7 or 8 or 9 wins, right? And if they lose, everyone's going to say, they traded Myles Garrett in June. Look at the quarterback room. Look at this, that, and the other. I think another way in which Todd just kind of walks into a good situation is I do think that the offense was in such disrepair last year. Simply being functional makes you look like Kyle Shanahan.
I mean, that's part of Shedeur in many respects. Why so many fans have gravitated to him in the 7 games that we watched is because for some parts of that, not all of it, obviously, some of it didn't look very good. But for some parts of it, it looked like even close to average. And it looked like, this is sometimes, a 25-yard pass that's common in the NFL. Shedeur did it, but we were so absent of that, people wanted to latch onto it. That's the same thing you're speaking to right here.
Yeah, the frustrating thing is this is also going to be the thing that we're going to speak about with Deshaun. Of like, well, he didn't have Todd Monken, and here's the thing:
an average offense will look like the 22 Chiefs.
And there is some logic to that. I do understand, even like the defensive starting Deshaun week 1, which is it's new head coach, new system, parallels to the Houston situation. I get all that. It just, at least with Shedeur, I can go, well, that kid was in absolute dog bleep situation at the end of the season. The offensive line was interchangeable. You'd already lost Posick at that point.
You were doing rotating on the offensive line.
I mean, you saw nobody could catch a cold, let alone a pass. And so that kid, all of a sudden, he's got weapons, and now he's got a coach that maybe isn't completely incapacitated by previous failures in the role, and all of a sudden that kid can not just start someplace, but maybe grow into something. With Deshaun, it's like, feel like if he's average week 1, you're going to get maybe average out of week 18 as well.
Yeah, that's probably true. So do you feel bad for Wyatt that this is how this is all taken?
Yeah, he deserved better.
Yeah, I think so too. The end result out of this has got to be, I think he deserved better. And I also think that I just kind of feel bad, whether that's people in the organization or whether that's just his portrayal of it or whatever that is, that he thinks that the offensive line has been taking the brunt of the blame for a season that had so many other parts of it that could take the brunt of it.
I mean, I feel bad for Wyatt. I feel bad for Joel Bitonio. Posick's different because he had the injury, and that might effectively end his career. which I think you have to feel bad for because that was a good, serviceable center for a couple of years. Like Conklin's different because he got paid a lot of money and then he couldn't stay healthy. Dewan's different because Dewan couldn't stay healthy. Who the hell was a left tackle last year?
Cam Robinson.
Oh, I don't feel bad for him at all. No, I'm kidding about that. He kind of walked into a bleep show. Who was the starter before him?
Dewan
it was
Jones.
Dewan. I don't know why I'm differentiating that.
Because you haven't seen him play football in forever.
KT Leviston. Don't feel bad for him.
Although Dewan was the starter in these camps up until Spencer got underway.
I'm still holding out hope for Dewan. And by
the
the way,
first name basis with Spencer here, huh?
If I mean,
is he a first name guy? He might be a first name guy.
Listen, I think if Spencer and I, a little air supply in the background, just a couple guys, pig guys talking some football.
Is that right?
I think a couple hours in, we're just besties.
Just share a couple Busch Light apples, have yourself a day.
I think you'd be there too, because you could sell him on the fact that against other people on radio, you are a unit.
Yeah, I don't think he'd buy it either.
Well, no, you gotta say in radio.
I still don't think he'd buy it. There's a lot of units in radio.
That's true.
They get really hefty really quick.
Well, I mean,
unless you're doing like LA radio.
Yeah, that's true. Where their fattest guy is like our skinniest guy.
Like our skinniest by a lot.
Yeah.
It's like skinnier than Lima, and it's like, oh, geez, you're really packing it on there, aren't you?
Well, they're skinny in LA for a specific reason. Snowstorms hitting that place left and right, guys.
Yeah.
It's easy to be skinny. You're with a little Colombian Bam Bam, right?
Well, I mean, at this point, we just put it on Ozempic. We don't even put it. We don't even put it on any of the drugs or anything.
Now, if you double up
it's
on
just
those,
well, they are.
You die.
They really,
that's
they
pretty
really
much
are.
how it goes.
A lot of deaths in LA right now. A lot of deaths.
A lot of people dying. 216-474-0092. So Wyatt Teller talked about his complacency in Cleveland. Does this change how you feel about Wyatt's exit? And this is kind of interesting turn the page moment. And again, I think it's for the betterment of Todd Monken. I think the only thing against what the Browns have done, which is Wyatt was a leader, out. Joel, TBD, we'll find out what happens with him. David Njoku, leader, out. Miles, leader, out. All the guys that they've shipped out of there that you could perceive as, are they great leaders or are they just their highest paid players, which we had a conversation with David and Miles for that, certainly. I think there's an element of there's a stylistic change here that I don't feel like I have to worry about that until I see a reason to worry about that.
One thing, in the Browns going incredibly young with this roster, is that you're not going to have some of what Wyatt was talking about in there. I forget the position coach that he was trying to credit for saying something about the idea that why save your best football for a Super Bowl team? You should do it every single year regardless. And he credited, I don't remember who it was, but that point remains, right? Like Wyatt Teller, clearly, he says he got complacent. Clearly, at some point, 8, 9, 10 years into anything, you're not going to hit it the same way you will year one or year two, especially in a place like the NFL. And so what we have is that we have a lot of guys that even if they're not the greatest team in the world, and even if they're just a 5, 6, 7 win team, how are you going to tell Harold Fannin, for instance, that he's take it easy. You got 10 more years of this. No, he's like, this is year 2. I'm gonna give it my all as if every game is the Super Bowl.
Well, and I think you've got a head coach in that position because Todd knows
for sure
you don't get multiple years as a 59-year-old first-time head coach. And I even think, I don't love how young they are on the coaching staff, but I think you've got guys who understand the value of hitting the ground running with a 59-year-old head coach. Mike Rutenberg's going to get a lot of credit if that defense is number 1 this year. So is Travis Schweitzer. I think because Todd is perceptionally challenged because he's not 34 years old and I don't know, like a clone of Sean McVay, I think even the coaches understand, hey, if we have a winning season this year and next, or this year at the very least, I might be one good season away from being a head coach because the Browns and maybe even our head coach is perceptually challenged.
A lot of people with stuff to prove this year, and a lot of people that won't just, even if it's week 13 or 12, they just won't ship it in. They just haven't been doing it long enough to have that mentality.
But I hate that this is how Wyatt feels because I don't know what makes it right. Because here's the thing, guys, it wasn't just Kevin messing around with the playing time of the guards. That's a contractual thing as well. I wouldn't be surprised if the front office was involved in that.
Well, think about who benefited from that. They wanted more of Tevin Jenkins, who's on the roster this year, and potentially your starting right guard, it's Tevin Jenkins.
And if you believe the Bleacher Report, 28-year-old Tevin Jenkins is the Browns' breakout candidate on offense this year.
This is why I don't read Bleacher Report.
Well, now I still read it, but this is the thing I'm going to...
Is that right?
Yeah. Like Tevin Jenkins, every year Tevin Jenkins has been in the NFL since outside of his rookie year. He's had like a 70 PFF grade or better.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they didn't know where to put him in Chicago half the time.
But breakout player.
Sure. Might not even start.
You can buy a piece of Cavs history, but it'll cost you. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Feel the power this month and beyond, because if you're looking at new trucks this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. Guys, a couple years back when I went to buy a new truck, I started at the very beginning. So I did the Ram side by side with the alleged competition, and I drive the Ram. Why? Because I went to a Northeast Ohio Ram dealer, and I felt the power. I turned over one of those Ram trucks, and that was the beginning of the end for me when it came to what kind of truck I was going to have now and forever. And to keep it on power, guys, there's no comparison here. You can choose from
and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Eric Bolin, Cleveland's very own now Newsday Yankees beat writer, going to talk us through some Gardo's Yankees coming up at 5:40 today. I will also talk about the series last week. Gardo's won. If they had lost, we would not be talking about it. But now we will. Eric Bolin, again, coming up in 60 minutes' time. The lead in about 20 minutes' time. But you, me, and anyone else with a couple smackaroos can buy a piece of Cavs history as Game 3, the Game 3 seat that Taylor Swift sat on courtside at the Cavs-Knicks game in the Eastern Conference Finals, has been put up for auction. The reserve bid was $100.
Yeah.
The last time I checked, which is when it was actually tweeted out about, which is over the weekend, it was at $2,100.
Yeah.
I've tried to find this to see if I can give you the latest.
Verify it or anything? Or no?
To see what the latest is. We're going to put Mac on that right now while putting him on the spot.
Yeah, please do, Mac. Because Mac's who I trust in this scenario.
This is a level of sickness that it's a little too weird for me.
So it's not the Cavs putting this up, though, right? Is it the Cavs or is it somebody else?
I think it's just, I don't know how they know it's.
How did they get this?
I have no idea.
Like, who got this? And then how is this not, like, if the Cavs did it on their website that benefits, like, their charities or something, that maybe makes a little bit more sense. How did whoever got this get this is what I want to know.
Well, I'm going to assume.
Did they steal it?
Yeah, I'm going to assume they stole it. There's a lot of
stuff
that gets stolen.
How do we know it's the exact one that Taylor Swift sat in then? Because then if you stole it, you had to like counted it out and then just got. I mean, it's an inside job at the Cavs, if anything. Did someone at the Cavs gift it to whoever's selling it this? Because then again, stupid. Cavs should have just put it up themselves.
So the chair is listed on the Realist, and as the price is up to $6,500.
What's the Realist?
It's a website.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
You're welcome.
That. Good information you have there.
All right. So
bidding ends in 6 days, by the way.
Oh my God! You know this thing's going for over $10,000. But it does. So okay. So I've read through this piece on the Sporting News now multiple times, and it doesn't really have any indication of how it got there, what kind, because you're going to need verification if you're going to charge $6,500.
I would want this to be like an official Cavs thing where then it's got
our official butt print on it.
The little COA that at least I know this is her chair, not Travis Kelce's chair. I'm not paying $10,000 for either, but like if I'm going to pay $10,000, I want to make sure they didn't get who was sitting with her that night. It was Travis Kelce's agent, I think, or manager, and I don't want the manager's seat. I'll tell you that much. Don't want that.
Well, but you maybe her leg still touched it. No?
Don't want that.
Would you pay $2,000 for that if the regular seat goes for? Would you pay at least $100?
It's a weird piece of memorabilia.
Yeah, there's no. Here's the thing.
There's no way to really slice it.
Here's the thing. I feel like only the most hardcore of Taylor Swift fans would want this chair, or it's a pervert. I don't see, like, those are the two circles, and maybe there's some overlap. I don't know.
How's this chair getting worth more than the signed guitar that we talked about?
Because this is one of one. Huh?
It's not the only chair Taylor Swift has ever sat in.
Oh, by the way, so an on-site authenticator ensured the seat was actually used by Swift and that the winner of the auction will get a gold OVD certificate of authenticity with a purchase.
Again, how did they get that chair, though?
Because this was something that was planned. Like somebody went there.
But why didn't the Cavs just put this up on their own website with like the NBA auctions and everything else?
It doesn't say it in this piece.
And then how much did the Cavs, in order to give this to the on-site authenticator, how do they even start these convos? Like, hey, listen, Taylor Swift, the seat she's in, we'll give you $300 and we get to on-site verify it, and then we take the chair?
I don't think it went to the Cavs. I think the Cavs were cut out. The Cavs would be the middleman in that scenario.
The Cavs own the chair, though. The Cavs, it's their chair.
Not anymore.
Whoever's authenticating this, like, how did they get this done?
Well, I mean, the chair's going to cost you. The chair's going to cost you $100.
Does this just mean any chair that Taylor Swift sits in is going to be worth $10,000 moving forward, or is this because she sat in it for 2 hours?
So the duration of time adds to it.
I think it's got to make a change, right? Like if she has like a guest spot on Jimmy Fallon's show, that chair is not going to be worth $10,000. She sat on it for 15 minutes.
Okay.
Like a dressing
I don't
room
know.
chair. Who knows?
See,
Maybe you sit down there for like 3 minutes.
This is where I'm the worst person to answer this question because by the way, the Cavs have verified that it's real.
Hell yeah. Way to go, Cavs. Why aren't you doing it for like your own auctions, Cavs? Why isn't this like a Cavs auction site that benefits a charity?
I actually think it might be. We're getting more information on this as it comes in because this is not up on any of the national write-ups that we've read about.
They have a partnership is what Keith is saying. The Cavs have a partnership with the Realist, and that's what makes it authenticated. So clearly at some point, the Cavs and the Realist got together, and they're like, all right, we'll give you X amount of things. And there's someone really smart at the Realist that was obviously like...
They knew people were perverts and wanted a chair that Taylor Swift had sat in?
Listen, I know people are perverts. You know people are perverts. I never would have guessed anyone would pay $10,000 for a chair that Taylor Swift or anybody sat in.
Well, honestly, anything with Swifties...
That never drummed up in my mind that this would be worth any amount of money.
Honestly, anything with Swifties, I think, has some value because those people are crazy. They are. If you're willing to pay $5,000 for a bad ticket to a Taylor Swift concert, everything's on the table for what you would be willing to buy.
Is there like a long line of history of chairs that have sold online of famous people that have sat in them or something? Is this like a hidden marketplace?
Is it a new marketplace?
That I was unaware of? Emerging marketplace?
Always looking for emerging marketplaces.
You know, what are we getting? What are we getting for a Barack Obama chair? I don't know.
I will sell this crappy chair that I'm sitting in today, and I've been sitting in for this 3 hours.
Duration-wise, you're killing it with this chair.
Versus Taylor Swift's 2 hours and that crappy chair, this $10 right here for this bad boy. And it squeaks. You can hear your ass can make the same sound that mine has all show long, but for the rest of your life.
Can I be the on-site verification?
I'd like that.
Yeah, verified.
$2.
I just did it.
You're getting 20% of the market. And again, it starts at $10. Could go to 25.
I like instead of giving you a sticker, I just scream out, verified.
And actually, you have a video that anytime somebody asks, it's just your face
Yes.
in the thing being verified.
You want to know if this is real? Verified.
Oh my gosh!
I can't believe $10,000 is what you said.
No, it's $6,500 now, but they've got 6 days left.
Oh yeah, it's going to get there.
It's worth noting too that the bid as of Saturday night going into Sunday was at $1,200.
Yes. So that's what we've done in the last 48 hours since this made its way to Instagram.
It's just insane is what it is. I mean, people have insane amount of money. As evidenced by what you see with Game 3 of the finals tonight. People have they're really, I mean.
And where are these people, and where do they get the money, and how can I get it?
That's a different America for us, man.
I want to be in the different America.
That's not our America. That's a different America. We don't live in that America.
I want to be in that America. This America is not doing enough for me.
I know. The simulation put us in the wrong one. I'm sorry.
This is an alternate universe.
Yeah. Well,
that somebody's bidding. There's like some alien in Dimension 3C5 that's like, I must get the Taylor Swift chair. Beep, bop, boop. And then he's going to sniff it.
Stop with the sniffing stuff.
I said it once. You don't think the person that buys it's going to sniff the chair?
They're weird if they buy it for that much money, and they're even weirder if they sniff it.
I think it's weird in general.
They're weird.
It's all a no for me, dog.
It might even be weird to sit in it. I don't even know.
You're going to buy a chair and not sit in it?
I mean, is it Taylor Swift's chair or is it your chair that you sat in? I don't know.
It's not going to have her curve to it. She didn't sit in it for that long enough.
When I was a kid for Christmas, my parents got me it was a game-used autographed Mark Grace baseball bat. It was like my big Christmas present, right? Mm-hmm. And because I love Mark Grace. He's my favorite player of all time. And they got me this. And then the idea was like I'd swing the bat, right? That'd be like when I got it, I'd take one swing in it, and I was like, no, it's not. That doesn't work for me. I don't want that. It last swung by him. It's going to stay that way. Mm-hmm. Same thing with the chair. Last sat in by Taylor Swift. It's going to change that way, or else it just becomes a chair.
Listen, here's the thing.
It's still already just a chair.
Sitting in the chair is like the 10th weirdest thing you can do. So if that's the weirdest thing you want to do with it,
please don't rank the weird things you can do.
I'm not gonna. That's a different show.
Don't do that.
No, it's not. We're not that kind of show. But that's like the 10th weirdest thing you can do. So if that's as weird as you go with that chair, I'm okay. Because the next 9 things I am so far out on that I'll be honest with you. If I found out you did one of those 9 things and bought this chair, and you're going to have to do something weird with it because you bought the chair for $6,500 or more.
If you're Taylor, you're weirded out by this, right?
Yes. If I'm Taylor,
there's no part of this that is flattering.
If I'm Taylor, I'm buying it so that I know for a fact
That's a good
somebody
deal.
ain't sniffing that chair.
That's a good deal. I actually like that spin on it. You buy the chair yourself to make sure that you have ownership of the chair.
Keep it away from perverts.
But now, listen, I'm sure people in our inner circle realize they can make a lot of money off of things that Taylor has touched or been around. I get that. But, I mean, she's got to be worried about if she throws, like, wrappers on the ground or anything. That like, people are going to pick them up and all of a sudden try to sell them. Like, there's a...
Perverts can't do much with a wrapper.
I didn't think they could do much with a chair, but here we are.
Well, a chair. You're sitting in there. There's a lot of things because there's a lot of things that happen in a chair. So the weirdos can get to that one. A wrapper, I think you're fine.
I knew you were going to unveil your list at some point. You just had to do it. You had to do it gradually throughout the segment.
I've only said
you said to gradually do it throughout the segment.
I've only said one thing, and even then, I've said if you do that, you are so weird. I can't handle it. The other 8, I will not say.
You go over to someone's house, and in a display case, they have the seat that Taylor Swift sat in for a playoff loss for the Cavs-Knicks. Are you impressed, or why did you do this?
First question is, did you sniff it? It's the first question.
Maybe at some point.
And no matter the answer.
What if they say yes?
I'm probably walking right out.
Yeah. What if they say no? Of course not, you freak.
I'm saying.
Why would you even think I would sniff that?
I'll probably go.
And then you're the pervert.
You sure about that? You sure about that? It's going to Tim Robinson until they break down and say, yes, I did sniff the chair.
And then they're going to tell everyone, Nick asks these weird questions. I don't know.
And then
this is why we can't live in that America, okay? This is why.
Weirdness.
We go to these parties and ask these questions. This is why there will be 2 Americas and we don't live in the right one.
I'm sorry I'm too good of a journalist for people.
We don't live in the good one for a reason.
The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Game 3.
filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Browns minicamp gets underway tomorrow. Listen to 92.3 The Fan for all the latest news in Berea. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Eric Boland of Newsday coming up in about 40 minutes. All right, before we get into The Lead, I have an update. So I poked around the Realist website.
Yeah.
And I think there's something very funny. So you can't, it's not just you can only buy Taylor Swift's Game 3 courtside seat. You can buy Ben Stiller's, Colson Baker's, Kylie Jenner, Travis Kelce, and Timothy Chalamet Ding Dong.
Okay, so they think there's a market for these seats then. This is not Taylor Swift exclusive. Right. This is, okay. Well, the Kylie Jenner one might not do as much as Taylor Swift, but it's going to be pretty high, I would imagine.
$295.
Well, that seems very reasonable.
Yeah. The Ben
You're
Stiller
still buying
one.
a chair, which makes you a certified crazy, but yeah.
The Ben Stiller one's at $400.
Who's buying that?
Weirdos.
Yeah, okay, there is something with the Knicks, though, that I guess because they're so famous for their courtside stars being there in attendance.
We look like noobs with this, by
I
the
guess
way.
if you showed up and had the seat and then put like a placard over it at your house, it was like Ben Stiller's final seats.
Just in case you ever get Ben Stiller over to the house?
There are Knicks fans that would probably think that's pretty sweet.
All right, so Colson Baker, $265 for his seat right now. Travis Kelce's at $550. You do not want that stank on a chair. I'm just telling you right now. Do you know of everyone who has the lowest seat?
The guy you referred to as Chalamet Ding Dong?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, is that it? Yeah.
$176.
That's not good for the Chalamet market.
Timothy Chalamet. His girlfriend's $120 more. Colson Baker, who I still don't know who that guy is.
Mm-hmm. That's MGK.
Is 100 what?
That's MGK.
It's his real name.
That's his real name.
No.
Yes.
His name is MGK. No.
Okay.
Why are we going? Why would you? Okay.
I don't know why they went full government with it, but
I feel like that's the worst way to. That's the worst way to brand this.
What a great moment that
How am I
was.
supposed to know who the hell MGK? I barely know who MGK is, let alone with respect, Mr. MGK. I'm supposed to know what his government name is.
What do you think it was?
What's Jelly Roll's real name?
Looked it up.
What's Jelly Roll's real name?
I don't know.
Yeah, because nobody can tell you because his name's Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll isn't from Cleveland.
Oh, I gotta know everybody named.
You saw
Cleveland?
a name. You saw a seat with a name
He's
on
one
there.
of the
You're
most
like, I don't know
famous
who
people
this
from
is. Let me
Cleveland.
see who. Let me look this guy up.
No, because I don't give a rat's ass who Colson Baker is. I would have cared if it was MGK. But no, Shamalama Ding Dong, his seat going for 176. Marty Supreme, I think not.
Stock on Chalamet's down.
I hate to say it.
It's down.
Also,
Your
maybe
dream
Kylie Jenner,
true.
too.
I would have thought the weirdos would be
I'm
going
a-
after that seat more than any of them.
Well, now does this kind of prove that it's not just about weirdos with the chair?
No, because once the perverts listening hear
what I
this,
mean.
oh, it's going to $1,000.
Yeah, there we go. Not everyone knows that there are more chairs available than just Taylor Swift's chair.
On therealist.com. Nick Shook of NFL.com joined us today at 3. Talked about how Brennan Sorsby can rebuild his stock after being granted an injunction and being allowed to play in 2026 in college.
Now that it appears he's going to be going back to college football, we're now thinking about his reputation at this point next year. The only thing that's going to really rebuild his stock, or at least get to where it should be, is playing another year of college football, which means that this is the best possible outcome for him and his pro potential. Now, there's obviously a lot of layers to this. What does it say about the NCAA's control over their own sport, which they continue to have less and less of? What does it say about the state of legalized sports gambling in this country and the impact it has, across different leagues, across different segments of the population. But we're really only going to know the most about him and his potential in the NFL by watching him play one more season of college football. So a year from now, we might think, hey, it was a good thing that teams didn't spend a second-round supplemental draft pick on him, which I don't think they would have. I think the bidding would have started in the third round. Or we would be saying, damn, wish our team would have gotten him because now he's a first-round prospect. We won't know until after this season.
I guess I'm very curious to find out, every time you have like a Jalen Carter situation, there are teams like the Eagles, teams like the Browns that they just don't seem like they care about those type of things. And then there are other teams. The Lions are one that comes to mind where Martha Ford is very much, hey, we're going to try to get the best people we possibly can. And they don't really ever go into those waters. will the teams that act like the Lions do in these instances, will they after a year say to themselves, Sorsby has had the rehab he's had and he's fine. We can deal with this.
If it's a 4-quarterback race and Brennan Sorsby is the better of all those 4 quarterbacks, every one of those first 4 picks is going to be lining up to take this kid.
I think so as well, and I think the year is going to do a lot of good for him in that regard. There's a couple things I still want to know that I don't know that we'll ever have answers to. The highest on my order is the 2 bets he made against Indiana. What were those bets?
Here's my thing.
Who did he openly bet against on his own team?
It's not that I don't care about gambling. It's just I don't look at it differently than domestic abuse or sexual assault or all the many very serious things you talk about.
You mean you do look at it differently?
No. I mean, I don't. It's all, hey, what happened here and what's going to happen going forward. Like, if Brennan Sorsby can stay clean for the next year and not do these things that will be against the NFL's policy and NCAA policy, then you have a track record to fall back on. And actually, you are correct. I do look at it as differently because in this case, he's hurting himself and doing something against the NCAA's bylines instead of hurting another human being.
Exactly. That is it's a definition of a victimless crime when it's just him that's it's happening to. It's night and day for me, but it's interesting how this all unfolded. More from Nick Shook as we asked him if he's invested in the Browns quarterback competition.
I don't think it's going to be that much of a battle. Just the way that the Browns have kind of approached this since the start of the spring, it just felt like they're going to put themselves in a position to where there's going to be no questioning, really, and Deshaun's going to be their guy until they take the field. Once they take the field, all bets are off, and we have to kind of evaluate their performances from there. But it just feels like this is going to be one of those things where they might present it as a competition. I don't know if it ends up really being a one-to-one competition that we've seen in years past. It just feels like they're kind of setting themselves up to give him the lead on the job and let him, take over the reins and then go from there. I'm invested in it just because I'm fascinated to see if they can get anything out of either guy. I'm pretty sure Shedeur is going to be a long-term backup with pretty high upside as a backup, and that's a great place to be in the NFL. You can carve out a long career that way. I'm actually most fascinated to see if there's anything left in the tank for Deshaun.
So, I guess when we get to it, this is maybe how it felt 2 weeks ago. I do think the last 2 weeks have kind of pushed me in a direction that believes maybe Shedeur does have a chance. And I still come back to the most logical conclusion, which is if you've traded Myles Garrett and the pressure is maybe off for this season, it makes a lot of sense more sense to start Shedeur, who there might be a future to kind of push to, as opposed to Deshaun, who even if he has a really good season, you're not likely to bring back next year.
Yeah, and on that point, I don't love the idea. There's enough people out there that say, well, it's better for Shedeur if he starts second instead of starts first. No, it isn't. No, it isn't at all. If Deshaun Watson wins the job, there's no guarantee Shedeur plays, even though I think we would all agree that it seems likely that Shedeur would see the field. There's no guarantee there. And yes, is it better that the offensive line would have more experience week 7, week 8 in? Sure. But for Shedeur, if he's going to actually prove to them that he's the guy, it won't be in a 7-game sample size. You'll need the whole season. If you're going to move off of drafting a quarterback in the 2027 draft, you need the whole season. So it just missed me with this idea that at 6 or 7 games at the end of the season is all of a sudden going to be enough, and that's what he wants anyway, and that's how we should be positioning this. No, not at all. He wants to win the job week 1.
Scott Petrak of the Chronicle-Telegram was on with Baskin and Phelps today, and he said Jared Verse is the key for the Browns to call the Myles Garrett trade a success.
For this trade to be, I think, a success for the Browns, Jared Verse has to be like a top 4 defensive end in the league. He needs to be a multi-time All-Pro, because I think the draft picks are going to be low enough that the guys you get or the trades that help you make aren't going to be enough. It's going to have to be about Jared Verse at that position being an absolute stud. There's a chance, but he is going to have to be a great player, in my estimation, for it to be worth trading Myles Garrett, because you're not getting better this year. So this trade is, again, about the future, and I get that, but as the Browns are trying to straddle this win now and keep an eye on the future, getting rid of Myles Garrett makes it, I think, more difficult to win right now.
And the bet the Browns made is that Verse is going to be impactful enough that he will top 4 in 3 years, 2-3 years is definitely something that he should be able to strive to. If he's already 10-12 right now, as far as pass rushers are concerned, at this age, then yes, he should be able to get there.
I liked how Scott put this. Again, the Rams pick might help you trade up to get the quarterback. But there's a chance that you just get the pick because you just didn't have the right team this year, right? So Jared Verse being really, really good and continuing to ascend as a player is really super important and something I don't think we should sleep on for this season.
Denzel Ward spoke with the media over the weekend at his celebrity softball game. He was asked if he still wants to play for the Browns now that Myles Garrett isn't on the team.
Crazy trade, definitely a crazy trade. Yeah, I believe that, you either with us or against us. And as you see, he's not with us. So crazy trade, but the nature of the game, I'm sad I do get traded, then I feel for me like I'm wherever I'm at, that's where I'm supposed to be. So if I'm here, I'm supposed to be here. I go to a different team, that's where I'm supposed to be. But I love playing for the Cleveland Browns. I want to be here. Yeah, I'm just grateful wherever I'm at, wherever opportunity I get to go play football, that's what I do.
I want Denzel here, but it's hard for me to believe that you would be so concerned about not getting value for Deshaun Watson or for Myles Garrett, that you wouldn't turn around and have the same mentality for Denzel Ward, who's got more injuries in his recent past.
Yeah, you got to be exploring it. I wonder if the Browns just feel like his value right now, if you traded him, would be as low as it is or ever has been. And so wait 7-8 weeks, get in the regular season, and hopefully his value has gotten back up to what he would have been if we did this a year ago at this time, because that was a really bad year last year for Denzel. And so recuperating some of the value might be the play.
The Guardians start a 3-game set tonight against the Yankees. Manager Stephen Vogt was asked yesterday about how this team will perform on their 6-game road trip.
500 road trip into 2 tough cities. That was a really good road trip. Anytime you come home from a road trip 500, you're happy. You want more. We want more than that. We want to win more games, but I couldn't be more thrilled with the way we played overall on this road trip. 2 one-run losses in tough games where we just weren't able to get enough offense. We'll regroup. We'll keep working and be ready to go.
Yeah, they really tried to sell that. Hedges said the same thing. It was like 500 on this road trip. That's all we needed to do. Okay. I like the baseball they played overall for the most part. Maybe less in the Rangers series, more in the Yankees series. But there's a lot of positive with this Guardians team right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Rangers series is a little bit frustrating. I do think Kwan starting to hit and Hosey starting to hit, continuing to hit, and Chase DeLauder getting 3 hits to end the series. Those are nice things. The Guardians are still ebbing and flowing and fluctuating from playing great baseball and then playing not so great baseball. But you're still so early. I mean, again, I continue to look at it as you've got a nice lead in the AL Central. And
are we down to 2 games?
I think they're at 2 games, yeah. And so
you 2 games now, which is, we were 5.5 just a few days ago.
I think maybe I'd be more concerned if I actually thought the White Sox were going to keep this up for another 3 months. But
they have a better run differential than we do. I'm with you. I think the White Sox are very fraudulent, but they keep winning games.
I just think we are a 10-day stretch.
Get after it.
A 10-day stretch of this team putting some great baseball there, and then I think if they do, I think the Guardians are going to just bury this division in June. I think that's still right there for them.
Yeah, the Tigers and the Royals just falling so far and really just face planting has really made this just a whack-a-mole of a division.
Yeah, but it was nice.
It's a clown car of a division, the way this is set up when those 2 teams are struggling. We really shouldn't have much competition.
It was nice, though, that anyone who picked anybody but the Guardians was equally wrong.
Yeah.
I picked the Royals. Somebody else on the show picked the Tigers. I can't remember. Was it you that picked the Tigers to win the Central?
Shoot, I don't remember if I picked Tigers or Royals.
But either way, we're both wrong. So we were wrong together.
I think I went Royals, but I don't remember that.
I thought that rotation
I liked the Royals. When I said before the seasons, I thought the Royals were 1 or 2 outfielders away.
Yep.
And, jeez. Man, they're bad.
They're a little bit more away.
Yeah, they have so many, they're top heavy is what they are. They're like a muffin. They have so many really talented, good players, but there's just nothing there. 5 down.
I'm also top heavy. Brennan Sorsby in the latest on that situation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
think that the Browns probably have a premier edge rusher on their hands here for a long time. They're very, very excited about what he brings to the table. And I just think that this was a really, really good move for them at this point in time.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Tuesday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Eric Bolin, Yankees beat writer for Newsday, coming up in 20 minutes. John Carroll's very own. But, JP, you and I, as part of the reaction on the Brendan Sorsby news that a Lubbock County, Texas judge has granted him a temporary injunction that will allow him to play in 2026 as a member of Texas Tech outside of the first two games where it's like a self-imposed ban. That one Big 12 administrator, AAD, actually said, I don't think I want to play Texas Tech in any sport right now.
Yeah, okay.
We now have another quote, and this is from On3 Sports, from one Big 12 head coach that tells Pete Nakos that he prefers to play Texas Tech with Brennan Sorsby. Quote, if you're going to play the Joker, you don't want to play the Joker without its arm. I want to play the villain. Do people in
I don't
college
even know what that means.
Do people in college football realize how ridiculous? Like, I think it's fair to be upset about this. If you want to say the wrong side won, that nobody wanted this, I think these are all things that people can agree with, that I don't necessarily disagree with, even if I'm more ambivalent to this story, and I don't clutch my pearls at every chance I get. But I like it. This is part of the reason why the NCAA and why college athletics sometimes stink is the outsized reaction when stuff like this happens.
Yeah. Speaking of like coaches saying quotes that seem a little ridiculous on the surface of it, Dan Wetzel had his piece, and one of this Big 12 coach, same thing. If this is the precedent, then I owe it to my players to bring in people from Las Vegas to teach us how to gamble. Then collectively, we need to decide which games we will play hard in to cover the spread and which ones we won't. I'm supposed to do what's best for my players. And in that case, they'd be able to make a lot of money betting on our games. That's the precedent for me. I think about how far they're going with this. I get it, Big 12 coaches, you're upset. You're going to have to face a quarterback now that not only has Heisman odds, and Texas Tech themselves is now, I think, 14-1 to win the college football playoff this year. I get it. You're not pleased that it feels like this long-standing rule was don't gamble on games or else you're basically just blackballed. And it turns out that rule doesn't last anymore in 2026. But cry about it more.
Yeah, and I think it's so funny. There's a lot of crying, but there's not a lot of action in college sports now. And it's not just football, but it is college sports right now. To what you're saying, the funniest thing about this to me is how quickly this kind of injunction can turn other head coaches into hypocrites. It wouldn't surprise me if 6 months from now there's another case of this, be it same level, same player, that kind of thing, or be it a much smaller level, and you're going to see coaches cite this when it's one of their players.
Oh, of course. Yeah, when it can help you, of course that's what's going to happen. I find the whole story fascinating, down to the idea that we even thought, oh, it's a Lubbock judge. Of course this is going to happen. Yeah. And of course he's going to try to find the one. He's probably the only person in America that would legitimately argue that the mental health, because that was his basis of this, the mental health of Sorsby is what the NCAA didn't look out for, and that's why they should be ashamed. Listen, I've defended Sorsby in all of this. When you bring on your own mental health anguish, you then can't say that nobody protected it. Mm-hmm. Like when you're the one that brings it on, it's a different story. And so I don't know. I thought the reasoning behind it, once you read more of it, was a little lame and did fall short, while also acknowledging it doesn't bother me the slightest bit if this is the precedent moving forward.
So many legal experts have now taken a look at what an NCAA appeal will entail, and basically everyone agrees even an expedited process is not likely to have gone through before the next 4 or 5 months. So that it almost seems the one
that was Breer's case in the beginning of this.
Yes, that basically the earliest it should be expected to be heard is 9 to 12 months. But the other thing is, and this was something I missed in the initial reading of the injunction, because I'm a big lawyer, me, Nick Wilson. It said the Curry, the judge in case said the injunction will give Sorsby the opportunity to make an informed decision about entering the supplemental draft. As his attorneys have said, Sorsby is facing a June 22nd deadline to decide whether to whether he'd prefer to go pro or not. That actually would be the funniest possible outcome.
If he still went to the supplemental draft anyway?
If he got a first-round guarantee from somebody. Because right now, if you're Brennan Sorsby, I mean, you've got another 2 weeks to make this decision. If somebody guarantees you they're going to take you with a first-round pick.
Isn't your supplemental salary still so low, all things considered, though?
I have no idea.
We'd have to look that up because I'm trying to offset everything versus the $5 million and then offsetting it versus what his future money could be as well. So if if the supplemental pay, and I do think it's reduced, it's certainly not like if you signed in the first round at pick number 1 or whatever that is. It's not the same as what Mendoza just got.
We'll have to look into that because I have no idea.
Because that would change things.
I just think if you can start, because it's not even about the first contract for these dudes. It's about what the next contract and how soon you can get that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, in fairness, I think Mansour Delane it was like 4 years, $40 million.
He signed that today.
Yeah. So, like, if you can get that and you're Brendan Sorsby, well, that's a hell of a lot better than $5 million this year. Plus, you're 1 year closer to an NFL $55, $60 million contract, if you get it.
It says the supplemental pick earns the exact same amount of base money and have the same contract lengths, so 4 years, as a rookie draft in the identical round of the traditional spring draft. So the only way this would change for himself then if he had that guarantee of the first-round pick. If you have the guarantee of the first-round pick, you'd still make the same amount of money that you would if you went next year, let's say. I don't know that he's going to get that guarantee, but if he got that guarantee, then that would be a game-changer for him.
I mean, I think a team like the Eagles – and actually, Jason Lockenfora, and I'm actually glad I get to bring this up because it kind of, the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. A team like the Eagles, who might be one and done with Jalen Hurts this next year, if you're Howie Roseman, you did trade your 2028 first rounder to New England, but if you might need a quarterback in the next 2 years, well, Brennan Sorsby right now, maybe that's the kind of team that would be willing to guarantee it. Then you get him in the building. Then you know if he's your guy by the time 2027 comes around.
Yeah, I wonder if, though, he'd look at it more like what you were arguing initially for Dante Moore, for instance, where you take the bag now, you get that extra year of development. Because as good as Sorsby is, there's 3 games that people said, if you look at the tape, it's vomit-inducing, right? And so maybe the year would just be better for him, and then you do get to separate yourself from what your stigma currently is before you just enter the NFL, and then you go from there. And plus also, you probably avoid the NFL penalties attached to all this. Because one thing we knew was coming is that if he came in, the NFL was going to dictate their own punishment. If you wait that year, I would imagine that goes away.
So I think that's also why it's not just a first-round guarantee. If you're going to change your decision in the next 14 days – and forego college. Honestly, by the way, this is becoming very, very close to the Bernie Kosar situation where Bernie bypassed the spring draft to go into the supplemental draft, and then you had the huge trade where the Browns traded up for the right to take Bernie. And there were so many, and then Bernie got to choose between joining the Browns and Vikings. I do think if you're Brennan Sorsby, it can't just be that you get a first-round guarantee. It's who guarantees it.
Yeah.
Like, if you're able to walk into the Philadelphia Eagles, I don't know that I want to wait next year to join one of the worst team in the NFL or third worst team in the NFL.
And what I believe is true about the NFL is I believe your landing spot is just as important as anything.
Yeah.
Like where you go, the situation you're in, the coaches you're involved with, all that stuff. Like we've seen it time and time again. It matters so much to whether or not you make it or not as a quarterback.
But like, so I think the Eagles would be a no-brainer. I don't think the Steelers would do it because the Rooneys are notoriously icky about a lot of stuff. But Steelers, you get to go sit behind Aaron Rodgers for a year, and then a year from now, you're the starting quarterback.
Trying to figure out what would be like his dividing line. Like if the Bucs were like we guarantee if the Bucs were like we guarantee it, we're going to move off Baker. This is what we want to do. Is that enough of a team for you? Probably not for me.
I mean, they've got a lot. So
they got weapons, kind of. But
I was going to say they do have a fair amount of talent right now.
It's not a poverty team is the point I'm trying to make here, but it's also not a juggernaut.
Yeah, I mean, you want to avoid the Jets. I'm assuming, like, if you get a first-round guarantee from the Browns, it's going to be hard not to take it. But
what about a team like the Panthers that are on the rise, maybe not the happiest with Bryce Young, all things considered?
I think because of Canales' reputation, you'd have to do it, right? There's the guy that rejuvenated Baker
probably.
Mayfield, although nobody's giving him credit for it.
And also had Geno before Geno then went, to Vegas and got old.
Mac?
I apologize if you guys brought this team up already, but did you bring up Detroit, possibly?
No, that's
a good
an
team,
interesting
though.
one.
That's a good team.
And it's interesting because what is John Dorsey? He's like the QB guy. Brad Holmes might just lean over to John Dorsey and go, hey, can he be a great quarterback? And then you go with that.
Has Sorsby ever crotch grabbed in a game against Kansas, though?
We got to go back and we got to watch the tape.
Just
I think that's what we got to do.
Do everything Baker did to win over John Dorsey.
And now, John Dorsey
Run
might
from
look at this
taco
and
trucks.
go, he bet on his team to win. That could be his version of the crotch grab. He's like, well, he didn't grab his crotch against this team, but he bet on his own. He wanted to feel so much closer to his team that he gambled on his own team.
Well, I told you earlier, some people have the, they're like weird takes where you have to be like presidential as a quarterback and you have to do this and do that. For Dorsey, it's a plus if you got something, just a little off.
Hey, you have a
you've
got a problem.
If you're squeaky clean, if you're Mendoza, Dorsey looked at Mendoza and said, "You're too clean for me.
Yep,
I can't do this.
Oh, that's 100%
I need a problem." And Mendoza's like, "I skipped Bible study once. Not that type of problem, Mendoza."
All right, Dallas.
No, I actually think Dallas is going to have a really nice year. Dak's getting older, obviously, but I think people are sleeping on Dallas this year. I think Dallas is going to be. If Vegas keeps upping their win total because they have an easy schedule, this would not be the year that Jerry moves off and does anything like that.
All right, the Vikings would be really funny. Can we just all agree how
Vikings
pissed
would be
J.J.
funny.
McCarthy would be? Saints, no. Bucks. I'm trying to think if I missed anybody.
I think we got it for the most part. Falcons.
I think we got it. Huzzah.
Huzzah.
But no, I do think, unless you got the first-round guarantee of one of those teams, I do think inevitably, I think getting drafted by the Browns this summer, even though financially you take a step forward, might not be the same career step as just going back to Texas Tech and betting on yourself. Yeah, I said that. I didn't mean to make the gambling pun,
but you said
it happened.
Yeah. We've both fallen into it today.
It's okay. Eric Boland, Yankees beat writer for Newsday, joins us in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
At Mr. Hero, we offer
after leading Atlanta to the playoffs this past year by winning 19 of their last 24 games in the regular season. Newsday Yankees beat writer Eric Boland joins the show next. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right around 92.3 The Fan. For the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Guardians, Yankees. Another 3-game tilt this week, but this one's here in Cleveland to talk about the Yankees and the Guardians, to talk sports mostly. We head out of the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right call, Kyle Wright hotline, and welcome on the Yankees beat writer for Newsday, Eric Boland. He's also a John Carroll grad. He's a man of the people. Eric, welcome to the show.
Nick, Jonathan, good to talk to you, and always, as I put up on Twitter earlier today, always great to be back in my favorite road city.
All right, well, it's great to have you. I do want to know, we're not going to start with the Yankees here. Overnight, you become a billionaire, and I'm not talking like a single billionaire. I'm talking like we got 25, 35, 40 billion to work
being
with.
A regular billionaire just isn't good enough these days.
Like one of those paupers. So you can either turn John Carroll into a D1 national title contender or buy your favorite pro sports team. Which one would you choose?
Oh boy, I probably would go with John Carroll, just because I'm not sure, having covered sports now for almost close to 30 years. I'm not sure I'd want to be involved in everything that is involved in owning a professional sports franchise.
Honestly, you're the best owner if you just stay away.
Yeah.
Like, those are our favorite owners.
True. No, absolutely. The ones, something, speaking of, early in my career, somebody said something to me that I've repeated over the years in various conversations. And he said to me, young man, I don't know how long you're going to do this job, but let me give you one sports truism. You can't fix bad ownership. And boy, is that proven to be 100% true across the board. Whatever your favorite franchise is, the one thing, generally speaking, it has in common, and if you look across the sports landscape, the teams that lose year after year after year, what's the commonality? Typically, bad ownership. And I know Cleveland Browns fans can certainly speak to that.
I'd really like to be able to fix bad ownership, Eric. It would just make my day-to-day so much easier. Given how much specific teams, I'm not saying one specifically, the specific teams we talk about. All right, so Aaron Judge will not handle baseball duties for the next 4 to 6 weeks, but there's been a lot of information on this. What's real about his injury and what isn't real, or what isn't known at this point?
Well, I'll just give you with what's real, because I try to filter out the stuff that isn't real, or try to avoid it if I can altogether. Look, he is shut down from all baseball activities for the next 4 to 6 weeks. All he's going to be able to do is lower body conditioning. Not going to be able to swing a bat, throw a baseball, anything that you would consider to be baseball activities. After that 4 to 6 weeks is up, they will re-image him again to see if the broken rib has healed, and then take the next step from there. I can tell you that organizationally, and really just sort of looking at it realistically, best case scenario, absolutely best case scenario for the Yankees, for Aaron Judge, is he's back in 2 months. Because being shut down for as long as he's going to be shut down, as soon as that rib heals, he's going to need at least 3 weeks to get ramped up again, basically go through a mini spring training so that he's ready to play, on a professional baseball field and everything that is involved in that. So, if the Yankees, if you told them right now that they could sign up for him being back 2 months from now, they would take that in a second. Their biggest concern is after this 4 to 6 weeks where he's shut down, is they do another MRI and it shows that the rib has not yet healed yet. They don't expect that to be the case, but that certainly would be the worst-case scenario, because then you'd be talking about him being in danger of not coming back at all this year.
All right, tell Guardians fans what to expect out of Will Warren tonight.
He's just been a good, solid pitcher. I mean, you see what the record is. His ERA is 3.22. One of the things last year when and this was kind of an under-the-radar thing for the Yankees in terms of importance that didn't get a lot of attention because his ERA was over 4. But he tied for the American League lead in starts last year with 33. And as any team with pitching deficiencies can tell you, there's something to be said for that workhorse that you can count on to go out there every 5 days and take a post. And Warren's been relatively consistent. Part of that big ERA that he had last year was 4, 5, 6 outings where 1 or 2 innings would blow up on him. But he overall was fairly consistent. He's a guy with a couple of different fastballs, both of which look different. He's added a sweeper to his repertoire that he's really worked on over the last year that's turned into a real out pitch for him. And, his breaking stuff is one of those things that just seems to get better and better each time he takes the mound. So while Garrett Cole, of course, gets a lot of attention for the Yankees, and deservedly so, and Cam Schlittler having the type of year that he's having in his first full season in the big league, and right now you'd say he's the odds-on favorite to start the All-Star game for the American League. Will Warren is just sort of settled in. I don't know if this is what it's going to be for his career because he hasn't proven it yet, but he's settled in sort of as a really good number 3, 4 starter in the league.
All right, Eric. The Guardians have the 3rd best record in the AL through 67 games. The Yankees have the 2nd best record. Actually, they're tied with the Rays for the best record. Do the Yankees, so clearly from the Cleveland side of things, we look at these kind of series as measuring stick series. Do the Yankees view that way of any other team in the AL?
Not really. I mean, honestly, just because they're the Yankees, and they're usually the measuring stick for other teams, as you alluded to in your question. But they respect the Guardians, and they've always, as long as I've covered the Yankees, and I've covered them since 2009 and covered a handful of playoff series between the two teams. Cleveland, whether it's the Indians or the Guardians, is a team that's never overlooked by the Yankees because certainly as long as I've been covering the Yankees, Cleveland, generally speaking, has always had really, really good pitching. And that's the one thing, the reason the Yankees have not won a World Series since 2009, generally can be boiled down to one thing. They have not hit elite pitching once you get to the postseason. And Cleveland generally has had elite pitching, and their pitching seems to be pretty solid again this year. And last week when the Guardians were at Yankee Stadium and took 2 out of 3, really shut down Yankee bats. Of course, the Yankees were without Aaron Judge as he was sidelined waiting for the results of that MRI. And certainly, as we talked about, is not going to be with them for at least the next couple of months. But the Guardians always get the attention of the Yankees, both organizationally behind the scenes. They really respect the Cleveland organization, and player-wise, they love Jose Ramirez. I've had players tell me over the years, he's a guy that you really like watching from afar because of all the things that he can do on the diamond. And again, they respect the arms that Cleveland can bring out there, whether it's starting pitching or out of the bullpen.
Eric, it's been a weird season because the Guardians got projected to win 79, 80, 81 games, and then they're doing what they're doing. What is your perception of what this Guardians team is, and should we be thinking bigger?
Well, look, I mean, I think that you start with this. The American League stinks this year. Mm-hmm. And in spring training, one of the narratives was, and I wrote this too, I'm not separating myself from this, was that the American League looked like it was going to be as strong and as deep as it's been in some time. And 2+ months into the season, guys, it just hasn't, panned out that way. As you mentioned, you've got Tampa and Cleveland, 2 small market teams, and then the Yankees, really only the 3 teams that have distinguished themselves in any kind of positive way. My question with Cleveland would be this, there's an opportunity, it would seem here, based on the relative weakness of the rest of the American League. What do they do at the trade deadline? Do they do something like they did back in 2016 when, probably the best team that Terry Francona had in his 13 years managing here, when they, acquired Andrew Miller from the Yankees and kind of went all in and dealt away a lot of top prospects and thought there was a chance, and it almost paid off as they got to Game 7 of the World Series. I don't have to remind anyone in this city about that. but they were an aggressive team at the trade deadline, and typically the small market teams, as you guys know, don't act that way. So I don't think there's any reason when you look at this Cleveland team not to think bigger, because the league doesn't seem all that strong. The division certainly is not all that strong, and they've already shown when they played some upper echelon teams, including the Yankees, that they more than belong on the same field with them.
Eric, this is the beginning of a 6-game road swing for the New York Yankees, which means if the New York Knicks win and sweep the NBA Finals, it means you won't be, or they won't be, in New York City. Are you quite happy about that, considering the Knicks fans' violent tendencies?
I will tell you, I moved to New York in 2001, and the Knicks have been bad, mostly bad for that stretch. And people would tell me early on in my career in New York that cut to the chase, New York is a Knicks town first and foremost, regardless of the Yankees, Mets, Giants, Jets, whatever, that when the Knicks are good, they take over the city like nobody else. I've covered the Yankees since 2009. I've seen them mostly good during that time. And I would have to say, with the Knicks having a true championship contender this year, what people told me when I moved to New York has proven to be true. I live in the city. I live in Manhattan with my wife. And getting off the subway the other night while Game 2, I'd covered the Yankee-Red Sox game Friday night and the Knicks game because it started so late. Walking back to my apartment, it's about a 10-minute walk from the subway, and you could hear the oohs and ahs and screams coming from apartments, bars, watch parties, etc., in a way that even when the Yankees were in the World Series, you didn't see it to that degree. So to answer your question, I think it would be kind of cool to be in the city for what it might be if they end up clinching it and winning it in 4 games. But I certainly wouldn't want to be anywhere near Madison Square Garden.
What do you make of Jalen Brunson saying he looked up to Derek Jeter and he tries to emulate what Jeter was as a player, how he went about his business and everything?
Yeah, look, you run into that a lot. Certainly more in baseball than not. But, Jeter really was kind of the template for professional athletes, certainly ones in New York, on how to act. And Eli Manning, the quarterback who won a couple of championships, a couple of Super Bowls with the Giants, talked about, as he was bursting into stardom, how Jeter was a guy that he looked at as how to behave in the public eye and in front of the media, et cetera, on being in the spotlight that comes with being a New York athlete. So that doesn't surprise me at all. And like I said, as long as I've been covering the Yankees, run into that quite frequently. The sport of baseball is littered with players that wear Derek Jeter's number. Because he was the player they looked up to, growing up as young baseball players, and it's not a shock that sort of is extended to other sports as well. Because Jeter, in 20 years of being a star in New York, never misspoke, never got himself on the back page of the tabloids by saying something or doing something that would reflect poorly on him or the organization that he played for. And I can tell you, writing for a tabloid in New York, that's not the easiest thing to do.
Eric, I love the picture of the ballpark today. Glad to have you back in town. Enjoy the next 3 days, and we'll catch up with the next time we see the Yankees. But appreciate you.
Well, and Nick, as you know, I don't go way back with you, but I do with your dad, who I absolutely loved, who I had the privilege of working with in Warren, Ohio, and I can still hear his deep, infectious laugh that I miss to this day.
Well, it's nice that you say that. And who would have thought it that my dad passed away and I got custody of Darryl Ryder?
Well, I guess Darryl is another topic for another day.
And we will discuss it another day. Appreciate you, buddy. Eric Boland there on the Wise Hard Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say about this series.
Yes, and oh, yes.
React to what he had to say about this series and Gardo's destination in October in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You start with this. The American League stinks this year. So you've got, Tampa and Cleveland, two small market teams, and then the Yankees, really only the three teams that have distinguished themselves in any kind of positive way. My question with Cleveland would be this. There's an opportunity, it would seem here, based on the relative weakness of the rest of the American League. What do they do at the trade deadline? I don't think there's any reason when you look at this Cleveland team not to think bigger, because the league doesn't seem all that strong. The division certainly is not all that strong, and they've already shown when they played some upper echelon teams, including the Yankees, that they more than belong on the same field with them.
Eric Boland, Yankees beat reporter for Newsday, Cleveland's very own, John Carroll's very own, giving us his take on the Guardians side of things, also saying that while the Yankees don't view these kind of series as measuring stick series, because they invented baseball, apparently, they do respect the Guardians organization. We got In Case You Missed It coming up at 6:40 tonight. We're going to set the scene for Game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight as well. But I do think what Eric is saying, and it's not even about the kind of American League for me. I think, like, most years I'd be like, hey, you've got a chance to go deep into the playoffs. Mm-hmm. But I don't think you have enough to maybe win a World Series. You might make it to the World Series. You might get to the ALCS like a couple years ago. Yeah. But you just don't have the ponies to really hang in successive series against the other, like the teams that can spend $400 million like the Dodgers. This year, I'm starting to look at what you have to have. And I think you need to have three guys that can go in a playoff series, that can start a game in a playoff series. Well, right now you got Gavin Williams. You do have Tanner Bybee, and you've got Parker Messick, three guys I would trust in that scenario.
Yeah.
All right, do you have a dependable bullpen? I think the bullpen's really coming around, especially Cade Smith, who has completely shattered the conversation about whether he's built to be a closer or not with the last, 6 weeks. Okay, so I think you got the bullpen. And by the way, I still think you've got a little ways to go with the bullpen, but you've got the arms to do it. And then with the lineup, all I really think you need to hang with the Dodgers or with the Yankees, if Judge were healthy, or some of the other big market teams, is three hitters. You need somebody that can get on base, and then you need two guys to knock them home. I think you have that, and you haven't had them previously.
Yeah, what we haven't had, and I think we still continue to not have enough power. Ball goes far, team goes far is the mantra in the postseason for a reason. I agree with everything you said about the pitching. What would worry me the most in a playoff series and a deep postseason run is, do we have enough pop in order to make a distance?
So I think that's fair, and maybe I'm projecting out too far into the future. Like, I think DeLauder can hit you 30 home runs. I think Bazan has already answered. I think he can hit 30 home runs. I think Hosey is a natural 30 home run hitter. I like, especially from the right-handed side, I would love a good right-handed power bat. That plus Manzardo maybe continuing to find his stroke. Then all of a sudden,
you're going to need some things.
Fair.
And even like DeLauder, I mean, he's got you say 30 home runs. I don't think he's getting 30 this year. I think he's got 2 home runs in the past. I don't know. I think it was 1 home run in the past 95 at bats, 2 home runs since that first week that he hit 4 and went on a tear. Maybe 3 since then. So I just don't know. I don't know if that's a given.
I'm looking at the projections right now.
All right, yeah. What do they say?
Look at the projections.
Do you do full season projections?
They're doing 37 home runs.
Yeah. What if you took away the first week of the season when he had 4?
It doesn't say that. I'm only looking.
Do full season projections without the first week of the season where he does 4.
Nope.
I think it's 15. I think 15 is the new number.
I'm looking at these other predictions. The projections, rather, these are saying 33 home runs. I'm looking at yet more projections.
Yeah, is that right?
They're saying 39 home runs. I mean, again, these are just the projections.
47 home runs.
Well, I haven't seen those projections, but I would believe them.
I'm sure we can find them somewhere, right?
Oh, man, we should have seen the projections after the first week of the season.
Oh, man, they were like 162.
75 million.
At one point, he was on pace for 225 home runs in a season.
I don't even think you're lying. I think after the first week, that's exactly what the pace might have been.
So you think the other 3 times that I talked about projections, I was lying?
I don't know.
You'd be correct. I was definitely lying. Yeah, I don't want somebody out there like, oh, fat-ass Nick Wilson was saying 37 home runs, which is a lot.
Yeah.
This is where I draw the line. Now, but getting to the greater point here, if you win the AL Central this year, it should still be seen as a success because so few people thought you were going to do it. And so I'm not trying to diminish what winning 3 straight AL Centrals with 3 very different teams and like powered by 3 different things. I'm not trying to say that it wouldn't be a success. But when I look at you and I can kind of squint and see a team that actually might be able to win a World Series, that's how this year feels different than previous years. You know, like when I squint and say, man, if you added right-handed pop, then like specifically an outfielder that could play every day, or even if you just replaced Rhys Hoskins as your first baseman, if you added right-handed pop, a 30 home run hitter to this lineup, I think you're there. I haven't been able to say that.
When you were gone, I brought up Taylor Ward. I thought Taylor Ward was the right call there.
He's knocking the ball off the ball. He's knocking the cover off the ball right
like
now.
36 home runs last year.
Yeah.
Like at the deadline, if you add someone like that, I think that's kind of the encouraging part and maybe discouraging part in the same sentence. The encouraging part of this is that it does feel like the Guardians, you need more pop. If you can get somebody that, you know, that does what I'm describing right there, then all of a sudden it is a game changer. The discouraging part of this is, does it feel like this is the year that the Guardians do move some of those chips in the middle of the table?
So the reason why I
might be different.
I might be more inclined. Like I know everybody reacted to the Jeff Passan tweet where he was like they could be buyers and sellers.
Well, no, but Passan didn't really. No, Passan shortchanged everything. Passan said they're going to do what they always do, which is not do anything significant at the deadline.
All right, here's the thing.
That's what he said. And then I think he was like Mickey Moniak and was like, call that a day.
Yeah, that would be disappointing.
He's like, that's the move that the Guardians will make because that's what the Guardians do. Guardians, once every decade, though, do go out and get Andrew Miller and Edwin Encarnacion.
Well, and the Guardians
once
aren't acting.
Once a decade, they do it.
They're not acting like the typical Guardians. Bazana being up as early. DeLauder being up as early.
That's the point I made. Like, are they operating so differently that they're throwing out their past rules to go ahead and bring a new set in where, yes, they would be involved in a Taylor Ward situation?
I think they have to be. And a lot of it is, like, you are starting to get into the meat of the contract for your best pitchers. So your window's effectively open. Gavin has proven he can stay healthy and pitch at a, if not an ace level, number 2 starter level. Same thing with Tanner Bybee. Messic's so young that you got a lot of time with him, but Cade Smith, like all these guys are in the meat of their prime for what you're going to use them for. And by the way, you do have a couple bats that are getting ready to come off the books in the Quan and even some guys who've been here for longer. But I mean, I think you're there. I think like the first 2 years, it's, I don't know, let's see what they do. We like the team, but we'll see. They can always pull a rabbit from the hat. Well, you finally stabilized this young core that I think you know what it is. And once you do that, you know you definitively have a championship window as long as you've got the requisite pieces.
Will they do this in a very similar fashion to what the Cavs did? You know, Cavs, why they made the Harden trade and why they tried being aggressive is because they looked around at the East and said, we can win this. East isn't very tough. Well, the Guardians look around the AL right now, and not only are they hanging with teams like the Yankees and the Rays and the Mariners, they're looking around and saying, oh, those teams aren't that great. They're fine baseball. They're not that great. We can get past those teams.
I mean, it's not going to be a question of prospects because they've got too many bats for too few spots. So you know that's not going to be the case. Now, the financial thing that we could be going into a lockout, that could be the thing that might change this. But if you're the Guardians, you can always offer an extra prospect to get that price to come down.
You entered this season with one of the lowest payrolls in all of baseball. Like if there's not cash in the reserves, then I mean, listen, maybe they never want to spend it. It is what it is. But when you enter a season spending $70 million, you can't tell me that you don't have some money hidden under the cushion somewhere.
Mac,
do you think that the talk of the owners talking about salary cap floors, maybe that also incentivizes you to take on more money to make it a little bit easier for you to?
No, and here's why. I understand what you're thinking. That front office knows that if you get that wrong and you have to do a sell-off a year from now, that's as disastrous
they won't
as
operate,
not trading for
They
it.
won't operate until they're forced to.
Yeah, well, no, until there's a certainty.
That's what I'm saying.
That at least makes sense to me. But again, like with how money goes, whether it's an expiring contract or if somebody's got a year and a half left, if you throw in the other teams, especially depending on who you're dealing with, if a team like Boston had a player you liked, or if a team that has a little bit more money, the Padres, if they were to fall out of it, and I know they've had a rough go of it here recently, like those are teams that might be able to, if you throw in an extra prospect, take $5 million off the top.
Yeah. They're in a good spot. They just have to, I don't know how aggressive they're going to be, but you can make an argument that this year's been different and they'll continue down that path.
I think this is the rare year that I think I'd be disappointed if they didn't.
I mean, it's all right there for them. I don't think this initially set up for what their timelines were, but one thing I will give them credit is it seems like when their timelines get disrupted, they do like a recheck and a reset, and they sit there and tell themselves, wait, what is going on? And they've always been able to adjust off of that.
Well, and it kind of reminds me of, and I hate to do this because that was like a super team of prospects, but like when the Cubs really started to push in 2016. The Cubs could have thought to themselves, either the offseason beforehand or at the deadline, hey, this is year one of a 4-year run, and we're just going to kind of pump the brakes a little bit. We're not going to spend as much. We're not going to make this trade. They didn't. And that's the only reason that the 2016 team won.
No, that thing started in 2015, and there was they gave Jason Hayward one of the biggest contracts in baseball. Like they spent money there. I don't know.
Well, but they spent at the beginning of the window, and you don't necessarily like Detroit has been at the beginning of the window. Didn't really spend. I know they signed Framber Valdez this offseason, but they didn't bring in a new bat. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things you can do. I think if the Guardians sat back and thought to themselves, we got a couple years with this. Let's let it play out.
Mm-hmm.
I think you could end up having missed your window when you do stuff like that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's one of those things. They surprise you when they are being aggressive, but I do think the expectation, at least for myself, is that they're not going to be, and I'll wait to be surprised.
All right, let's go with Thomas in Shaker. Welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey guys, I don't know why you guys talking Guardians just made me smile after work, but you guys really make my day talking about Guardians today because, I don't know, it's just for such a refresher talking about the Guardians. I really like our prospects of the playoffs this year. I think that we need one, maybe two power bats in a trade deadline. Also, we need to see some of these guys develop. We want any chance to win anything this year, specifically Manzardo. And I know George Valero, he's kind of a wild card. He's going to hurt, but I really like his raw power, and he does have kind of a disciplined eye. I really want to see him kind of get back in form, but we haven't really seen him that much. But, if some of these young guys could kind of take some of that experience that they got from the playoffs last year and the year before, I do think we can make a run. So I'm really excited about this team.
Thomas, we appreciate you, buddy. Good to hear from you. Glad the Guardians talk is cheering you up there. I think you're seeing it with Rocchio finally. I think you are seeing it with guys like Angel Martinez. It's funny, we've talked so much about Bazzana and DeLauder. We probably haven't talked about, look what Angel Martinez has done. Look at what even Schneemann, I don't know why I said even Schneemann, what Schneemann's done, what Rocchio's done. And I just think that puts you in a position here.
Yeah, Schneemann's got a higher wins above replacement than DeLauder does.
Is that the defense?
Let me check really quick.
Because I imagine, he was Mr. Gold Glove last year. 216-474-0092.
Yeah, DeLauder does not have friendly advanced defensive analytics at all.
Which is weird because I don't watch him and look and go, he's bad in right field.
It's such a small sample size that it can get really wonky with some of the defensive metrics at this point.
Should the Guardians aim higher than winning the AL Central and setting the stage for Game 3 of the NBA Finals in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan? Get it right the first time, and if you can't do that, get it right the next time. Nick Wilson here for my friends at Bookman & Son. I didn't get jewelry shopping done the right way the first time.
Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here. JP, ready for Game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight?
Born ready, I guess. I feel pretty good about it.
So
I'm going to sit down and let the game come to me.
The push and pull of this game is I want to see the Spurs get a win, and I'm excited by that idea. I'm not excited at watching Madison Square Garden come unglued if the Knicks come out with like a 10-point lead early in this game.
I mean, if they come out guns blazing, it'll really feel like it's just game's over, series over, and we just call this thing a day. I want to see the Spurs put up some fight, but I'm also kind of enjoying. I told you I don't hate the Knicks. I don't hate the Knicks.
I think it's the Knicks fans.
I don't know why. They don't even bother me. They're excited.
Yeah, they're violent.
Keep saying that.
I'm not wrong. One out of every three
New Yorkers
Bing Bong
aren't
clips.
great in general when it comes to violence, I guess.
I feel like the Knicks fan per capita is more violent than any
Versus
other.
like Yankees fan or
Yes.
what? Yankees
yes,
fans.
they put Yankees fans to shame when it comes to violence.
I don't know. As a whole, I guess I'll just say I'm not upset. There's no part of me that's crushed by this because Wemby's going to get his titles, and if Knicks fans get their one, the only problem I'll have is Knicks fans if they start winning this and win the finals, acting as if they're building a dynasty.
No, it's going to be Boston.
That will piss me off. You're not building a dynasty. You got a one-off.
It's going to be Boston after 2004, where their fans became unbearable. And it's going to be the Phillies fans after, 2008, 2009, after their fans.
Boston was 08 when they won with the Core Four.
I mean...
Well, the Core Four is what I call. I mean, they're not called the Core Four.
No, I meant the Phillies. I was talking baseball.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
The Philadelphia Phillies. Their fans,
the Celtics.
There was something likable about Philly fans, and then somehow they became a lot less likable after. By the way, they were more likable before they won the World Series, and then they weren't very likable though, and then they became really, really unlikable afterwards.
Yeah, but Knicks fans you didn't like before this anyway.
I know, which means that it's going to be that on steroids.
Their winning isn't going to. I mean, if you're bothered by them in their existence as people, then you're going to be bothered by whatever they do.
Can I tell you? Fans, and I'm going to throw Cleveland in on this, fans that have never won that suddenly win get spoiled really quickly. Like, for instance, that in 2018, the quote-unquote Cavs fans who were happy to see LeBron leave, that's a spoiled-ass fan right there.
Okay.
Delivered the first championship in the city in 50 years, and you're like, I'm so glad I understood the value of LeBron leaving, which is there's not as much pressure on this team.
Sure.
I also understood we're going right back to winning 20 games a year.
Yeah.
I'll take the pressure with the player and the 60 wins a year as opposed to the 20 wins.
I would too.
So if in a town like Cleveland, where a certain amount of fans become a little spoiled, a little snobbish, just because they won, I'm going to tell you, in a place like New York.
Aren't you supposed to get a little snobbish after a win? Like, isn't that kind of the point of sports? You win the big title, and then you start to think that your bleep doesn't stink, and you start to maybe think that you are something that maybe you're not.
All right. Anyone here listening that remembers me on the night show can call me out on it. I don't think I ever became my team won a championship, bleep all y'all. I feel, and here's the thing: there's a big amount of Cleveland sports fans that I do think took winning in stride. Not that first night. That first night was a lot of fun, and you know who you are, and you know what we've all seen of each other.
Yeah, I mean, you got to celebrate, and I guess at what point does it cross over for you from celebrating it and being like, yeah, this is why we watch our whole lives for this? Like the cool thing about Knicks fans. There's so many of them that it's been 50 years. They're just waiting and waiting and waiting for this moment, and they're going to get the payoff. Yeah, there's something cool about that.
And here's the thing, though. At least one of those knobs is going to say this thing right here, which is it's like, couldn't happen any other way. This is the way I wanted it to happen. I'm so glad it happened like this.
And that would be false.
Wouldn't it
they wanted to win in 94. They wanted to win in 99. Like that would be false.
Wouldn't it be great if your grandpa who wasn't dead was here to see it? Right? Like, that's the way you would have taken it, not this way, with the 20 years of suffering under James Dolan.
I'm sure maybe they would want both if they could have their druthers. I'm not entirely sure.
Now, specific to the Knicks team.
Yeah.
likable group. That's the other part of this.
That is the most infuriating part of this.
I don't hate any of them. Jalen Brunson's like a sweetheart.
You know, like that's the kind of team that I always thought if we got a championship in Cleveland, this is kind of the, like not the superstar laden, but you've got like somebody that maybe people don't realize the value. A guy like Karl Anthony Towns, much maligned.
Taking Wemby's lunch money in this series so far. I mean, it's incredible what he's doing. And meanwhile, on the other side of it, it's not like the Spurs at this point got a lot of likable guys for me. I mean, I like Harper a lot. I like Castle. Wemby annoys me at this point.
Why?
I'm just annoyed by Wemby.
Is it because he's just laid down the first 2 games?
It's not even his fault. I blame the Spurs for this the entire time, and you know that. But there's something about, and I don't know. These post game comments are just driving me up the wall. But yeah, Wemby's annoying to me.
So I don't find him annoying, but I was very annoyed by the celebration of the Western Conference Finals. Like that, that was like act like you've been there before.
And he acted like he won the finals, and that was all he had to do. Because that's what everyone in the basketball media world was telling him. Win the West, and you'll have a title. And the Knicks are showing you that's just not true.
Cleveland Sports Twist saying Knicks fans are sheepish. Many people agree. I
think it's the word, either sheepish or sheeple, that gets me so bothered.
Why?
I think it's the actual word. There's something about the word that bothers me, and I can't figure out what it is.
You.
I can't figure it out. I cannot figure it out.
At large, I don't think you're a sheeple.
Thank you. That does help.
I think you're a very original person in the way you think, and that's why I appreciate you.
But there's something about that word that does bother me,
Except
and I don't know what it is.
Except when it comes to Busch Light Apple. Then I'm like, you are bad.
Do I tell Volnick that his favorite drink is just kind of... It's not his fault. It's my fault.
He's 23. Of course,
he's a sheep. It clearly says Busch Light Apple. I like Busch Light. It's my preferred domestic light and cold at this point. And I don't like fruity type beers. And I knew that going into it. And I was the idiot that bought it, expecting it to be something different.
I think you got to hold on to your Busch Light Apple, the 29, and you got to wait until there's a shortage. And he's going to be hurting for it because that's a sheeple right there at 24 years old.
I mean, the way I drink, it's going to take me until 2030 to beat him
but
anyway.
I think you hold on to it and then wait till he's really good and desperate because he's a full-blown Busch Light Apple addict.
I like how Jake has never walked into our show ever, literally ever.
But
and now Busch Light Apple, he's wearing a Budweiser shirt today.
He's wearing a Budweiser shirt? How committed is this man even?
They're the same family.
I have many tastes. Okay?
And Anheuser-Busch.
Many tastes. I like Budweiser. I like Bud Light. I like Busch Light.
I like apple. I like
cinnamon.
I mean, a Miller High Life here and there. I mean, it just depends.
Well, now Miller is way different than Budweiser.
So
it is.
You can admit you're a sheep because of the whole Busch Light Apple thing, right?
I'm a sheep?
Yeah.
Why am I a sheep because of it?
Because you're following a trend. It doesn't really taste good. Come on.
No, it does taste good. I enjoy it a lot. Actually, I just had some this weekend.
Yeah, okay.
I did too. I had one.
I'm hearing you're not a fan. So I had to walk in here. You don't like them.
Did you hear my initial premise on it?
No, I missed it. I just called it.
It's my fault. It's not your fault. It's my fault. Okay?
It's your fault, Jake. It's all your fault. So is your parents' divorce.
I bought Busch Light Apple and was shocked that it tasted like apple. That's on me.
Yeah.
I admit it on the front. That's on me for thinking that you guys had discovered some major breakthrough in the beer world the way everyone talked about it.
All right, so may I ask you, what keeps you coming back? Is it more the Busch Light or is it more the Apple?
How do you drink any more than one of these in a setting? I wanted to sit down and basically just have 10 of them. I knew it wasn't going to happen. I had one. But how do you even drink? I could not possibly for the life of me have more than one of these.
But is it too much sugar, you're saying?
It's too much apple.
Sweet?
It's too much fruit in my beer.
Oh, see, I think it's a good mix.
Oh, so you like fruit?
Yeah,
in your beer is what I was trying
to say.
I mean,
it's a good combination. I don't think it's bad.
Well, that's where I missed the whole generation. I thought that generation actually drank beer.
Yeah,
I do too.
Here's the thing.
I didn't know that they like fruit in their
I'm
beer.
from a generation where men drink good tasting beer, and you're from a different generation, and that's okay.
So what is it that it's like you hate on it? It's just no light beers for you, right? That's just not it.
There's nothing light about Nick Wilson. But I also like beer that tastes good.
Not much light over here, too. But I still
Busch
like
Light Apple,
beer.
thank you very much.
Yeah, exactly. That's about the only thing light in my life right now.
Well,
I got to drink light, man. I need the calories. I need the help.
That's interesting. I've got to drink the heavy version of everything because I also need the calories.
You think
I'm just going a different direction.
You think I'm taking down 2,500 calories in a sitting? Yet another thing coming.
So is there a Busch Light Apple shortage right now?
No, but they bring it out every single summer, so it only comes around for 3 months at a time, and you can't get it for 9 months.
This is the window. I missed last year's window.
Mm-hmm.
I was excited for this year's window, and my bird brain self thought it would taste awesome, and
this is why you have to wait until let's say September 15th. He's going to be hurting because he just loves crappy beer. And then you're just going to be like, yeah, it'd be a real shame if you bought these 29 Busch Light apples for the price of like $100, and then he'll pay it because he's a dodo.
I'll let you know. Actually, I buy them in bulk. So these lasted me like 11 months last year. Because they had brought them back for the first time. They're gone for like 6 years.
This is part of his initial pitch. Yeah. He loves them so much. He was telling people, I'll buy up the cases that you can find because I want to make sure I have it year-round. That's how much he loves this beer that I have no idea how you drink more than one of. And I love Busch Light. Busch Light's my favorite beer, but the Busch Light Apple, I can't.
You know, Jake, I just want you to know, and I'm really excited for you, one day you're going to discover taste.
Just one day.
Yeah. And maybe you've got like long-form COVID right now. You just can't taste anything.
It'll sneak up on you.
Yeah, you'll get it.
All of a sudden, I'll start to like things that have a more pungent, sour taste and aren't sweet anymore.
You'll wear a beret, and you'll go around. Maybe you go by the name Claude for a little bit. I don't know, but you'll figure out. You'll have taste one day. You're 24. You're just too young. That's fine.
You're 24. No, that's the problem. You're supposed to be able to know all the good stuff. You're supposed to have done the research, so I don't have to.
I know everybody in my entire age group pretty much likes this beer.
At 24.
You've got time to have all these drinks and have opinions on these drinks.
This also isn't just me. My girlfriend's dad really likes this drink.
Wow. Look where that's
not that he's going to sit there and take down 20. He's closer to where you are, where it's like, you might be able to have like 4 of them at a time.
He's going to have like a couple slices of cheese, maybe a couple meat snacks, and go, oh, Jake, I love the Busch Light apple.
It goes so good with the charcuterie board.
No, it doesn't do that. I would not pair it with that. That'd be a bad idea.
Oh, Jake, I'm so glad you're laying with my daughter because this Busch Light apple is just next to nothing.
Is he French like Wemby? Or is he
not even close.
No?
Hey, Jake.
No, he's German.
You got one of those Busch Light apples? I give you my daughter in exchange. Hey! No.
Yeah. Not a good range at all.
Yeah, I didn't think he was a hard ass drinking all the Busch Light apple.
With his pinky up.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, father-in-law is when you want to leave the room? Okay.
Coward.
Sure. I just talked about it for the last minute and a half.
So what does he sound like?
I'm not going to do an impression of him. I don't even have an impression of him.
I hear your impressions are great.
Do the impression.
I don't have one. I don't have an impression of him.
You don't have one?
I don't have an impression of him.
You must be afraid of him.
How long have you been dating your girlfriend?
Like 3 years.
3 years and you don't have an impression of the father-in-law?
No.
The soon-to-be father-in-law?
Yeah, I don't have an impression.
Such a wuss.
I don't just look at somebody and immediately go, I got to figure out an impression of that. I mean, it's more impressionable. Like,
you have to
things that are
describe
easy
what
impressions.
he sounds like. What would you say?
A normal person. He's normal. He's a normal person.
So you know he's not normal. When you lead with normal, you know he's got a little off kilter there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like to do an impression of somebody, something's got to be like very distinct. Right? Like they have to have something that's really to them. Like everybody does a Trump impression because
like
Trump speaks in a very particular way. I don't think he speaks in a very particular way. It's like a normal human being that I interact with.
Did you wear the Budweiser shirt to disassociate from the Coors family because you want to move yourself away from Nick's preferred beer?
No, if you want to be honest, I just did a load of laundry and it was the first shirt I pulled out.
Okay,
now that tracks for a 24-year-old, as does your lack of taste.
That would make sense, but you got to give me tell Nick about a transfusion.
A transfusion?
Yeah. You missed the convo earlier.
Yeah, I missed that convo.
I explained to Nick what a transfusion. Do you not know what a transfusion is?
I don't know it. No, not really.
I can't believe I was ever taking your red alcohol advice seriously at all. I cannot believe it.
All right. Well,
never mind.
We've really covered a lot of ground here, Jake. Proud of you, boy.
Thanks.
That's
First time and maybe the last time I come to crash your show.
That's your father-in-law. Oh, yeah. We treat everyone as hostile witness
You
here.
didn't have fun? I thought we had fun.
Yeah, I was having fun.
That was a good, catch-up.
Yeah. Tell your father-in-law give him the best.
I will.
And then give him some Busch Light apple, for the love of God.
And then give his daughter the best. Hello.
We're not that kind of show.
We're not that kind of show.
Yeah.
You don't do those jokes.
They take her out to a nice dinner.
That's what we meant.
Then you bring her home at a respectable time. You shake her hand. That's it.
Well, 3 years in, you'd hope you get to a handshake.
Well,
not
every couple's built the same way, JP.
So yeah, I'm bothered by Wemby at this point, so I don't have much of a rooting interest for the Spurs. But I take enjoyment out of all the people that said the series was done. I'm not talking about you necessarily.
Yes, you are.
I kind of
That's
am.
why you're giggling while you're doing
the
it.
People that were like, "Oh, what's the point of even playing in the finals? What's the point? You're not going to beat the West anyway." We had a lot of NBA insiders that laughed and mocked the idea that getting to the finals was anything but a foregone conclusion. And so, for those people, if the Knicks do and in fact end up winning it, it'll be a nice reminder that sports aren't that predictable.
Yeah, but aren't we then going to feel like you're a mile away because you got swept by the Knicks?
I would bet the Cavs would do some sort of spin zone that would be the opposite of that.
Yeah, so my problem with that is, so you're right. Allow me to lead with that. You're right. My problem is, it's one thing to spin it externally. They seem to spin things internally.
Yeah.
And I think lying to yourself, that might be one of life's great sins. Lying to everyone else, well, that's just living in the year 2026.
Isn't the game we're all playing right now is how often will Kobe Altman just lie to himself, or how long will Kobe Altman just lie to himself?
I think it is.
That's the game I'm currently playing with the Cavs.
But I'd like to not play that game anymore.
Nah, we don't have a choice there. That's like having a bad owner. It's like having a president of basketball operations that believes Donovan Mitchell's a superstar.
I'd like to play the game where the Cavs win series again, because that was a lot of fun. 216-474-0092. Thoughts on Game 3? That's THOUGHTS, not THOTS, you perverts. And, in case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody?
888-999-1010. Details on example rate at selectquote.com.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest, Nick Shook, Cleveland's very own NFL.com NFL writer, talking about the Browns quarterback battle, which will be a big part of this week, given that we are at mandatory OTAs for the Cleveland Browns. Great stuff with Nick on that. The Myles Garrett trade, the Brendan Sorsby stuff, really strong stuff. And then Eric Boland, also Cleveland's own of Newsday, a Yankees beat reporter, 540 today, talking about this Guardians-Yankees 3-game tilt, and, of course, last week's 3-game tilt up in the Bronx. But if you guys missed a moment of our show today, do not forget, don't you dare think about forgetting that you can watch all 5 hours back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. You can subscribe if you were into that sort of. Ring that bell. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito.
Suck it, Cornlito.
And, of course, like our videos, we desperately need to be loved by you liking things. So like all the things, but especially on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off. We talked a little bit about Knicks in Game 3, Madison Square Garden, and some of the commotion around there. Well, Shams was telling this story on ESPN about some of the problems he's run into ahead of this Game 3.
These areas will be closed off after 4 p.m., and there's going to be TSA-style check-ins for fans attending the game at least 2 hours before having to check in. All watch parties outside of Madison Square Garden have been canceled. And myself, Malika, personally, I was actually stopped by Secret Service just right over there because my AirPod fell, and Secret Service came up to me and said, hey, Secret Service, you're going to have to get out of the intersection. So I had to get out. After this, I'm going to go look for my AirPod case.
You buying this as a true story or not?
No. Shams really become a weird knob. Maybe he always was, but he's really veered back into the weird knob.
I think he always was, yeah.
And there's just nothing really likable about him. There's nothing really relatable about him. And even when he tries to, relate a story to himself, you kind of think, well, that sounds like a first world problem for a guy probably making $1 million a year.
And it's just, it's such a, I mean, the AirPods, you drop your AirPods and all of a sudden everyone's going to run over and get you. I don't know, maybe it did happen, maybe it didn't happen. But the idea that he dropped his AirPods and that was enough for him to be bombarded by Secret Service and the FBI and everyone else. He's also wearing these weird sunglasses. I don't know if you've seen the video or not.
It's just, I don't.
In an unironic way, like how you wear them indoors. He's outdoors, but he's also doing a TV hit.
Nah, don't love it.
Don't love it either. Wear sunglasses
Again,
on TV.
if you're doing something ironically, I accept almost all things under the guise of irony. No, this is just not one
Is this too much of a commotion? If you had Knicks tickets tonight, would you think about selling them? Because it's just everything around it and getting to the stadium. I saw Ben Stiller was just entering the stadium 20 minutes ago. We got a while till tip-off here, guys. The preparation, the advancement of this game, the extra work you got to put in to get there, would you just say, I'll just watch this one at home?
No, it's impossible because if I was a Knicks fan, there's no way I'm missing this game. You know what I mean?
I know, but you'd be annoyed the entire stretch.
Not really. Not once you get inside the building.
No, once you get inside, it's one big party, you would think. But the lead up to that, maybe your day is just so happy because they're up 2-0 and nothing can ruin that. But the idea that they've closed off so much around Madison Square Garden as is, you got all these entry points. I remember when the RNC was in town, RNC in 2016, and I lived downtown, and there was all sorts of different things I had to go through and do just to get to my apartment. That becomes annoying.
Yeah, but I think if my team was about to win the NBA Finals, and that's the way all Knicks fans feel, I think I'll be crazy.
And on top of it, then paying the premium prices that we have right now?
Again, if you can afford it, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, maybe not.
Again, they're living in a different world than you and I, JP.
Yeah, it's just not our America, and that's okay.
We desperately want it to be.
We'd welcome being in that America.
If anyone in that America wants to reach through the veneer, whatever this is, and pull us through, we will take it.
Yeah, they just don't want us.
Yeah.
Well, why don't they want us, Nick?
They want us to want to be wanted, something like that.
Why don't they want us in that America?
A little cheap trick.
Yeah.
I want you to want me kind of thing.
Yeah.
I want you. The Chicago Pope was meeting the masses recently when he noticed someone in line with a Browns hoodie.
Cleveland. Yeah, from Cleveland? Yes, not from London. Ohio. Ohio? Yes.
All right, so that just didn't sound great. The point is, he went.
I saw the video.
He went Ohio.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to be honest with you. I think the Browns fan should have asked for a Cleveland sports blessing. I know he's a Chicago guy.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're closer to him than anybody else in the Vatican is.
Chicago's got no real beef with Cleveland sports anyway.
That's fair. Well, other than 2016,
No,
you guys
they won that. That's not really.
And he's a White Sox fan.
He's a White Sox fan, but also Bears are a different conference, so nobody cares. The Bulls is like a Cleveland fans don't like the Bulls. Bulls never had a problem with the Cavs. MJ hit the shot over D'Lo.
Here's why the
other way around.
Here's why the Pope wouldn't bless the Guardians this year. He might be the reason why the White Sox are inexplicably good.
That's a good theory that you have.
He's thrown some holy water on these White Sox, and I don't get it.
For like take continuity, I have to let it be known that even the Pope himself has no bearing on what happens with the White Sox as a team and whether or not they have success. And I need you to know that
as a
that
Catholic,
at my heart, I fundamentally believe that.
Okay. Well,
even if he's got a direct access to God, that's the whole idea of being the Pope. You're the one person that gets a direct line to God, apparently. That's the idea. You don't impact baseball games.
Here's the only thing.
Sorry, you don't impact baseball games.
Can someone remind the Cleveland Pope that between the White Sox and the Guardians, one of their owners is very Catholic? Have we forgotten about this? Have we forgotten about the Dolan family, Chicago Pope?
Is Reinsdorf very Catholic?
He is not.
Reinsdorf's not Catholic?
I don't think so. I believe he's Jewish.
Is he? I mean, I'm sure. I guess. I don't know.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, big assumptions there.
About 51% sure.
Is that right?
Yeah. But he's not Catholic enough for me.
All right, new take I have. Actually, not new take. I said this to a buddy like 10 hours ago.
A bridge take?
What a schmuck you have to be wearing a Browns hoodie in front of the Pope.
Why? That's a conversation
Did you see
starter.
that guy?
That's a conversation starter.
No, schmuck move. You're about to meet the Pope, and you're like, let me put on my fanciest Browns hoodie?
What would you wear? Oh, I know what you would wear.
Anything but a Browns hoodie.
Probably
You'd wear
a three-piece suit.
Probably a polo, maybe.
Hey, Pope, it's me, Jonathan.
Maybe. Aren't you gonna you think you got a chance to meet the Pope in any sort of way?
Your ass
and
would
you're
wear
gonna
a White Sox hat.
You're gonna wear a Browns hoodie? You're gonna wear a sports team's hoodie? Are you kidding me?
Deny these allegations. You'd wear a White Sox hat.
I would not wear a White Sox
Come
hat.
on.
Why would I wear a White Sox hat?
Conversation starter. 2, it's his favorite team. You can then say you're from Chicago.
No, I'd
You'll
have
get
to-
30 seconds with the Pope. Everybody else is getting 10 seconds.
I'd have to wear something specifically south side of Chicago. Actually, I'd probably wear my Brother Rice, my high school. I'd probably wear like a Brother Rice something because then he'd be like, oh, Brother Rice, yeah, you're from Chicago. Great, I got this.
What about a little
and
sign?
also show that I'm Catholic in the moment and everything, Catholic school,
What about a little sign that said, Mama Pat groomed me? And he'd be like,
I don't know that that's going to hit very well.
Is it Mama Pat?
Although, I've told you, there's a very reasonable leap that I can take that Mama Pat hosted him at her house at some point because she used to have all the dignitaries in the Catholic Church over all throughout the years. My whole childhood was cardinals coming over, bishops coming over, anybody that came into Chicago ate dinner at Mama Pat's house. That was how that worked. I would bet with almost a near certainty that Mama Pat had Pope Leo in the house next door, that I grew up to. So, yes, if I said her name, I would think that would hit with him.
And if you mention that she
might be the
groomed
play.
you,
I might just scream out. I just might scream out Mama Pat and see what happens.
That's been a long time since you screamed out Mama Pat.
All right.
Come on now. We're not that kind of show,
Rest
guys.
in peace. Rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace.
R.I.P.I.P.
Questionable behavior, but rest
What
in
a
R.I.P.
schmuck, though. A Browns hoodie?
I'll allow it. That's
no.
a man in front of the holiest man in the world saying, I'm a Browns fan. You don't think Pope Leo thought the gabagool on this guy?
I think he thought, I can't believe this guy couldn't even put on a polo for me.
Oh, I bet you
he's going to wear this Goodwill ragged-ass Browns hoodie.
I think if you remember.
It didn't even look cool. It wasn't even like one of those
I want you to look up a little story. Jesus washed lepers' feet.
Yeah.
That's essentially the same thing we saw today. He walked by that guy in a Browns. No, the point
There's
is,
no correlation there.
The Catholic Church does in the Bible. You don't look down on people depending on how they're dressed or whatever malady they might have.
You're calling Browns fans lepers?
Basically, has it not felt like leprosy the last 26 years?
Also, Jesus didn't do that. The Pope does. No, the Pope does. That's why he's not Jesus.
Hey, which one?
The Pope.
No, what does the Pope not do? Or Jesus not do?
Oh, Jesus doesn't look down on others for what you're describing, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But
the Pope does. Oh, the Pope does. Yeah, the Pope does. Come on.
I'm looking down on you.
Come on.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes.
How'd you make the Pope Mario?
Well, once you get, it's like winning Rome, right?
He's an American Pope.
That doesn't mean you don't all of a sudden have a little bit of this coming out.
Established. He's from Chicago.
Yeah, okay. Doesn't mean like Vanessa. We go to the South, and all of a sudden she's like, "Hey, y'all." Same thing with Pope.
Played the clip.
You couldn't hear it. You couldn't hear the slight Italian American influence on it. It's there.
All right.
It's got to have a trained ear for it. You don't have trained ear for
yeah,
that's
what happened there.
Big thanks to Jake Murray. Big thanks to Matt Corrali. JP, good stuff today.
Have fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow. Reacting to Game 3. Reacting to Game 1 of Yankees and Gardos. See you guys tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.